Chapter 58, Party Crasher. Chapter text Party Crasher Tuesday, 5th of December. Fearful eyes were almost glued to one of the first terror-inducing beasts that had crawled under and through the hedges at the edge of the party. The shaggy fur was long and thick enough to keep the beast warm in the cold weather. The small eyes peered evilly about, searching for easy prey. Sharp fangs glistened, with the saliva dripping from them to the frozen ground. Their growls made all hairs on her arms stand on end. Mafalda had ducked behind a table that had been overturned. She was too afraid of encountering a werewolf were she to run towards the house along the hedges bordering the garden. They were coming through the hedges in several places. Her frantic search for a better place to hide, eyes hectically flicking left and right, didn't yield any results. So she decided to stay put, even if she wished she were somewhere else. Anywhere else. She cast longing glances to the house further down. Maybe there would be an opportunity to run to safety if she kept watching. A yelp made her turn from the house to the tall figure standing beside Madame Bones, shielding each other's backs. A shaggy wolf lay on the ground, trying to get back on its paws, while four others parted ways to stalk around it to attack the witch and wizard fighting them. He watched as spell after spell was rapidly cast, squeaking with each splash of color, shivering as if doused in cold water, and Incarcerus from Madame Bones entangling one wolf in strong cords, binding its front paws together so it tumbled snout first into a pile of snow. It started to chew on the ropes, while a strong blast sent from Lord Slytherin's pale wand sent another wolf flying into two more. There were so many wolves. She never had thought that there were so many werewolves in Britain. It was simply too much to comprehend. Suddenly glass shards all around rose into the air, started to move forward towards the fight just mere feet from her hiding place, and became daggers shining like silver in the unsteady light. Then the daggers were flying like Quidditch players towards the wolves, some impacting with dull sounds, others falling to the floor with clattering sounds. One wolf howled, sending a cold shiver over Mafalda's back. Why? Oh, why had she decided to be here today? Behind her she heard the sound of running feet, high heels rapidly falling onto stone floors, urgent voices deep and high. But she didn't turn, too mesmerized by the two fighting in front of her, keeping the wolves at bay. They were casting constantly now, one spell seemingly seamlessly flowing into the next, wolves dodging and jumping to avoid the vivid fire of spells, shaking themselves, thick fur standing on end, after being hit by stunners. And they were eerily quiet. Not a word uttered, not a single incantation used. As if they had lost their voices, only the wolves and those fleeing behind her making any sounds. Mafalda hadn't been good at defense, but she knew that a stunner normally would take out its target if it hit. A surprised gasp escaped her, one hand clutching her wand tightly when she saw one wolf just shaking when hit with a spell she had thought to be a stunner. How strong were those beasts? He watched as a blonde wizard in blue robes, she thought that she recognized Lord Malfoy, ran to the side of Lord Slytherin, casting a spell that sent another wolf tumbling into two of its brethren. Now with three people fighting them at this part of the hedge, it seemed as if the wolves were hesitating, changing their plan. The moment an aura came to her hiding spot, dragging Mafalda to her feet, tugging on her arm, urgently demanding, "Follow me. Come on, you can't stay here." She had to split her attention. Tripping over her own feet would be a problem, making her into an even easier target. The witch watched, while being dragged to safety, as a wall of blue flames sprang up from the ground, reaching high into the starlit sky. One wolf not quick enough to avoid running into it, catching fire on the spot, falling down on the other side of the wall, rolling around with pained howls breaking from between its jaws. Then she was inside the house, the aura who had got her from the place behind the table handing her over to another, who ushered her to a love seat where she sank to sit, her knees too weak to stand any longer. Werewolves are monsters, mindless, savage monsters, with no other goal than to harm wizards. What a mess. One witch sitting a few feet away called out, repeating herself over and over, until one aura pressed a phial into her hand, which she drank down just to calm down once she had emptied the small glass container. Mafalda thought that she would like a calming draught herself. Shouts of incantations, the howls and snarls of the wolves, shattering glass and ice, and breaking wood were just barely to be heard underneath the frightened chatter of those cowering in the house. The stench of burning hair filled the air, mixed with the unpleasant smell of urine and vomit. Mafilda just wanted to go home. No, be home. At last, Madame Bones walked into the room, followed closely by a tired-looking Lord Slytherin, both of them drenched and flushed, heated by the fight. A big stone fell from her chest. The way those two incredible fighters walked, it was clear that the danger was over. With a sigh, Mafilda fainted, sinking into the witch sitting right next to her. Amelia stuffed her handkerchief back into her robe pocket while she turned to one of the auras who had been responsible for security today. It looks like the werewolves have left, Madame Bones. At least 7 of them are dead. We're still checking those lying about. So far it looks like no one was infected, but there have been many injuries from broken glass and the like, so we'll need to check thoroughly. Listening with one ear, Amelia looked over to where Lord Slytherin sat on a stool, still keeping watch over the edge of her gardens from the stool he had transfigured from some wreckage that had been lying about. She hadn't missed how Lucius Malfoy, and others who had been let off after the war on claims of having been forced to take the Dark Mark, had looked in the man's direction, as if looking for guidance or commands. Maybe it wasn't so surprising. Whether they had taken the mark willingly or not, they had been trained to look for him and his orders in a fight. Such structures, when trained enough, didn't vanish overnight. They became instinctual, as they should if they were to be relied on in a fight. It was one thing Rufus always demanded from his new trainees: train in teams until the command structure was second nature to them. Nonetheless, it was an interesting observation to make, and she had noticed that he obviously had rigorous combat training. He had only used hand signs, as all auras were taught, so information to be shared around could be made seen even if one person was silenced, or had to use incantations at the same time. That the spells he had used all had been legal, no killing curses, or overly dark curses, wasn't something she had missed either. There wasn't much doubt by this point that he was serious about keeping to a legal appearance, at least in public situations. She still had a few doubts about his actions in a more private setting, but just knowing what he probably still did wasn't a crime. This ruling was a holdover from the time many spells, wards, potions, rituals, etc. had been declared forbidden. They couldn't condemn those that had learned about those suddenly banned things before they had become illegal. Learning them, teaching them, using them was a crime, but not simply knowing them. And as for the learning and teaching part of that, exceptions were regularly made. They needed their curse breakers to know how to deal with old things that occasionally came up somewhere after all. Get everyone who is not an aura into the house. Place 2 auras at each main entrance, bar the rest with the emergency wards. Get healers from St. Mungo's over here and start taking statements. No one will leave. Amelia gave her orders. Rufus was somewhere around too, but as the head of the DMLE, she was the one in charge. The aura nodded and moved to do as he had been told. Turning to Lord Slytherin, Amelia noticed the red spots of blood that had soaked into the snow covering the ground for the first time as more than a peripheral. Maybe she should ask a healer to look her over too. This perceiving things in snatches was a symptom of shock. Lord Slytherin, you should go into the house with the others. When he looked up, she was reminded of the one time she had been part of a battle where Voldemort had been present. There was an intensity in the wizard's gaze that sent a cold shiver down her spine. Luckily, the knowledge of who he had been hadn't distracted her during the fight. Of course, Madame Bones, but please know that I'm willing to offer assistance in securing the area if there should be need. He stood gracefully, robes only a little wrinkled. As there had been no wizards on the other side of the fight, and they had managed to keep from actually coming in contact with the werewolves, they didn't look as if they had been fighting for their lives at all. It was staggering not to look as if you had just fought for your life when you had been. She watched for a moment as he walked away, wand still in hand, ready to react should one of the probably dead werewolves lying around get up again, before she turned to make sure the garden and surrounding area were secured, banishing her musings over the mystery of Lord Slytherin from her mind. Sitting with a few other notable figures of the Wisengamot, Marvolo watched the minister get his bearings back, while healers and auras were milling about, tending to the wounded and taking statements from everyone. Their group hadn't been questioned as of yet, but if they didn't come over soon, he would seek them out. He wanted to go home, and plan his own actions in regards to those rogue werewolves following Greyback. If they came face to face again, he wouldn't let the other leave again. Suddenly, the conversation between Cornelius and the new temporary head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Marvolo hadn't bothered to remember the man's name yet, came to a halt, Madame Bones stepping up to their seats arranged around a low table. "Minister, I thought you would be happy to know that the wards around the grounds weren't broken. In fact, they worked as intended." But she held her hand up to interrupt Cornelius, who clearly wanted to demand an explanation how the dangerous, dark creatures had it made onto the grounds, and kept speaking. "It looks like they came over the ward line before changing. The fact that there have been many people coming and going today to prepare the party seems to be the reason they went unnoticed when they crossed the wards to Little Grove. It looks like they had help coordinating the setup. We will need to investigate further to be sure." A few other wizards and witches had come closer, while Madame Bones gave her explanation to the minister. Now Amos Diggory, the father of the boy Pettigrew had killed at the graveyard, leaned over the back of a lounge. Some of the department heads were sitting on and argued with his arms swinging in wild gestures. With the way the legislation was changed over the last months, something like this just had to happen. Give them a little opening, just a little less rules, and they lose all restraint. The man pointed at Marvolo, a dark look, almost a scowl on his face. With how he has pushed for the laws to change, what could we have expected? Marvolo thought that he couldn't very well let this stand as it had been said, especially because others had started to chime in on the same vein. Several voices mingled, only parts of what they said audible over the din. "They're just animals, vicious animals. After that, we should kill them all. I always knew they can't help being monsters." Seeing that it would be almost impossible to gain anyone's attention without shouting, and that would be undignified, Marvolo cast a reversed version of the Notice Me Not charm that was rather less well known than its normal version. It had been after he had read about sirens that he had started to experiment with a charm like this. He had thought it could come in useful. It didn't take long for the eyes of those surrounding him to turn his way. Mr. Diggory is correct in his assumption that this is a reaction to the change in laws. But why those particular werewolves have reacted in this way, there he is quite mistaken. As soon as he had started to speak, the attention of all in the immediate vicinity was on him. This spell was really handy, but he had to be careful, as the effect could be easily detected and didn't work well on those with efficient occlumency shields. Fenrir Greyback resents those changes. He is of the opinion that werewolves are better, stronger than humans, and that they could overrun humans if they just were of greater numbers. That is why he tries to infect children and take them away from their families, to raise them away from human culture, indoctrinate them in his philosophy. My political associates and I have been working on making it easier for werewolves to stay away from extremists such as Greyback. Of course, he would react to this threat to his power base. And now to add the bit that would make him look human, relatable, I admit that I didn't anticipate the vehemence with which he would react. This attack seems to be more of a desperate act. There were so many capable witches and wizards here, I'm unsure of what he hoped to accomplish. To make sure those surrounding him wouldn't catch on to the fact he had manipulated them a little with his spellwork, Marvolo wandlessly and silently dispelled the charm, turning his own gaze to the minister, who naturally would be the next to speak. But it was the chief warlock abbot who spoke next. "I think we should call a meeting tomorrow, let Madame Bones or head Aura Scrimgeour lay out the facts, then hear opinions on the happenings of this evening before we move on to gather ideas on how to deal with this." The old wizard stood, bringing order to his robes. "I will leave now to set everything in motion for this. I trust our Aura office and the DMLE will be more than able to handle everything else." Uo, blinking his eyes slowly, Harry rolled onto his back, his blankets and comforter pulling at his legs with the motion. It had to be the middle of the night, and Harry wondered why he had woken. His nightmares had gotten fewer and fewer, with a few occasional flares when he had a particularly hard session with Mrs. Goyle, which was normal, she had assured him, and he had been dreaming something pleasant he no longer remembered before waking up. Or at least, he was pretty sure he had dreamed something pleasant. Harry frowned, still not really awake. Then he heard the sound of something vibrating in the wooden drawer of his desk, and he was out of bed, standing beside the desk and opening the drawer in the blink of an eye. Who of the two was calling him in the middle of the night? Harry knew that it was the full moon, and that Sirius had used that as an excuse to stay with Remus, not going to the function Marvolo had complained about. Either of them would wait until the morning to call him if it wasn't that important. While he reached for both mirrors to see which one was vibrating, Harry wondered if he truly was afraid that something might have happened to Marvolo. It still felt somehow wrong that the man who had killed his parents, made him an orphan, had become someone so important in his life. As he did each time when his doubts arose, and the feeling that the world, his friends, would hate him if he should show or admit that Marvolo was someone important to him, Harry reminded himself of what Mrs. Goyle had said. Everyone deserved to be happy. Marvolo Slytherin was a different man than Tom Marvolo Riddle had been. Marvolo wasn't Voldemort. The differences might be minuscule in some respects, but in others they were like day and night. He shouldn't let the public, people he didn't even know, dictate how he should act concerning his happiness. No one needed to understand him but he alone, and it was totally acceptable not to understand himself at the moment. Some people never understood themselves and led happy lives nonetheless. Harry wasn't sure he really understood. Sometimes he felt his head had finally gotten the message to not feel guilty over his growing attachment to Marvolo, but he was sure his heart would probably break in two over the strain between guilt and that new feeling of family. Holding both mirrors, Harry felt that the newer mirror was vibrating. Marvolo was calling. Yes, he hissed in Parseltongue, accepting the call while depositing the other mirror back into the drawer with appropriate care. Henry, I'm sorry I woke you. Marvolo started, the hangings behind him indicating he was sitting on a small settee in his bedroom at Griffin House. I want to make sure you heard what happened from me, and not the rumor mill that will make it into a horror story before the day is out. Frowning at the tired look on the other man's face, and the absent-minded way he stroked the back of Nagini's head where she was hanging over his shoulder, Harry wasn't really sure he wanted to know. What happened? Are you okay? I didn't come to any harm, but I'm tired. When we finally were allowed to leave, it was already quite late. As for what happened, Fenrir tried to take revenge. At least I think he did. I can't really fathom what his plans might have been. Red eyes slowly blinked, underlining the claim that Marvolo was tired. So he used the full moon to attack the ministry party at the Bones residence. There wasn't any other possibility. Marvolo had explained the purpose behind this particular party, and had spent the most time on being cross over the fact that he couldn't skip this particular event. When he had heard that Sirius would opt out under the pretext of caring for a friend, he had expressed something akin to envy over the fact the other man had such a ready excuse at hand. Exactly. They came through the hedges well into the party. I must say that cursing the defense position at Hogwarts had the effect I had hoped for back when I placed it. There are frighteningly few wizards and witches capable of defending themselves, or even thinking when under attack, or really only the threat of attack. You're sure the current professor isn't one worth keeping? Nagini hissed lazily, flicking her tongue out, clearly searching the warmth of her human. Not if you want people able to defend themselves. He is a pacifist. He makes us practice de-escalation, role-playing different scenarios over and over. Harry rolled his eyes, slowly walking back to his bed, sitting down on its edge. But if you're asking if you should remove the curse on the position, yes, you should. Harry had thought quite a while about this, whether he should ask for Marvolo to remove the curse or not. He had no single good experience with demanding something from an adult, in whatever way. The Dursleys had always made sure he didn't get things he asked for, and then he had simply stopped, preferring to take care of things himself. Mrs. Goyle claimed the job of a parent was to listen for what their children asked for and give them help when necessary, even help their children pursue their interests. As he hadn't much experience with adults and children and their interactions with each other, Harry could only call on what he had watched between his aunt, uncle, and Dudley, as well as the interactions in the Weasley family. The way Dudley had always gotten what he asked for probably wasn't the right way to go about things as parents, but considering what they had done to Harry, well, Mrs. Goyle had said that they certainly didn't know right from wrong, and had been treating Harry wrong the entire time. And the Weasleys certainly did listen to their children. Not that they were able to give them what they all wanted, or that Mrs. Weasley didn't have a firm idea of what her sons should be doing with their lives. She certainly didn't approve of the curse-breaking Bill was doing, but they at least always listened. Harry was startled out of his thoughts by the clearing of a throat. "If you want to watch me undo it, I will do it during break." The hissing sounded like a question. At first, Harry was stunned that Marvolo actually agreed to undo the curse. Then he was suspicious about the man's motives. Why would he want Harry to be there for it? It's not dark magic, if that is what you're fearing. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's fairly standard fare for any curse breaker, so no need to look so cross. Marvolo chided with one raised brow. Harry ducked his head. He still had trouble controlling his facial expressions, and he knew he had to get that under control. It was another of those topics on which the portrait of his grandfather and Marvolo agreed. Grandfather Charles had explained that a politician wearing his feelings openly for all to see was much too easy to manipulate and take advantage of. Not a position Harry would want to be in. So he probably would have to learn this cold mask thing all the adults mixed in politics around him were doing, so that he wouldn't have to decide if he wanted to watch or not. Harry changed the subject. "This will harm the changes you're pushing for regarding the laws about werewolves, won't it? T. Hay will use the attack to gather people behind them with fear as a motivator." Marvolo nodded, something gleaming in his red eyes that Harry had trouble identifying. "They most certainly will try, but I'm confident that we will be able to keep them from gaining much. With your godfather and several other supporters, we still hold the majority in the Wisengamot on this matter. I certainly hope to spin it in a way that will paint Fenrir as the bad guy here, and his attacks as a desperate attempt to drive a wedge between law-abiding wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy and our community." Harry nodded, rubbing his eyes tiredly with his free hand. It was probably already terribly early. "I need to go to sleep if I hope to make it through classes tomorrow without dozing of F. Just be ready for the horrible, sensationalist article the Daily Prophet most likely will print, and know that there will be an emergency Wisengamot meeting tomorrow. I will call again when I'm back home. Sleep well, son." Marvolo nodded. Nagini hissed a farewell, and the mirror went blank. Without much pause, Harry placed the now blank mirror on his bedside table before he slid between his sheets again, settling in comfortably to get some more sleep before he needed to get up and go to breakfast in the Great Hall. Wednesday, 6th of December. The next morning, Harry was rather subdued on his way to breakfast, causing a few of his Slytherin friends to furrow their brows. But Harry didn't really notice. Deep in thought, he waited for this morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. After what Marvolo had told him last night, Harry wanted to know what approach the newspaper known for scandalizing everything was going to take on the attack. "Harry, are you well?" Theo asked as they sat down at the Slytherin table, and Harry ignored the perfectly fine roasted mushrooms in front of him. Harry turned to his friend and gave a small frown. Smiling wasn't possible with all the worry occupying his thoughts. "I'm well, but I haven't slept much, and I fear there will be bad news in the paper." He rubbed over his eyes, as he really hadn't slept that well after he had been woken by Marvolo's mirror call. "Bad news?" Draco asked, filling his plate with various pieces of fruit, apples and pears mostly, before getting a piece of toast as well as some scrambled eggs. It clearly was an attempt to get him to explain more, and Harry assumed he could. Most of his Slytherin classmates had a subscription to the newspaper anyway, so they would get a copy in a few minutes and would read the sensational version. So Harry decided it was pointless to keep it a secret, and most likely beneficial if he got his version out first. "Fenrir Greyback attacked the party at the Bones residence last night. Father called me on the mirror to inform me. As far as I know, there was no one injured by the werewolves. But judging by the way the prophet tends to interpret stories to their liking, I expect that the news will sound much worse coming from them." Harry watched as his friends blanched. And why shouldn't they? Their fathers had been there too. He said that the werewolves didn't injure anyone, and I'm sure if someone's family had been sent to the hospital or needed a healer, their children would have been informed. He tried to give them all a reassuring smile, but guessed it came out as more of a grimace. They all looked up to the windows when the rustling of feathers heralded the arrival of the owls carrying the Morning Post. With apprehension, Harry took the rolled-up newspaper from the owl landing before him, before he gave a piece of bacon to Hedwig, who had come as well to greet her master. He was one of the last to open the tie, flinging the roll open so he could see the headline. But the change in tone and rise in volume of the chatter in the great hall already told him what he would see. The blazing headline of werewolves savagely attack over a picture of red-stained snow and broken glass was enough of a hint at the horrible article everyone was reading at the moment. With a sigh, he really didn't like the tendency to make everything sound worse to sell more papers. Harry started to read the drivel written by none other than Rita Skeeter. He needed to know what everyone else would have read about the attack, so he could try to counter the rumors. This was going to be a hard day. Ooh, the same newspaper found its way onto the breakfast table at Grimmauld Place, where Sirius was sipping his coffee and ignored the paper to reach for an envelope of heavy parchment with the official seal of the Wisengamot on it. Remus, who was sitting on the other side of the table, was still too tired to care what the newspaper said, and was listlessly eating his porridge, prepared by Creature, who was hovering in the background, ready to get anything his master would want to have. Setting down his mug of heavenly coffee, Sirius broke the seal and got the letter out. When he saw the first few lines of the letter, he muttered, "Emergency meeting," his brows climbing up his forehead. Why would they call an emergency meeting when there had been a party they all had to attend just the evening before? But further down the parchment, the reason was made clear with blunt words. "Remus," Sirius got his best friend's attention, "I think you should know that the scumbag Greyback attacked the ministry party yesterday evening. I'll have to go to a Wisengamot meeting today. It sounds like there are some that want to tighten the laws again, maybe even put something like martial law into place to hunt down werewolves." Sirius trailed off and frowned even deeper. That wasn't something he could allow, for Greyback to ruin everything for all those that had done nothing wrong, working hard to keep others safe from them every month. That was just unacceptable. "You stay here, Rest. I'll keep you informed, but now I need to take a shower." Remus nodded, catching one edge of the newspaper and dragging it over to him so he could read what was written there. If Sirius didn't know that this was pretty standard, even with the wolfsbane potion, he would have been concerned with Remus, looking as if he hadn't slept in days. But it was normal, and Remus now only needed time to rest, sleep, and eat, nothing that Sirius could help with. Sure, his friend was safe here. Sirius, still in his pajamas and a dressing gown, sprinted up to his room to take a shower, get into the right robes, and be ready for the meeting in time. His vote and voice were needed to keep the worst from happening. Uo at his friend's side, Marvolo walked into the chamber and into pandemonium. At least compared to the way everyone behaved on normal days, this was quite different. Everyone was on their feet, at least 2 screaming matches taking place between members of the Wisengamot. Several auras were present, trying to keep the peace. The minister stood with Madame Bones and Lord Abbot near the entrance, obviously discussing something urgently. "That looks like fun," Xerxes murmured, the sarcasm thick enough to walk on. "They look like headless chickens running around without a sense of direction," Marvolo murmured back, his glamoured eyes sweeping the crowd to tally how the blocks probably would line up. All of his were already here, so there was a solid number of votes on his side. Dowager Longbottom was sitting on the stool in front of the Potter seat, talking with Sirius Black, so that was another 3 votes most likely in his favor. It still was somewhat odd to know that those 2 would vote with him on some topics. Not all Black just was too stubborn for his own good, but regarding werewolf laws they did. Lucius walked over to them, pale blue robes trailing behind him. He nodded to them both, as they were not only older but of higher status, and then turned so he could look over to the mass of people in fine robes emitting anxious energy. "Lord Slytherin, Lord Lestrange," he nodded, getting polite nods in return. "My wife sends her greetings. There isn't much time before the session will start, but several of the department heads seem to agree with Diggory. He is here for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Beast Division, that the attack was a reaction to the lowered strictness in the laws regarding werewolves. I heard that there have been many howlers already to the division in reaction to the article in the Prophet this morning." Marvolo listened, while watching the interaction of everyone present. What Lucius had to tell was nothing less than he had expected. Those opposed to granting rights to werewolves would try to use this backlash in their favor, to manipulate those reliant on the broader public for one thing or the other to vote along their lines. Even with Umbridge gone from the picture, they would have their work cut out for them. A deep, resounding gong called them all to attention, and they parted ways to walk to their respective seats. It was only a short distance to the Slytherin seat, and after casting a cushioning charm, it looked to be a long session. Marvolo sat down, waiting patiently for all the others to settle down. Once everyone was seated, the chief warlock stood, banged his gavel on the flat stone placed before him for exactly this purpose, and called, "This emergency session of the Wisengamot on the 6th of December 1995 shall begin now. You all were called here to discuss the happenings of yesterday evening. Madame Bones shall give us all a report on the information known to us at the moment." With a gracious nod of his head, the old man gave the floor to Madame Bones, who looked paler than usual even in her plum-colored robes. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Yesterday, on the night of the full moon, several werewolves attacked the party held at the Bones residence. They were acting with forethought, sneaking onto the grounds, outside the gardens used for the party, before nightfall and moonrise. A total number of 5 werewolves were killed. 2 were captured, and are currently being interrogated. The number of attackers is undetermined, as the testimony was contradictory. A total of 20 guests were injured, but mostly by wild spells and broken glass. No one was infected with lycanthropy. Her voice was clinical, stating the facts, not embellishing anything, and making sure that the fact the party had been at her house didn't influence her report. Marvolo nodded in approval. Her professionalism was something he greatly admired. But he feared that these facts would do little to appease the panicking public or the fearmongers eager to gain influence through any means. Diggory spoke next, obviously eager to get the permission to speak. He almost jumped to his feet and repeated what he already had said the evening before. "I ask you all what changed. There hasn't been this big an attack in years, if not longer. But now they act. Now they attack. What other reason could there be than the much more relaxed laws? We from the Beast Division call for a hunt on all werewolves. Let's catch them all, eliminate the problem at its roots." Marvolo was sure Diggory would have rambled on, his arms underlining his points with strong gestures, if the chief warlock hadn't called a halt to the man's words, giving the floor to another. "Lord Black, you may speak." Nods were exchanged, and Black stood, his robes tailored more along the lines of a dueling robe than the wider, more flowing robes traditionally worn to sessions in the Wisengamot. He probably was aiming for intimidation, and to remind everyone that he once had been an aura, had fighting experience. Not the most idiotic choice to make as a young member for a violence-related emergency session. "My lords and ladies, you are aware that this argument is purely happenstance." The air quotes around the word argument were almost visible, but Marvolo wasn't convinced that it was the best idea to be so clearly condescending towards the other members. They likely would react in opposition to everything if they felt mocked. This attack could have been planned for years, months. At the moment, we don't know their reasoning. It would be hasty to take action against all wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy, because a few have attacked a party, failing to infect anyone. The words that followed were more of the same. From what he had heard about the oldest son of the main Black family, Marvolo never would have guessed that he would be the voice of reason in such a setting. But here he was, valiantly arguing to wait for more information, for the interrogation to end, before taking action. Because once they started to prosecute all werewolves regardless of their involvement in anything illegal, there was no way back. It didn't take long for arguments to start to repeat themselves. Was falling in line with Diggory's extreme view, called for extermination, or at least imprisonment of werewolves, because it was so obvious that they were dangerous, needed to be kept cowed, or better yet, removed. Those standing with Marvolo and Black on this argued that they should hunt those down that had actually committed the attack. Let's gather memory copies of those that had been at the party, get pictures of those wolves. Determine how many were male, how many female, if there are any identifying features. There is more evidence to be had. Why should we ignore that? Dowager Longbottom made a good point, but there were many lords and ladies reluctant to agree to a gathering of memories. Were they afraid of being outed as one of those running, hiding behind tables? Most of them probably were. There hadn't been that many participants in the fights that hadn't been auras. Either way, her suggestion was shot down, and as there was no way to force someone to provide a memory copy for testimony, it was actually explicitly excluded as a form of evidence that could be demanded in the laws. They quickly moved on. Marvolo watched and contemplated. He could maybe sway the whole situation in his favor if he testified about his knowledge of Fenrir and his goals. After all, he had once known him well. But admitting that he still remembered so much before this big an audience was a risk, if he didn't get everything right. But if he managed, in the end, the decision was made for him when they neared a vote over the generalized hunt for werewolves, and it looked like the number of members going to vote for this hunt was greater than the number of those opposed to this nonsense. He held his hand, wand lighted with a silent lumos, high in the air requesting his turn to address the Wisengamot. A moment later, the chief warlock called out, "Lord Slytherin, you may speak." Hesitating a little, he needed to portray reluctance. Marvolo stood, noxing the light on his wand as silently as he had cast the lumos. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." He turned so he could speak more directly to Madame Bones and the minister, as if he were trying to blank out the bigger audience listening to his every word. "I feel that I have important information to add to this discussion before we come to a decision and vote." He took a deep breath as if to steady himself before he continued with what he wanted to say. "I remember more of the past which I wish to leave behind me than I would like. Part of those memories are the motivations and plans of one Fenrir Greyback." A wave of murmurs went through the hall, lords and ladies turning to those sitting close to them, but Marvolo ignored them all. He needed to be convincing, needed to play his part well. Another deep breath before he continued, giving the others time to calm down. "He wants to establish a werewolf society, overthrowing us magicals. He sees us as weak, werewolves as superior." That brought quite a few outraged shouts, which he also ignored. "He uses the fact that someone infected can't be a part of our society to gather them, bind them to him, make them loyal." Changes to the harsh laws, giving hope to those wishing to lead law-abiding lives, are a threat to his plans. They diminish the grounds he builds on. Of course he would take action to counter our efforts. That last Marvolo almost shouted, straightening his spine to appear sure of this, of himself. The auras and guests have managed to beat the attack back, and until the next full moon, there is time to catch those responsible for this attack. I agree that we must take action, but we must hunt those that are a threat. Concentrate our efforts on the true danger, Fenrir Greyback. Not let ourselves be distracted by the easier-to-catch, but comparatively harmless targets, those werewolves living as normal a life as they can manage. Let's hunt for Greyback. He is the real problem here. A few people really applauded after this passionate speech, more passionate than Marvolo had intended when he had started. But maybe he had swayed enough votes in favor of his suggestion to make sure the ministry would not come knocking at every known and suspected peaceful werewolf in Britain. Another hour later, the chief warlock finally called for a vote. Raise your wands when the action you want to see enacted is called out. The assistants readied their quills to take note of the way the Wisengamot would vote. Who wants to see the proposal of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Beast Division, to round up all werewolves to deport, imprison, or put them down, enacted? Forcing himself to not look around, Marvolo waited, and was relieved to see that fewer people had voted for this proposal than he had feared, when the assistant cast a golden number into the air above his head. Next, Lord Abbot called out for those wanting to see Marvolo's own proposal to hunt for Fenrir and his pack, relying on his memories of likely hunting grounds and hiding places, which got more votes than the proposal made by Diggory. Marvolo felt better instantly, but managed to keep his relief from his face. They had managed to contain the damage intended by Greyback. That there were 10 lords and ladies who wanted to wait for more information before committing to a course of action, and no abstains, wasn't really important after that. Madame Bones came over to him the moment the session had been dismissed by the chief warlock. "Do you have any prior engagements hindering you from accompanying me to the Aura headquarters right this minute, Lord Slytherin?" The woman spoke with clear determination, making an impressive figure even after this long day, sitting about, listening to old men bickering. I have nowhere to be right this moment. Lead the way, Madame Bones. With a shallow bow from his hip, Marvolo gestured with a sweep of his arm for her to precede him, implying that he would follow right behind her. If he gave the Auras all the information he had, and that his Death Eaters had gathered in the last weeks since the first attack, they might be able to track them down quickly. Albus walked at a leisurely pace down from his office and quarters late on Wednesday afternoon. He rather would be at the Wisengamot meeting Elphias had sent him an owl about. But as he was no longer the Potter Regent or the Chief Warlock, he wasn't invited to attend. Maybe it would be enough when his old friend came over after the meeting to give him an accounting. It was highly likely that they would vote for the werewolves to be more strongly persecuted again after all the havoc Greyback had wrought. It would enable him to appear as a benevolent and helpful advocate of their rights if the vote went as he expected. Intervening on the behalf of those who might be useful to him would sway them in his favor. Just as the Lupin family had been in his debt for the admittance of their son to the school, it was handy to have people grateful to you. Not being able to be at the Wisengamot meeting gave him the opportunity to meet with his brother, though, and with Hagrid. He had thought long about it, and had come to the conclusion those two might be the best for a budding plan he was working on. It was obvious that Tom was slowly working on that poor boy, Harry, to turn him around and away from his true friends and the right values. They just had to get him away from that man. His walk down from the school to the village and through it to his brother's pub was an uneventful one. The weather wasn't particularly nice, but rather dark and dreary, with a persistent drizzle of almost frozen rain falling down on Albus' bright orange robes. He preferred bright robes during the bleak months of winter. When he stepped into the Hog's Head, Aberforth really should clean the windows. There was barely any light coming through. Hagrid was already there, sitting at a table in a corner, a big tankard in front of him. Albus sauntered over, smiling genially. "Hagrid, how nice that you are already here." "Headmaster," the half-giant greeted back, a broad smile making his thick beard twitch. Aberforth said to go up to the private room at the back of the hall to the left. He'll be there shortly, you see. So lead the way then, my friend. I will follow behind you. With a hand, Albus indicated that Hagrid should go up the stairs first, and the big groundskeeper did so, carrying his tankard in one hand, dwarfing it. They sat down in the room Aberforth had assigned to them, making idle conversation about the goings-on in the Forbidden Forest, until the door opened to admit a disgruntled-looking wizard with his sleeves pushed up his arms, his grey beard not as neatly trimmed as Albus kept his. "What do you want to talk about, Albus? And make it quick. I have guests down in the inn, and I do have to work for my income. So get on with it." With a huff he sat down in a chair near the door, impatiently looking at his older brother, and Hagrid sitting on a big cushion on the floor. "I have asked you here because I need your help with something important for the good of our world," Albus started with a carefully conspiratorial voice. He needed to convince Hagrid, and at the same time keep his brother from leaving in a huff because he was acting too overtly suspicious. "You both know that Lord Slytherin is a most dangerous wizard, and certainly up to no good. He never had any interest in bettering our society, only his own gain on his mind. As long as he has young Harry in his grasp, though, we won't be able to oust him from his wrongfully captured seat and position. So I propose that we prevent Harry from returning to the deceiving Tom at the start of the holidays." Albus aimed for an important face to go with this, in his eyes, valuable plan, but had trouble maintaining the expression when his gaze fell on his small audience. Hagrid looked like he had seen a grim, clearly shocked, and Aberforth even was shaking his head at his older brother. "Albus, clearly you can't think that would work. What do you intend to do? Put the lad under the Imperious curse? Dose him with recreational potions to make him dependent on you providing them? And how will you keep the Auras off your trail? You can't assume the lad's adoptive father would let his disappearance just go." With great effort, Albus managed to keep an interested mask up in the face of his brother's accusations. He always had a penchant for nitpicking plans, pointing out possible flaws without pausing to search for possible solutions to the problems he was exaggerating in the first place. With great patience, Albus started to explain his solutions to these seemingly existing issues. "I will, of course, make sure that Tom thinks Harry is on an extended visit with friends, or maybe his muggle relatives. And with your help, Hagrid, He turned to the groundskeeper. I'm sure we can get Harry to leave his friends alone, to visit with you to be shown something of interest in the Forbidden Forest just before the train leaves for London. Hagrid had placed the tankard, now empty, on the only table in the room, now wringing his hands nervously. You certainly can't want me to betray his trust, headmaster. Harry and I are friends. True, he didn't have much time this year, but it's his owl year. That's a really busy one for the students. No, sir, please, I can't do that. Tears were rolling down from the normally smiling eyes into the thick brush of Hagrid's beard. Before Albus could come up with a response to that, Aberforth interrupted him again, anger glinting in his blue eyes. Are you finally going balmy, Albus? You can't seriously claim that's a good plan. He shook his head again, clearly exasperated. I will have no part in this harebrained scheme of yours. You hear me? And now leave, Albus, and don't darken my doorstep any time soon. Then he turned towards the still confused Hagrid and addressed him gruffly. You are always welcome here. And don't get involved in that disaster of a plan if you can help it. Nothing good will come of it. Without waiting for an answer or permission to leave from his older brother, Aberforth left the room, leaving the door open, clearly wanting them to leave. Hagrid left quickly, mumbling something about needing to feed the Thestrals in the forest and wanting to search for more unicorn tail hairs before making a beeline to the door, trying and failing to look small. Albus was unhappy with the way things had gone. He had rather hoped that those two would know what a danger Tom still was, and that removing Harry from the man was the best way to shift the odds in their favor. If he didn't manage something very soon, it might become necessary to kill the boy himself after all. With the Horcrux most likely lodged in the boy, there was no way around that. His vague hope that Tom's doing the deed himself might keep the boy safe wasn't worth sacrificing all hope for. A much gloomier headmaster returned to his office, walking to stand next to the window Fawkes was sitting next to. Why had Tom chosen such an unlikely path? And how did it happen that he had been unable to see this possible path? At dinner that evening, the seat at the middle of the teacher's table stayed empty, to the curious glances between the professors. Close to nightfall, the no longer full moon hidden behind the rain-bearing clouds, a few people woke on the floor of an abandoned hunting cabin. They were naked, their bodies covered in scars, hair and beards long and unkempt. One after the other, they staggered over to a heap of old and badly mended clothes, picking through them all to find their trousers, shirts, socks, and shoes. The biggest man among them, with teeth filed to a point, long, yellow-tinted fingernails, and grey matted hair, appeared to be unhappy with something, a snarl on his face, as he was dressing himself for warmth. Fenrir was as unhappy as he looked. When he had first woken after the last night and the transformation, he had counted his pack. There were several wolves short. That could only mean one thing. They had lost members of their pack, more than he had planned for, in the attack they had started on that forsaken party. Jeb, he growled, yanking a sweater riddled with holes over his head. Why didn't you know that there would be so many auras? It was your job to get us all the information we needed. You failed, Jeb, you failed. The other man looked frightened enough, looking around their normal place to change during the colder nights of the year. When not in their wolf forms, they needed clothes, and leaving them somewhere outside could get them wet, or even missing, so they always searched out an old house, shack, or similar to leave the loathed but needed objects of human culture within. Get me a newspaper, one from today, now, he roared the last as Jeb still hesitated. While the young boy, Fenrir, had taken him when he had been 9, scrambled from the cabin to do as he was commanded, Fenrir strode purposefully out of the room where the others still sorted out who would be wearing what. Maybe the fact that he hadn't been able to get his teeth into at least one wizard or witch wasn't as big a problem as he feared. True, he had wanted to infect a few ministry people, but the first goal had been to make them fear wolves again, so they would stop making them a part of their weak way of life. That was the most important part. No wolf should be able to choose something other than living with his pack, strengthening his army to overthrow the weak humans. They only had the upper hand because there were so many of them, but he would change that. Oh yes, he would. He paced, as always full of energy after a full moon, until Jeb came back, bringing with him a torn and muddy edition of the Daily Prophet. After Fenrir had slowly worked his way through the article on the front page, he was grinning, showing his teeth. It looked like his most important goal would be met. They were feared again. Corbin Yaxley was feeling much better today. Getting tortured by the Dark Lord. The man still was the Dark Lord even when Corbin was sure something wasn't right with him. Hadn't been the problem. What had made Corbin doubt his lord, or rather the man's methods, was the way he had been lecturing over the Yaxley family's history. Parading all the squibs born into the family out for Corbin to see, the poor performance at school, the trouble with casting magic, often exhibited by members of the family. The Dark Lord had claimed those were the results of inbreeding. What a lot of hogwash. Every sensible pureblood knew that mudbloods were stealing the magic from respectable families, robbing them of their rightful might, their potential, to claim what wasn't theirs, causing squibs in the first place. Those ridiculous claims that the shameful squibs cast out were the reason that mudbloods were born at all, had only been another proof that that snivelling idiot of a wizard Pettigrew had botched the resurrection ritual. But Corbin knew he had it in him to set everything to rights, help the Dark Lord become what he was meant to be once again. In his best casual robes, he walked into the private room in one of the clubs down Nocturne Alley that was frequented by those without the money to buy themselves positions in the ministry. But here one could find the wizards, young and old, who held true to the old traditions despite their lack of wealth, which made it easy for the likes of Malfoy or not to gain positions of power and buy themselves free of the silly punishments the ministry enforced for even more useless laws to protect muggles. When he stepped through a curtain, everyone fell silent. There they were, the young men he hoped to recruit to his cause, his mission to get their Dark Lord back the way he used to be. Their champion to get back into the ruling position in this world, where they all belonged. "Good evening, my young gentlemen," he said to them with a little evil smirk. A young wizard, maybe in his early 20s, with red hair, turned in his seat, gave Corbin an assessing look, and then narrowed his eyes. "What do you want here?" If Corbin wasn't mistaken, this was one of the Caro family, maybe a nephew of the twins. The sneer on the boy's face looked remarkably like the one Alecto often wore. "Father, this is just a nice evening between friends." Of course his son was here. That was the reason he knew of this meeting in the first place. There was worry in his boy's eyes, and the way they were talking in here just moments ago, it was understandable that they were worried. "I know, son, and I share your concerns, so no need to worry. The laws prohibiting the hunt on muggles are a disgrace, but just trying to change them now will hardly work." With a few more steps, Corbin was close to an empty seat near the middle of the small, dirty room, which he took, placing himself in the center of these young men, disillusioned with the life they were forced to live due to the ministry's errors and banishing of old, valued traditions. The Dark Lord is intent on raising the number of wizards and witches, where it has been reduced by a war and the ministry's shunning of tradition. The way the Dark Lord was going about this wasn't the best, of that Corbin was sure, but the idea was right. There were too few to really take on another war. I speak of the tradition of mistresses, kept women. It was the norm for the head of the household, for every adult wizard with the means to keep them, to have a kept woman, to work in the house, and to have more children. A half-blood or a mudblood, or muggle if she was pretty. I'm here to get your help in starting this tradition anew. And just with these few words, he had the attention of everyone. He started to explain his plan, or rather the parts this youngsters needed to know, to them, outlining the actions they were to take in the next weeks. They would need safe places to keep the women. They would need to find them healthy, good-looking women that at best wouldn't be missed. And if they managed to be careful enough, they soon would have a lot of magical children they could raise with the right values. Of course, those half-bloods will not be part of the families, but the sons will be passable soldiers, and the daughters will give birth to another generation of magical children. And just another generation later, there will be children worthy to be included in the pure families we want to preserve. It was a long game, but it was what the Dark Lord truly wanted. More magical children, and no need to let men have children together or to include mudbloods raised with muggle values in their society. Chapter 59, Attraction. Chapter text Thursday, 7th of December, after lessons had been over for the day. Harry had fetched his drawing supplies from his room down in the dungeons and walked out onto the grounds. It had taken some time, but finally he had found a spot from which he had a really nice view of Hogwarts and the lake. Now he was drawing a rough sketch as a base to create a painting of the castle. Harry had thought long and hard on what to get his guardian for Christmas and the man's birthday. He had decided to find some interesting book for Christmas. He was debating if The Art of War by Sun Tzu or The Prince by Machiavelli would be the more fitting, as he didn't really know if Marvolo did celebrate that holiday. For the man's birthday, the much more important occasion to give a gift in Harry's eyes, he wanted to give him a painting of Hogwarts he had made himself. His impression from the few times Dudley had given something to his parents had been that parents always were happy to get something their children had made with their own hands. As he really had limited experience, and the painting of a big pile of snakes had been a success, he had decided to repeat that on a larger scale. Erasing one of the towers for a third time, it had looked somewhat wrong each time he had drawn it. Harry looked up to see someone walking towards him, holding a wand lighted with a lumos in front of them. Concentration shifting back to a fourth attempt to get that pesky tower to look right. Harry ignored the figure getting closer and closer for the moment. Since his move to the Slytherin dungeons, he had felt a lot safer than before. He had just started to erase his fourth attempt as well when the person stopped next to him, slightly panting. "Harry, here you are. It wasn't easy finding you," Hermione said, out of breath, tucking her hat down over her bushy hair, fumbling because her hands were safely encased in knitted mittens. "Now that you've found me, what can I do for you, Hermione?" Harry asked, squinting up at the castle. Maybe he had the perspective wrong. Harry heard a huff from his side, but continued to study the castle in front of him. There had to be a way to draw that tower and make it look good. "I wanted to see if you would be willing to study with me. I'm really interested in comparing your way of writing the potion's instructions to those that are in our books. I'm having trouble to understand what's in them that helps you to brew better. I never had trouble with the way our books present the instructions." She sounded irritated, probably because Harry seemed as if he wasn't paying her any attention. "I can lend you some of my notes, so you can compare and come up with some questions you want me to answer. At the moment, I have to finish this sketch. There isn't much time until the holidays, after all, and I need to get this finished in time. Maybe getting more of the area surrounding the difficult tower finished would help with getting it to look right. I suppose that could work." Now his friend sounded reluctant. "But it really would be easier to get down to the helpful differences if you were there from the start, Harry." A little annoyed, Harry turned to face Hermione. "I guess it could be quicker, but you can get to the bottom of this mystery after the holidays, or even after exams. You said so yourself. You have no trouble with the way the receipts are written in the textbook. But I have to have this finished before we leave the school for the holidays, so this here is of higher priority." He shrugged, seeing the war behind Hermione's brown eyes. He knew well enough that there wasn't anything much more important than studying and knowledge to Hermione, but her tendency to create plans and schedules to organize everything had given her a sense for prioritizing things based on the date something needed to be finished. "I guess you're right. May I borrow your notes?" She didn't sound really happy with this solution, but Harry was happy that she had accepted his reasoning. "I'll bring them up with me to dinner if that works for you," Harry asked, turning his attention for a moment in her direction. She shrugged, rubbing her hands together. "I guess that'll work. You coming back with me? It's really cold out here." Harry looked at his sketch and then at the castle. There was still that tower to draw and a few bigger, important parts to mark before he was truly finished with his work for today. But it was really cold, and his feet were starting to feel the cold, too. His right hand, without gloves so he could draw at all, was cold as ice as well. But he wanted to finish this. "I guess I'll finish up here. With the defense club meeting tomorrow, there will be no time to finish up tomorrow, and the weekend is filled with study time and homework." Here Harry gave his studious friend a pointed look, maybe making her blush. But as the cold had flushed her face a bright red already, it was hard to tell. "See you at dinner, then," Hermione said, turned on her heel, and walked up the path she had come down, meeting with two tall figures making their way over to Harry. It seemed he wouldn't get as much quiet as he had hoped for. Fred and George stopped right next to Harry, looking over his shoulder to see what he was doing. "Not bad," was the comment from the twin on the right, while the one on the left nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. "Yeah, it's clear what you have drawn there." Percy never managed to get his pictures of Penelope looking remotely like a human. That's probably why he had them stashed away in the bottom drawer of his desk at home. Harry laughed at that picture. Poor Percy, chasing his two brothers, trying to get back his pictures, mortified that Penelope would see them and be affronted. It wasn't nice of the twins to tease their brother with his lack of practice or talent, or both, but it was hard to be mad at them for long. And it was clear they never had done something like posting the pictures on the board in the common room. If they had, this wouldn't be the first time Harry had heard about it. "What do you two want?" Harry asked, starting another attempt to get that tower right. "We have here." They got out two satchels from beneath their cloaks, assorted products from our production. We have tested them and worked out the last kinks. You, as our silent investor and Gryffindor inside of Slytherin, are the best to get them to the snakes so we can get a good picture of what they like and would buy. Would you do that, Harry? Harry gave them a raised eyebrow. They needed to be more specific before he would agree to anything. He still could remember vividly the picture of Dudley choking on his own tongue. No, agreeing to something the twins had thought out, but were reluctant to explain, was maybe as dumb as agreeing to a trade with a Slytherin without sorting out the terms beforehand. "We want you to offer those products to the Slytherins for the prices marked on the outside of the packaging and get them to answer the questions we have on the parchments in there somewhere. Give us the money and the filled-in questionnaires afterwards, and we'll be happy." They gave him matching grins and wiggled their eyebrows, holding out the satchels to him. So this was something like marketing research the twins were doing here. They had said as much at the beginning of term that they planned to use this last year at Hogwarts to get a clear picture of what the normal Hogwarts student wanted from their joke products. It was only logical that the Slytherins were harder to approach than the other three houses for two Gryffindors. Harry guessed it wasn't a horribly terrible idea to offer the other Slytherins the opportunity to look at the merchandise. If you accept accountability for all eventual trouble, bad reactions to some ingredients or the like, then I'm in. Help carry the stuff back to the castle. Harry stuffed the pencil he had been using in one of his pockets, got out the glove for his right hand to slip it on, and closed his sketchbook before he turned back towards the castle. On the way back, he asked the twins a lot of questions about their products and what they were planning to work on next. They had a lot of great ideas for future products and were already planning on how best to structure their shop, as well as how to disguise their products for Owl Order into Hogwarts. They expected to be on the banned items list rather quickly, much to Harry's delight. Ooh, when Harry sat foot into the common room a little later, carrying two satchels and his drawing supplies, the room was packed with students. The atmosphere was quiet and studious, a few smaller groups playing games at the edges of the room, one group laughing about a story one of them was telling. All in all, it looked like a typical late afternoon, just before dinner would be served. A glance around the room quickly showed Harry where he could find his classmates. The others were sitting near one of the fireplaces close to the entrances to the dorm corridors. Without missing a beat, Harry walked over to them, carefully setting his newly acquired satchels on the ground. "How is homework going?" Harry asked innocently, earning himself some very pointed glares. Goyle only grunted, carefully copying an essay from a messy draft onto a new scroll, while Theo pointedly closed his defense book. "I know you wanted to take a walk outside, and looking at how red your face is, you actually did do that. But that's no reason to mock us. You will have to write that essay yourself." Harry sighed in defeat. There was no mistake. He would have to write that incredibly dull essay for defense. But for the moment he had something to distract himself and everyone else, so he got out the satchels. "I have managed to get us all a discount for some of the prank products the Weasley twins have invented. Anyone interested in some skiving snack boxes to get out of a few lessons with our current excuse for a defense professor?" Harry felt that was a clever way to get the conversation over to where he wanted it to go. Obvious, as looks from Theo and Draco confirmed, but welcome, so the Slytherins rolled their eyes at him but were amused. "A discount, you say?" Draco asked, opening one of the satchels and spreading out the boxes from within to look at them and the descriptions on the outside of the packages. They all were eye-wateringly bright. The others at the table quickly removed their homework from the table, grabbing for a box or two, thankful for the distraction and curious to boot. Yes, they want to know the average Slytherin student's opinion on their products. So, for you to have an opinion on their products, you need to be able to test them before answering any questions. They asked me to help with that. Harry snatched up a thick roll of parchment tied up with a red ribbon. As he had suspected, he discovered upon opening the scroll that these were the sheets with questions. I wonder, Daphne started, turning a box of extendable ears over in her hands, where they get the money from to fund all their research. They clearly have made an investment here. And say what you will, the salary of a ministry employee isn't big enough to support that bigger family and make risky investments. The girl wasn't looking at Harry directly, but he just knew she was asking him. A look around the table showed that Draco and Theo, as well as Millicent and Pansy, agreed with Daphne's assessment. So they probably had had some form of education on things like the financial management of an estate and all that entailed. I know they have an investor who wants to remain anonymous. Their mother doesn't approve, it's just no proper job in her eyes, so I understand their caution. Harry offered as the only explanation he was going to give, not stating clearly that he had been the one to invest in their business, but admitting to it nonetheless. It was funny how Slytherin talk worked sometimes, or maybe it should be named politician talk instead. In Harry's admittedly limited experience, all politicians talked that way, regardless from which house they were. What does this do? Crabbe asked, holding up a tube of canary cream decorated with bright yellow feathers moving over the surface. I guess you might have seen that one before. It turns the one eating something with it in it into a big canary. The feathers fall out one after the other, and once they're all gone, you turn back. I know a few times someone used it in the Great Hall, Harry explained, happy to collect the sickles Crabbe got out of his pocket and hand over a piece of parchment together with the change. If you use that on me, you'll be in trouble, Zabini said to Crabbe with more than a little fervor in his voice. We'll visit family over Yule. Last year a cousin hexed me as a prank. This will be great revenge. Crabbe's face was satisfied, and the boy left to store his newly purchased goods in his trunk. It didn't take long to attract a crowd with the Weasley merchandise. One of the older boys complained about the prices he had paid previously for a nosebleed nougat. I guess you didn't purchase it directly from the Weasley twins? Harry asked, and got a shake of a head and a scowl as an answer. Then it's likely that it was sold and bought more than once before it came into your hands, and someone made a profit out of it. With grumbling acceptance, the other handed over the money and accepted the box, along with a sheet of parchment filled with writing. One of the first-year boys tossed a tube of canary cream back on the table, scoffing at his friend. Who would like to sound like an animal, howling like a werewolf? Why would you want to sound like one of those monsters? I think the ministry should just kill them all, and the problem would be solved, before turning as if to vanish into the crowd surrounding the table. Harry felt himself go very still at this casual dismissal of the humanity of werewolves. Without much of a thought, Harry had extended his arm, his hand taking a firm grasp on the back of the boy's robe, reaching his target with the thoughtless ease of the practiced seeker. What did you say? His voice was almost a growl, the small boy turning as far as he was able, his face pale and his eyes wide. Did you just state it would be a good idea to just round up and kill a group of witches and wizards to just kill them, regardless of if they had violated any laws or not, without a trial, or are my ears tricking me? Harry didn't really register the awkward angle the boy had to hold his head with that much of his robe clutched in Harry's hand, but he registered all the eyes that were on him, the silence around them, the rising tension. Yeah, that's what I said. You've got a problem with that. They're all dangerous beasts. My parents say they're better off dead anyway. Either the little Slytherin had argued with the hat, just as Harry had done the evening of his sorting, or he hadn't yet learned any subtlety at all. It was also possible he was ambitious and not cunning. At all. Because saying such a thing when at a clear disadvantage wasn't the smartest thing to do. You already learnt Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. You know, a friend of mine knocked out a troll using that charm back when we were first years. So you can be dangerous too. Each of us can be. Do you think we should all be killed just because there are some choosing to do evil, harm others? No. The boy was now rapidly shaking his head, clearly afraid of Harry. That was what finally penetrated the anger that had gripped Harry. He was terrified of himself. Had he just grabbed an 11-year-old kid, almost shaking him, yelling at him? Yes, he had. Suddenly he felt sick to his stomach. Carefully he loosened his grip, making sure the boy stayed upright. He took a deep breath to center himself and get more distance between himself and his anger. This reaction had been overly dramatic, but his anger hadn't been unfounded, had it? No, casually suggesting a large number of humans should be killed wasn't something you just let stand. You should think more about what you say, and not just parrot back what someone else told you, Harry said, now a lot calmer. But the churning feeling in his stomach was still there. Ignoring the first year now scurrying away, he turned to the other fifth years, seeing curious and careful expressions aimed his way. Draco, can you take over the distribution? I have to collect something from my room before we go up for dinner. After he had received a small nod from the blonde, Harry hurried away to the safety of his own room. He was horrified over his own reaction. He didn't want to be a bully. He hated bullies. Where had that come from? Thea was on the move the moment his silent conversation with Draco and Daphne was finished. They all had seen the horror in their friend's eyes. He had been terrified by his own reaction. It had been unexpected, so Thea supposed he could understand the surprise, and considering how. Mild and non-confrontational Harry seemed to be most of the time, even with his snark and sarcasm shining through with increasing frequency. The violent reaction seemed a little out of character for the new Slytherin. Speeding up after he was out of sight, Theo managed to reach Harry at the door to his room before the other could properly close it. "Come on, let me in. You look like you can use a friend." Obviously hearing the steel in Theo's voice, Harry let his hand fall from the door, walking over to his desk, starting to rummage around some drawers. Because he had another priority at the moment, Theo only allowed himself a brief look around the room. It was quite similar to the normal dorm rooms, if a bit bigger and more orderly than the room he had to share with not only Draco and Blaze, but Vince and Greg as well. The last two weren't the most orderly people. What the kids said wasn't right. He not only contradicted Lord Slytherin's politics in public where you could hear him, he also casually demanded the death of innocent, if occasionally dangerous people. Theo walked over the really nice rug over to the bed and sat down at the edge. "Don't beat yourself up over this. Maybe you overreacted, but you caught yourself. No one came to harm. Maybe he'll learn to think before opening his mouth and parroting what he's heard somewhere. At least he'll learn to keep his mouth shut until he knows how the wind is blowing where he is at the moment." Harry made a face at that, making Theo smirk. Of course, the Gryffindor sensibilities would object to the fact that you could think whatever you well pleased, as long as you knew when and where to speak your mind, and when to keep quiet. "Come on, let's get up to dinner, and after let's play a game of chess. You need to practice if you want to get better." Harry rolled his eyes at Theo for that obvious attempt to change the topic, but he smiled. "Thanks for trying to cheer me up. Let's go. Will you help with the younger years tomorrow in the Defense Club meeting? I think we should improvise a session on how to use prank charms any first year would know to get away from a dangerous person." Glad that his friend didn't seem inclined to brood over the incident, Theo happily agreed. Making sure the younger kids knew how to defend themselves adequately was a good goal. Reinforcing the lesson Harry had taught this evening was a nice side effect. After a long day teaching classes, and an evening spent grading essays with Sonia reading a potions magazine next to him, Severus was on his way to the hospital wing. He had a basket of finished potions to deliver. The days since his visit to his ancestral home, his own manor now, had been busy ones. He had instructed the elves in what he wanted them to do, which rooms to make habitable first, how he wanted the potions garden planted, and other things along those lines. He had taken Sonia to visit, and they both had admired the potions laboratories. Yes, several laboratories in the basement. At the moment, they were debating on whether Severus should sell the house his parents had left him, and about the robes they would need to have made for the events they would have to attend after officially claiming his new title. She thought it would be best to go to one of the tailors in Diagon Alley. Severus would prefer to have one of the elves make them for him. Honey had said she was proficient in sewing. Sonia was skeptical. Severus stepped through the doors to the infirmary, seeing that all the beds were empty, but there was light still on in Madame Pomfrey's office. With a few more steps, files softly tinkling in the basket as they moved against each other, Severus came close enough to the door that he could hear two voices behind it, arguing. Out of habit, Severus' steps got lighter, more careful, so he wouldn't make as much noise. When he recognized the voice of Aberforth Dumbledore, He cast a spell on himself to make sure his steps, clothes, and the basket he was carrying wouldn't make a sound. This was too good an opportunity to waste. That can't be right. Truly, you must be mistaken. The Medi-Witch sounded distressed, as if she wished whatever she had been told was a lie. A fire was burning, the scent of burning wood and the sounds of flames didn't leave a doubt. Maybe a flu call. I know what I have seen. There were stubborn undertones in the younger Dumbledore's voice. And I don't claim to be right. That's why I'm asking you to check. He is acting strange, making plans to keep a student from their guardian. I think he's losing it. There's only one other explanation, and I hope that's not the reason. I rather would believe he's getting old enough to lose his marbles. So please, the next time he's in range of your wand, cast a diagnostic and test for dementia. At the end, the owner of the most shady pub in Hogsmeade was demanding that Pomfrey should just do as he said. While the two inside the office, Dumbledore, most likely by flu call in the fireplace, were debating over technicalities, Severus mulled over the few words he had overheard. The headmaster was planning to abduct a student. There was practically no way the student in questions wasn't his lord's son, the boy he was sworn to protect. Who else could be a target? One of the Death Eater's children. It was unlikely the headmaster would try to capture one of those kids. After several moments, the discussion inside the office slowly was moving to an end. Severus moved back to the entrance, removed the spell keeping his level of noise down, before he walked back towards the office, making more noise than he normally would. When he was back, knocking on the office door, he heard the last words of farewell between the school Medi-Witch and the headmaster's brother before the door opened. Good evening. I have here the new batches of pepper-up potion, sleeping draught, calming draught, and stomach soother. Are there others you will need more of? Long practice enabled the potion's master to look unconcerned and not show any of his inner planning and scheming to the witch accepting the basket from him. I'll need more skin-cleaning solution soon. Some teenagers get up to some desperate measures over pimples. She rolled her eyes, turning to place the basket on a table near her storage shelves. Please send me a list as soon as possible. I'll have to plan carefully to get everything brewed in time. They wished each other a good night before Severus left, and Madame Pomfrey started to move the new potions into the spots she had designated for them. On his way down to the dungeons, Severus laid out a plan for the rest of the night. He would need to inform his lord as soon as he could, without drawing undue attention from the headmaster or any of the man's spies. It was impossible to leave the castle without being spotted by at least a few portraits, or without alerting the headmaster through the wards. At least Severus was pretty sure the wards were set to inform the headmaster if a student or member of staff left the premises. Maybe his best bet would be to fake being summoned. Deciding on this course of action, Severus chose a stretch of hallway with a lot of portraits to touch his arm, right over the mark, for a brief moment before accelerating his pace. Hopefully this would corroborate his claim once the headmaster received the report from his spies on the walls. Sonia was already in her nightgown, only wearing an open robe over it, when Severus set foot into their quarters. She looked questioningly when he only gave her a short kiss, before going for the wardrobe and the hidden compartment inside, where his Death Eater robes and mask were hidden. You're being summoned. She sounded sleepy and on edge at the same time. No, love. But I have something to report, so I will claim a summons as the reason for leaving the school. There is no need to worry. He got his wand out, casting a patronus to inform the headmaster he would leave, as was the established procedure between them. Then I'll take a book and will sit up reading, as I would do if you truly were called to a madman bent on destruction. She gave him a small smirk, winking at him while hiding a yawn behind one hand. Her ring, reflecting the light from the candles and fireplace, sent a pleasant feeling through Severus. They exchanged another kiss, before Severus charmed both items he had retrieved from the wardrobe to shrink until they fit into his pocket. He wouldn't actually don them, at least not until he returned to the school, so he would present the expected image for the headmaster. Uo Marvolo was preparing a small room for Nagini's use during the time she was to shed her current skin. As no elf would be able to understand her instructions, and she already was irritable enough, Marvolo was currently adjusting the humidity, number, and position of stones, branches, and other natural objects, as well as the temperature, to Nagini's specifications. Now it's to warm, just a little colder. And that big stone over there should be like a stone right from out of the sun. She hissed impatiently, her eyes getting a milky color, a clear indicator the big reptile was about to exchange her skin for one a little bit bigger so she could keep growing. Not complaining, Marvolo cast a few more charms, making a big stone in one corner of the room self-heating so it would feel like a stone which had been in the sun for several hours. She was really moody shortly before she was about to shed her skin. Suddenly, Marvolo felt one of his followers calling for him through the mark. That hadn't happened at all since he had returned to Abadi. He wasn't sure about the time he had been nothing more than a ghost. At the moment, he thought it most likely that not one of his Death Eaters had thought to summon him during that time. I need to leave, Nagini. Please test the room. I will adjust what still isn't the way you like it, once I'm back. Her hiss in answer to this information sounded displeased, but getting everything to a point where she would be satisfied could take hours still. So he cast a spell at the door to keep the atmosphere inside the room separate from the rest of the house, before he went to get his robes and apparate over to headquarters. The moment Marvolo arrived in the big room used for meetings, the place he had been called to, the one waiting for him got down on one knee, dark robes pooling around him on the floor. It took only a short look for the Dark Lord to be sure that Severus had called for him. The fact that he had done so through the mark was a reassurance. If there had been a problem with Henry, the man would have sent a patronus. Severus, rise. What is so urgent you have to inform me at this time of night? It wasn't all that late, but late enough that most sensible people who needed to get up in the morning would be headed for bed. I overheard a conversation I believe you need to know about, my lord, the still kneeling man answered, his head still bowed. Marvolo rolled his eyes, sure the other wouldn't be able to see it. In a way, this display of deference and submission was gratifying, but it also made things more complicated than they should be, making interactions between him and his followers a lengthy process. I said rise, Severus, and follow. It sounds like this will take some time. I'd rather sit for a longer talk. Without waiting for Severus to do as he asked, expecting the man to hurry, Marvolo turned around and made his way over to his office in the house. He would take this opportunity to take a drink before he had to deal with an irate Nagini again. 2 tumblers were retrieved as well as a bottle of excellent muggle scotch before Severus arrived at the door, following Marvolo in with another bow. Following a silent command, given with the wave of a hand, Severus sat down in the chair reserved for visitors. What is it you want to report? Marvolo asked, swirling the drink in its glass, marveling at its smooth color and scent. Severus took up his own glass, cradling it between his hands folded around the small container. While delivering potions to the infirmary, I heard Madame Pomfrey talking to someone I think was Aberforth Dumbledore about the man's suspicion the headmaster may be suffering from a decline in his mental health. He demanded the Mediwitch test the headmaster for dementia. The proof he provided was a plan hatched by the headmaster to keep a student from his or her guardian. He wasn't elaborating on the plan, but I think the most likely target for such a plan would be your son, my lord. Severus took a tentative sip from his drink. The potion's master always was careful with spirits or wine around Marvolo. Probably a force of habit, because in the past his followers had needed their wits about them all the time they stayed in his presence. Do you think you will be able to get more details? My son carries reasonable protection against abduction with him at all times, but if the headmaster really means it, my son could come to great harm before I can be there to get him to safety. Suddenly, his stomach made odd movements, churning, making Marvolo think of what might cause something like this. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. When he had been told his son had fallen down the stairs from his dorm, breaking several bones, he had felt something similar. He was worried about another person coming to harm. It was disconcerting and reassuring at the same time. Reassuring because it was an indicator for his returning and still improving humanity, the harm undone that he had inflicted on himself. And disconcerting because such feelings could easily be exploited by others, and therefore presented a weakness. He would have to find ways to shield his weaknesses, because cutting away his human nature would harm his magic and mind again. Not an error he would repeat knowingly. It will not be an easy task. If he really asked his brother to assist with such a plan, he clearly doesn't trust the members of his order with this. And rightfully so. I would say. Those still standing staunchly by his side mostly aren't inclined to do anything risky or so obviously against the law. Those who would be willing to risk something like that are no longer following the headmaster blindly. Severus paused to take another cautious sip. I would hazard a guess that any attempt to abduct your son would happen only when he leaves the grounds of the school, either during the last Hogsmeade visit or with the start of the winter holidays, my lord. Marvolo nodded in agreement. It was the most likely time to try something like this, because an abduction from school grounds would cause trouble for the headmaster of the school, maybe even cast suspicion on the man. He would surely try to avoid that. Look for more information, but be careful not to compromise your position. I will make Henry aware of the potential problem. Taking another sip himself, a little evil smirk settled on Marvolo's face. How is your wife? And have you already prepared everything to claim your seat on the Wisengamot properly? Marvolo knew he was rattling the other's composure with that question. He knew that Severus wasn't really looking forward to taking up the position in the spotlight. He would get the moment he came to the Wisengamot chamber, laying claim to the prince's seat. I have begun to get everything ready, my lord. I'm still debating on the right robes to wear and the right moment to announce my claim. I'm also still unsure if I should inform the headmaster beforehand or not. Severus sounded reluctant, but relaxed a little more into his seat, assuming a position more fitted to appear, an equal, not a follower or subservient. I guess you'll have to make the decision of whether informing the headmaster beforehand is a good idea or not. But I can give you the planned agenda for the next regular meeting. With a wave of his hand, Marvolo cast a silent Akio for the sheet of parchment on which he had copied the agenda of the next Wisengamot meeting. A small scroll zoomed over from a shelf near the door, landing in the outstretched hand of the Dark Lord before he flicked his hand again to banish it in Severus' direction. Fumbling a bit because he still held the small tumbler in both hands, Severus managed to catch the scroll before he set the remainder of his drink down on the desk in front of him. After he had unfurled the scroll and had scanned the agenda, Severus pulled a face of distaste, causing Marvolo to chuckle. Be glad it isn't the budgeting session. That one could be classified as torture. I would advise you to announce your claim during the open session to bring forward unexpected additions to the agenda at the start of the meeting, just after the section where the minister informs about various things. A hand with long, pale fingers came up to pinch the bridge of Severus' prominent nose. There was no way he could deny his family connection to the Prince family. I feel like this will be the hardest order to follow you have ever given to me, my lord. Dealing with all those dunderhead Gryffindor lords and ladies, what do you wish me to report to the headmaster regarding the content of our meeting, my lord? With those words, the deferential posture was back again. Severus sitting at attention in his seat, head slightly lowered, small scroll vanishing inside one of his robe pockets. Marvolo leaned back with a small sigh. It was easier with Xerxes to be just himself, and not the Dark Lord. Maybe with time this state could be reached with some of the younger followers as well. If you need advice on your robes, go with something in family colors, and maybe cut more along the lines of the robes you use in the laboratory. Remind the others that you have a mastery, have reached a respectable position under unfavorable conditions. So maybe traditional robes altered to include some of the typical features of brewing robes, such as sleeves that narrow down considerably towards the hands. That Lucius fell almost too easily in a somewhat friendly relationship with Marvolo irked the man, but that Severus constantly slid back into a much more subservient role, always so cautious, not trusting his lord even if he was willing to follow his every command, was somehow even more infuriating. Maybe Marvolo needed another meeting with Mrs. Goyle, as he obviously wasn't going to get his feelings and reactions in order without professional help. I will take your advice under consideration, my lord. Severus bowed in his chair, not relenting on what he had asked for, an explanation about why he had been called. Marvolo sighed again. This was frustrating and wouldn't be solved by cursing the other man. Give me a report on Henry's progress in potions, as well as an evaluation over the stance of the other Slytherins towards him. After that, I would like to know how your two potions experiments are developing. For the Two Fathers potion, I might have another willing proband for you. He is currently in his last year at Hogwarts, but I guess he will not wait long after school to settle down. Severus started on his 2 reports on the spot, leaving Marvolo to listen to his potions master and wondering how he could manage to change the way they interacted to something he felt more comfortable with. It was over an hour later before Severus left to join his wife, and Marvolo apparated back to Griffin House to pander to Nagini's irritated demands. Maybe he would find some time to work some more on his theory on how to move Horcruxes between containers without harming either container or soul piece. It was a most frustrating puzzle to solve. Friday, 8th of December. It had been a long day for Harry. The way most of the younger years had looked at him in the common room and during meals, it was clear that they were spooked by the display they had seen the day before. Theo's attempt to make him feel better hadn't dispelled all his doubts, but his friend's attempt to help him had eased some of his worries. He hadn't been angry about something stupid, petty, but about the casual dismissal of the value of human lives. He had overreacted, but had managed to catch himself. At the moment, Harry planned to speak with Mrs. Goyle tomorrow to see what she thought about this. But that was tomorrow. Today, or rather now in this moment, the next meeting of the Defense Club was about to start. Once again, the Great Hall had been cleared for more floor space, and students from all houses and years had assembled. Hermione was standing beside him, looking over the crowd, a smug look on her face. She loved organizing these meetings, and all the others listening attentively to explanations from her and Harry. He had informed her the previous evening that they should change the next lesson to one on what damage was possible with first-year spells and charms, and how it was important to be careful, as well as how creative use of them could help in a pinch. They had done similar exercises before, but all in all, it was important to keep practicing. Hello, everyone. Harry got the attention of all those present. Thank you all for coming. Today we will practice shield charms and various little hexes. We all need to remember the damage that can be done even with spells that seem harmless if cast in the right or wrong situation. A tripping hex on someone near a ledge or on stairs can possibly even kill. So always be aware of the damage each of us is capable of. With the last, Harry searched the room for the cluster of first-year Slytherins, wanting to impress on them that just because someone could cause a lot of harm was no reason to kill them. Soon after that, Harry and Hermione walked down from the dais and out among the students, helping with explanations and demonstrations where needed. After Harry had explained how a person under the influence of a petrificus totalis falling face, first into a shallow puddle, could easily drown before the spell wore off to the young Miss Smith and her friend, quite aware of the fact the boy from yesterday was only a few steps away. A voice he knew well tried to get his attention. Harry, can you help us? I think we have the pronunciation of the Jellylegs jinx wrong. He turned and came face to face with Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker, and the girl he had asked to the ball last year, without success. It was a little embarrassing remembering his fumbling attempt to ask her out, and how long he had taken to even gather the courage to go up to her and ask. Can you show me? He asked, trying his hardest to not blush. Cho was really pretty and still managed to make his stomach do funny things. Cho and her friend, Harry thought her name was Edgecombe, turned to each other, Cho casting a stable Protego and her friend, with her reddish-blonde hair in a messy bun, attempting to cast the Jellylegs jinx at her friend's shield. No, your pronunciation is good. You're making an extra twitch at the end of the wand movement. Look. Harry got his own wand out, and not pointing at anyone, demonstrated the movement a few times before he asked Cho's friend to copy him. After a few more tries, a light shot from Edgecombe's wand towards Cho's shield. Thank you, Harry. Cho started to say more, but Harry felt a hand on his arm and turned to see who was there. Hello, Harry. I have no partner to practice with. It was Luna, standing there, a dreamy expression on her face, as if the fact that no one had been willing to work with her wasn't all that bad. Remembering all the times he had been selected last for a team in a school sports lesson, or how the other children had stayed away from him because of Dudley and all the lies Harry's aunt and uncle had told, he decided to do something about it. He might not be able to force others to accept the sometimes quirky Ravenclaw, but he could make sure that she had someone to practice with. Not quite ignoring Cho's further words of thanks, but dismissing them with a small nod, Harry walked together with Luna to a place where they could stand face to face a few feet apart. "I'll start with a shield, and you can cast the first jinx," he encouraged the girl across from him. At first, he thought that she wasn't paying any attention, which caused his shield to waver. He barely managed to get it back up before a yellow stinging hex would have crashed right into his face. With Harry now no longer deceived by Luna's seemingly absent-minded state, they exchanged a few more simple so-called prank spells before Hermione came over with Neville and Ron in tow. "I think Luna can practice with Ron and Neville for a while, Harry. You need to help me with explaining to the others." "You okay with that, Luna?" Harry wanted to know from his practice partner. She nodded, but Harry nonetheless was a little reluctant to leave her with his two friends. Explaining something as simple as the Protego to a sixth year was embarrassing. More than one had objected to his explanation at the start of the club. A few still did. So it happened that Harry walked by a few seventh years boys, with defense as one of their newt courses, when one of them commented on a girl, a seventh year as well, if Harry remembered correctly, which was practicing different shields not too far away. "Those robes hide too much. Have you seen what she looks like only in a skirt and blouse?" There was something eager in their voices. Harry wasn't all that sure this was how one was supposed to talk about a girl. "Oh, yes, and her ass. Do you think I could get her to agree to come on a date this Hogsmeade weekend?" Harry walked over to some of the younger students, trying to ignore the way the older boys had talked. He wasn't here to help the newt students with their practicing. Most of the time, they just went over the spells they needed to know and be able to cast for their exams at the end of the year. A few helped out with explaining now and again. No, he was here to help those in Owl Year or under, and a few others who hadn't bothered taking defense against the dark arts further after taking their owl in the subject. So Harry tried to do just that, but the rest of the lesson he had troubles concentrating. As soon as he came near one of the girls close to his age, he couldn't help but notice things about them he until now mostly had ignored. He saw the way Hermione's cardigan sat around her chest. She had discarded her robe some time before, and had to remember himself sternly that she was more like a sister to him. The way Ginny's skirt swung around her legs, as she dodged a well-aimed, powerful leglocker curse thrown by one of the twins. It was very distracting and mortifying. Some of the girls were almost strangers to him, Hermione and Ginny family, almost sisters. And then there was the warning from Marvolo in the back of his mind, that some families had strict expectations regarding dating and everything associated with it. Harry did his best to ignore what suddenly caught his eye wherever he looked. Now he was happier than ever that Daphne had already asked him to be her date to those events they would be visiting together. Girls had been terrifying before, and Harry was sure that becoming a blubbering idiot staring at their chests wouldn't make interacting with them any easier. As if being adopted hadn't been enough already, becoming an adult at the same time was just too much. Maybe he could get advice from an adult. He would have to think about that, because Sirius would be the easiest to talk to, but Harry very much doubted that he would also be the most helpful adult. Somehow it felt more like the man would tease Harry without mercy over Harry's insecurities. Turning to a pair of Hufflepuffs, he was pretty sure those were second years. Harry banished all thoughts from his head that weren't related to instructing and concentrated on the club meeting. The party he was headed to today, one in a list of many, many more, was to be held in a clearing somewhere in the woods. To make attending possible, the invitation was a portkey. His old head of house had always been eccentric about everything. Some of the parties he had held for his selected few had been outright ridiculous. In a way, Marvolo was curious what was in store for them today. But even more curious had been the fact he had been invited at all. With all the old professor knew about Marvolo's time as a student, he would have guessed the man would be wary of him. But maybe all his work to get his reputation repaired had worked so well that he once more was someone Horace Slughorn wanted to have in his collection. Unsure if this was a trap, possibly set by Albus Dumbledore, or a sign of his success in reintegrating himself with society, Marvolo checked his appearance a last time. He had selected trousers from a dark woolen cloth, a silk shirt with a silk vest, richly decorated with embroidery and glass beads, over which he would wear an open robe made of wool and lined with silk. He planned to apply ample warming charms if it proved to be necessary. A clearing in the middle of nowhere. It was a distinct possibility that he would need warm clothing to avoid having his teeth clattering together. Reading the activation phrase from the bottom of the invitation out loud, Marvolo activated the portkey, and after a moment spent in the colorful disorientation that was portkey travel, he found himself on a nice carpet surrounded by floating lights. It took a moment, but then his eyes, glamored again to hide their true color, adjusted to the lighting situation, so Marvolo could properly take in his surroundings. Others were already there, and a young witch wrapped up in what looked like a Roman or ancient Greek costume in colors probably intended to look like ice and snow. There was too much glittering involved to be anything else, came up to him. "Welcome, Lord Slytherin. Your host asked me to show you to him the moment you arrived. Please follow me." She seemed friendly enough and wouldn't really pose a threat in such a public venue, so Marvolo didn't object, but smiled a little polite greeting. "Lead the way, fair lady." Her delighted giggles were another proof that simple flattery could get you a long way with any human. While following the young witch, Marvolo had time to take in the deka. Charmed ice was arranged in blocks to form small benches, tables, and a buffet off to one side. The light was provided by floating orbs and what looked like fairies that fluttered about. The ground was covered with a large number of carpets, leaving only small gaps to see snow through. It seemed parties out in the open were the thing done this season. Hopefully, the next few parties would be held inside and near a nice, warm fire. The host was surrounded by a number of younger celebrities, or rather people who were called celebrities. A singer Marvolo thought he had seen on the front of the Daily Prophet once since his return, members of the Harpies Quidditch team, and someone who Marvolo suspected was the team's manager. "Welcome." Or a slughorn called out the moment he saw Marvolo stepping into the group surrounding his settee, placed between two fires lit in bronze braziers. "How nice that you could make it, Lord Slytherin. I imagine you got way more invitations than you could accommodate, didn't you?" The man, quite a bit larger than in his time as head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, managed to get to his feet and held his hands out in front of him. To Marvolo's immense relief, it was only to shake hands and not to hug him. That would have been simply too awkward to contemplate. My secretary had a lot of trouble balancing all the invitations that I got, but I have to commend his organizational talent. He managed to fit everyone in whom I insisted to visit. Barty had truly made a great effort to make the plans work out, but this party had been on the maybe list, not the can't avoid have to go list. Making Slughorn believe he had been one of those inviting him whom he really wanted to see was beneficial in Marvolo's eyes, so he let him believe it without speaking it out loud. Always tell the truth if you could. It was much better than lying, because it was easier to do and much harder to spot. "Go around, meet a few people. You'll find more than a few ministry-related wizards and witches here. What I heard was, you haven't had much time to get to know the current finest of magical Britain." Slughorn clearly wanted to impress his acquaintances with the fact that he had managed to invite Lord Slytherin to his party and curry favor with him by granting him the opportunity to meet more people who might be useful. Connections were a currency Slughorn always had known how to invest and use to his advantage, and maybe he could use this party to find a few possible candidates to draw to his side of things. A Quidditch star was influential with young wizards and witches and the more simple-minded masses. They could open up ways to get his message out to those not inclined to read a book or think too hard. "I'll do that," Marvolo agreed with a smile and a polite nod, provoking his old teacher to laugh jovially. Before the old man could say much more, he was drawn into a conversation with a witch dressed quite extraordinarily. It was possible she was a member of that popular musician group called the Weird Sisters, but Marvolo wasn't sure. As he turned to see if there was someone he might be interested in speaking with, an arm snaked around his own, drawing him closer to a muscular female body. Suppressing his first response, cursing whoever dared touch him without his consent, Marvolo turned to look at his assailant. "Nice to meet you, Lord Slytherin. Or may I call you Marvolo?" Her voice was nice to listen to, and what he had felt to be a well-trained body looked the same. Adding her nice dark and flawless skin to the other things he could see, she combined many traits in herself that most considered desirable, or so he assumed by his observations and readings. I don't even know your name, lovely lady. Don't you think calling me by my first name would be rushing things? Marvolo tried to relax his posture and not tense up. He wanted to be charming here, gain possible allies, not alienate strangers. And she was possibly flirting with him. She laughed and fluttered her eyelashes at him, definitely flirting. My name is Gwenog, Gwenog Jones. I'm captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Her smile was radiant. Marvolo was relatively sure she was interested in him. He didn't feel the same. Nice to meet you, Miss Jones. I heard your team is doing well this season. How is your training going? Marvolo managed a nice conversation with her, subtly rebuking her flirting attempts clearly geared to get him to agree to a more short-term involvement. I'm a single father of a teenaged boy. There are responsibilities that override a few things one could consider pleasant self-indulgence. He managed to pull off a convincing look of regret to go with that statement, making her back off, stating he was one of the more responsible adult males she had ever met. She gave him a peck to the cheek and promised to send him and his son tickets to one of her games that was to take place during the summer holidays. After that conversational minefield, Marvolo retreated to a bar off to the side to order himself one of the drinks after he had noticed, with his lips curling in distaste, the fact there were no simple spirits or wines to choose from, only those mixed concoctions with much more fruits and sugar than he wanted to ingest. He needed a drink, so one of those sugar-infested, colorful things it had to be. While watched a house elf shaking a clear container with a lid in the air above its head, a young wizard leaned against the bar next to Marvolo. It's hard dodging witches all the time, isn't it? If you want, I can introduce you to my circle of friends for maybe more interesting company. If he hadn't been looking for subtle cues at all the parties he attended, he might have missed the wiggle of eyebrows or the quick wink. But he did watch for tells like these, so he did see. Great. Another one interested in dragging him off to a secluded corner or another private space. That is a generous offer. Mister. Marvolo let his question trail off. Maybe he should spend some time learning the faces and names of all the minor celebrities of Wizarding Britain and everyone involved with various businesses. It might make these parties a little easier. Oh. I'm Rolf Spudmore, related to the Spudmore family creating brooms over in Germany. I'm managing the subsidiary here in Britain. Nice to meet you, Lord Slytherin. He extended a hand, while his other elbow remained firmly planted on the bar. The elf set the drink down in front of Marvolo, levitating a straw, a small umbrella made from paper, and a charmed giant snowflake onto the glass rim to decorate the sweet-smelling drink. Accepting the hand in a short shake, Marvolo cast a wandless detection charm on the glass. It was free of poisons, potions, or any other tampering. He took a cautious sip and made a face. It was sweet enough, but combined with the spirits in there, it was a little strange. Maybe he could get used to it over time. He took another sip before turning to the smiling young man at his side. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Spudmore. Another sip to give him time to gather his thoughts. I would really like to meet your friends, but what I said to Miss Jones is the same I will tell you. I'm a single father and have a reputation to repair. Indulging in some things that might be seen as questionable in the public eye isn't something I can risk at this point in time. This declaration didn't cause the small smile to vanish from a classically beautiful face. Another person who usually would be called attractive. Was he attracted to the man? Marvolo wasn't sure. Well, considering the climate in good old Britain and the expectations heaped upon us, we know how to be discreet, but there isn't a need to rush. After that, the conversation changed to the current climate for the broom industry and what Henry felt about his current model, the Firebolt, and how it compared to the Nimbus he had had before. It felt like a safer topic, and while they talked, often joined by others who stayed only a short time, no other witches tried to catch Marvolo's interest quite as boldly as Miss Jones had done. It was a really tired Marvolo who returned home in the early hours of the morning. He would need to go on a vacation after the holiday season was over. Chapter 60. Investigations. Chapter text Saturday, 9th of December. It was early and cold when Kingsley and Dawlish took the ministry-issued portkey on Saturday morning to a place near the cave they were sent to search. Since the disastrous party under the full moon last Tuesday, all Aurors had been searching the places Lord Slytherin had provided as those he remembered as being used by Fenrir and his cronies before that night in 1981. They had all amassed quite a bit of overtime. But Kingsley had serious doubts about the minister's promise to give them time off to balance those hours of extra work. The way the year had developed since the summer, it felt highly unlikely that there would be time for them to take time off. Have the fairies stolen your senses? Dawlish asked from his side, amusement clear in his voice. Since they had worked on the Dementor attack on school children, the two of them had been unofficial partners, always assigned to the same cases. Considering that they most likely were aligned to opposing political groups, Kingsley wasn't sure if it was a genius move or a daft one. No, just lamenting the long hours of work with little chance to get paid for them. Kingsley sighed and stuffed the portkey, a piece of cord probably enchanted by Lord Slytherin himself, into his right robe pocket. Let's get this over with. They both started to cast spells on themselves. Spells to mask their natural scent, to mask the sounds they would make moving through the forest surrounding them. As was ministry protocol for the attempt to apprehend werewolves, they had been deposited a good half-hour walk away from their destination. It was assumed that the typical werewolf had sharper senses than a wizard or witch. On one of the first meetings of the Order, Kingsley had asked Remus Lupin if this assumption was based in facts, or if it was just one of those regulations some ministry employee without any field experience had set into place based on their own fears. As he had thought, a werewolf's senses were as good as any wolf's when the person was transformed, and not any better than a normal witch or wizard's when in human form. There wasn't even any bleed over after a transformation. Remus had explained that the drain of transforming probably was responsible for that. Short nods were enough to communicate the fact that they both were ready to leave, following a small map drawn onto parchment that had been handed to them, together with the portkey. It was well done, with enough landmarks to make sure they would find their way, but none of the useless decorations maps made by magical folk often had. They walked a little while in silence, even their footfalls on the frozen ground muffled by the spells they had cast. "I don't understand him," Kingsley stated into the chilly air, his warm breath creating a small cloud in front of his face. "You don't understand whom?" Dawlish answered, stepping around a fallen tree, wand in hand, eyes restlessly sweeping over the surrounding area. "Lord Slytherin. He just doesn't act the way I had expected he would act." It might be a little bold, asking someone he suspected was a Death Eater. The man never showered in the communal showers offered at the Auror office, so Kingsley never had seen the man's bare arms, anything regarding the one who most likely still was a Dark Lord. But who else should he ask? Dumbledore was losing his grasp on reality, or so it appeared, taking into account every action the man had taken since the evening of the third task. Especially the last few months, since he was struck with that curse, had been riddled with questionable decisions. The only other one who might have any insight was Snape, and as an ex-Death Eater, probably ex, his accuracy and honesty weren't things Kingsley would trust easily. It was in a way contradictory that he would trust more in the one man he knew who was probably a Death Eater and had never defected to the light. "And what do you think he should do?" The younger man, clad in the crimson robes of their profession, maybe muted colors for work in forests, would be a better policy, threw the question right back at him. And indeed, Kingsley wasn't sure what he had expected. Or maybe he wasn't comfortable with his own guileless acceptance of the old headmaster's expectations of what was about to happen. They walked another few minutes in silence before Kingsley had come to a decision what he would say to that. "I guess I expected the war to continue the way it had been before the attack on the Potters. Terrorist attacks, murder, that kind of thing." Dodging a few low-hanging branches, Dawlish took his turn on staying silent for a while. "I'm sure you've heard the same rumors I have. Some of them are pure speculation, but the one that even made it into the prophet sounds plausible to my ears." The answer sounded contemplative. "I guess neither of us will ever know for sure." Well, that hadn't brought any new information to light. Or maybe a tiny bit. If Dawlish was a Death Eater, then it was possible that even they didn't know for sure what had happened to change he who must not be named so fundamentally as to change his tactics this radically. Uo John walked carefully next to his partner through the thick underbrush in the forest, searching for the cave which was, or had been in the past, a werewolf hideout. He had been relatively young when he had joined the Dark Lord. By then, the aggressive way to handle things had already started. I think whatever the reason for the lack of terror and aggression, we should be glad that it happened. Or do you wish things would be like you envisioned them? I, for one, love the peace and quiet. He trailed off and then laughed. Maybe not so quiet as that. There had been too many unusual incidents outside of shoplifters and accusations over supposed dark objects to call the last months quiet. That brought a chuckle from the dark-skinned Aura, slowly walking through the deep litter of old leaves. I guess this is better than open warfare, but I have to admit that I feel apprehensive. Before, what would happen was more or less predictable. We didn't know when and where something would happen, but what happened followed a pattern. Now all bets are off. John hummed. Maybe, you're older than me. All I ever noticed was my parents arguing if all the bloodshed really was necessary. My mother was always sure that terrorism was the best way to destroy whatever was left of our traditions. Most of my family was concerned over the eradication of values and traditions. Mother always worried that someone she knew would get injured or even killed. In fact, she hadn't been happy when John had come home bearing the dark mark with pride. She had started crying, convinced that she would lose her son to some skirmish. She had rejoiced when the Dark Lord had vanished after his attack on the son of James and Lily Potter. I think we are almost there, Shacklebolt said from a spot near a big tree where the ground started to rise steeply and big rocks indicated that they had reached the place where caves were more likely to be found. Checking that the surrounding area was clear, Kingsley cast a disillusionment charm on John, who shivered under the feeling of raw egg running down his face. He would take the lead, scouting out the cave, hopefully completely hidden from any possible inhabitants of the cave. Carefully creeping up the hill, John made it to an opening in the side between two old, gnarled trees. Flickering lights, probably from a fire, on one wall were proof that the cave was indeed in use as a shelter. Sending small blue sparks down between the trees to where Shacklebolt was waiting, John sent the predefined signal that he had found the cave occupied. It took only a short moment for Shacklebolt to scurry up the hill and pause by John, who had lifted the charm hiding him from view. Since they were about to attack a group of werewolves, it was better that they were able to see each other. With them invisible, the risk of one of them accidentally hitting the other with a spell was too high, cancelling out the advantage of not being seen by their adversaries. A nod from Shacklebolt started their further investigation. Wand at the ready, a stunner already on his lips, John slowly made his way into the cave, carefully placing his feet to avoid making noises on the rough ground. A rock tumbled by one of his feet would make sounds rolling over the stones and dirt of the ground. Voices and fire reflected from the walls made it more than clear that there were more than 3 people deep down in the cave. On the list from the Dark Lord, this cave had been described as simple, only one entrance and no outbranching side arms. If the people inside were to run, they would have to go past them. When John's eyes fell on the group, his first thought was disbelief. Those were the werewolves the whole of Wizarding Britain was afraid of. There sat 6 people, 2 women and 4 men. All were clad in threadbare robes and a mismatch of other clothes. Most of them didn't even have shoes. They sat around the fire, huddled close to stay warm, talking and occasionally laughing about something, eating what smelled like roast rabbit. Maybe the rumors were true after all, that werewolves tried to discard anything human, or they just had nothing better because they were outcasts. Either felt equally likely to John, and probably there were wolves living in rags for of both of those reasons. Shacklebolt was pressed to the wall on the other side of the small passage, concentrating intently, wand held close to his chest. Their eyes met over the gap between them, and then they jumped into action. The moment they moved, 2 stunners flew into the group of people, knocking out 2 of the people sitting around the fire. One fell forward, landing directly in the flames. The woman next to him jumped up, screaming, before she grabbed the man, his hair on fire, and dragged him out, falling to another stunner shot from John's wand. Then the moment of surprise had passed, and the suspects started to fight back. One of the men picked up a rusty knife, sprinting at John, just to be felled by another stunner from Shacklebolt, to fall to the floor and into his own weapon. The last 2 standing, 1 woman and 1 man, both with dark hair, got out wands from somewhere and managed to erect shields, deflecting another 2 stunners. as the two left their comrades, or was it pack? Behind, Shacklebolt and John carefully advanced. The two with wands moved into another passage, leading away from the place now filled with unconscious people and the smell of burned hair. John kept an eye on them, covering his partner while he bound the four downed suspects with conjured ropes. "You can't escape, just give up," John called. There was no harm in trying to make them give up. It would probably spare them some pain and the two auras some work. But the defiant answering shout of "never" put an end to that line of thought. Silently communicating, they decided that John would go under a disillusionment charm to take the two remaining suspects out, while Shacklebolt would guard the captives and John's back. Creeping through the small, den-like place, John heard frantic whispers from the passage the two remaining werewolves had vanished in. But before they could come up with an escape plan, John had made his way over and stunned the two, one after the other. Levitating them both back into the bigger part of the cave, where Shacklebolt was casting some easy diagnostic and healing spells, John moved back to his partner. "That was too easy." "What are you talking about?" Shacklebolt wanted to know, checking the ropes on the one that had fallen into the fire before casting a general healing charm on the blonde-haired man. "Overpowering them, incapacitating them. It was too easy. Shouldn't it have been harder? These were werewolves. Dangerous creatures, as far as ministry laws were concerned. The tales and what he just had seen just didn't go together at all." Shacklebolt snorted, throwing John a disbelieving look. "After all this time in the department, you still buy the ministry propaganda. A werewolf is dangerous on the nights of the full moon. Most other days and nights, they're just ordinary people. And even with most of them being wizards and witches, they're no match for an aura. Those infected at a young age most of the time have no real education either." The older aura shrugged and checked a last time on their captives. The argument seemed sound, and with the evidence right before his eyes, it had been too easy, he had to believe it. Now he understood why his lord worked on changing the laws regarding werewolves. They had been made with the supposed danger of werewolves in mind. Laws based in lies, prejudice, and ignorance couldn't be good for a society. With help from two more auras called in as reinforcements, they managed to get the suspects to the ministry and the holding cells. Now they had to try to make them talk, get them to spill what they knew about the rest of the attackers on the Bones party. Probably not an easy task. Right after a late breakfast sitting at the Slytherin table, with Hermione and Luna on the bench across from him and Theo, Harry walked up to the infirmary. He was to meet with Mrs. Goyle again. It's the moment he had grabbed that first year by his robes, Harry had thought about this appointment and what he wanted to speak about. His regular occlumency training had helped him cope with the rushes of anger that had led to rash behavior in the past. But in hindsight, his own actions reminded him of Dudley, and he shuddered at the thought of acting like his bullying cousin. The infirmary was almost empty. Only Madame Pomfrey was bustling about, parchment rolls in her hands, her hair a little frazzled. She probably was sorting paperwork, or something like that. She barely acknowledged Harry when he greeted her, as was proper according to all the lessons Madame Malfoy had drilled into his head over the summer. The door to the private room they used for these meetings was open, and Harry could see Mrs. Goyle pouring herself a cup of hot tea. A fresh canvas had been set up on an easel, brushes and paints stacked on a small table beside the seats. "Good morning, Mrs. Goyle," Harry greeted from the door, stepping in when she waved for him to do so, smiling, to close the door and walk over to his designated chair. "Good morning. Have a seat. Do you want a cup of tea?" She added a spoon of sugar to her cup before she started to stir her tea slowly. "Yes, thank you," Harry nodded, carefully sitting down, folding his hands in his lap. A cup to hold on to and to stare into might help him through this meeting. Sometimes it was really hard talking about what he had experienced, what he was feeling, and what the reasons for his feelings and decisions might be. Drawing and painting were great for that too. While tea filled the second cup, Harry's eyes fell onto the painting supplies. If he wanted to create a painting of Hogwarts for Marvolo, he would need more and better supplies in his room. He had his drawing pad and the great coals and pencils Marvolo had given him before he had boarded the train back to school. But he had no easel, canvases, oil paints, brushes, or any of the other things he might use to create a real oil painting. "Do you know where I might get painting supplies? Drawing is nice, but I want to paint more. And there isn't an art class at Hogwarts." He trailed off awkwardly. Asking for things he wanted to have still was hard, but he really needed those things for the present he wanted to give. It was so important to make something special and give it to Marvolo on the man's birthday. Harry wasn't sure, but he knew it was important to him. I normally order the things I use at my office from a local arts supply shop, but I guess they wouldn't know how to deliver to Hogwarts or what to do with galleons. She smiled gently, inviting Harry to share in the joke. I don't know where to get such things in the magical world, but you can ask your friends. Miss Granger has muggle parents. Harry nodded. They could get you what you need and send it here. Maybe one of those with magical parents know, or can find out, where to get these things in Diagon Alley. I'm sure Lord Slytherin would be happy to get for you whatever you wish. Nodding slowly, Harry had to agree. All evidence pointed towards that outcome if he asked Marvolo. The man was happy to buy things for Harry, with the money of the Potter vaults the man was managing at the moment, but why he did so was unclear. Harry felt it was more likely to be out of some kind of need to present a certain image than because the man wanted to make Harry happy. He probably would. But I don't want him to know yet. You asked what I was going to give Marvolo for Christmas. I thought a book was good, but his birthday is coming up as well, and I want to paint something for him. If he's the one to get those supplies for me, I guess I want it to be a real surprise. Mrs. Goyle nodded thoughtfully. Asking your friends is the best bet then, I would guess. If that doesn't work out, you can send me an owl and I'll get you what you need and bring it with me the next time we meet. Thank you. I might do that. Harry hoped Hermione or maybe Theo could help, because he already was on a tight schedule as it was. To have to wait for the next therapy session would be cutting it too close. How have you been? Mrs. Goyle started on the therapy session with one of her usual questions, causing Harry to take up his cup of tea, now considerably colder, to have something to do with his hands. Quite well, I would say. Harry took a sip from his tea, looking everywhere but at the woman sitting opposite from him. Classes are going well, maybe with the exception of defense. The professor and his insistence on only preventing violence, and that using violence ourselves is not the way to go, is, frankly, frustrating. Carefully taking a sip, Harry thought about the reason for his frustration with Professor Slinkard. Or maybe it's simply the fact that what we learn in his class doesn't prepare us for the owls next spring, and that in turn annoys Hermione, causing her to be annoying herself. His friends' constant hopping about their need to self-study was getting on his nerves. The fact that Ron was really getting ticked off faster and faster when they were trying to study together wasn't helping in any way either. The club you are leading is going well. Harry felt a small smile on his lips. He knew exactly what she was doing there, showing him what good he was already doing to improve the situation. He wasn't helpless. He already was doing something to learn what he needed to know. It is. I'm already planning the next meetings, and the first one after the holidays. I plan to let the club members practice how to incapacitate someone without really harming them. Planning those meetings was fun. And explaining how to cast a spell to others, working one-on-one, was fun too. So what is it that's occupying your mind? I see clearly that there's something bothering you. Mrs. Goyle was truly a perceptive woman. She always saw more than one would think. Maybe it was a common skill among psychiatrists. It sounded plausible. For a moment, Harry was unsure where to begin. And as always, Mrs. Goyle only sat there, drinking her tea, not putting any pressure on Harry to answer quickly. So Harry took his time to plan out how he wanted to explain his problem, or rather the problem which had bothered him the whole time since it had happened. I guess you know about werewolves. She nodded. One of my parents' best friends is a werewolf. He's a nice guy, and my history tutor. This Tuesday was the full moon, and a few rough werewolves attacked a party. It caused quite a backlash for Marvolo's attempts to replace some of the more absurd laws regarding werewolves. A quick glance made sure Mrs. Goyle was still following along, and Harry took a deep breath to steel himself for the hard part. A few days later, one of the first years said it would be better to just get all werewolves rounded up and killed. I simply lost it. Grabbed the kid by his collar, almost shaking him. I managed to not hurt the boy, but it was a close call. Harry was unsettled by the shakiness of his own voice. The telling of the story brought back the feeling of nausea and revulsion he had felt every time he had contemplated that situation after the fact. I gather that the demand to simply kill all the people suffering from a particular affliction is going against everything you feel is right, the poised, professional-looking woman asked. Of course it's wrong. You can't just kill someone because he might pose a danger. We would have to kill every witch and wizard, every human for that matter. Each of us can harm and kill. With our bare hands, a chair, a wand. Just because we can doesn't mean we will. Harry was panting a little and felt himself flush, probably a brilliant red, the moment he realized that his Gryffindor heart had taken control of his mouth. So you were defending the principles of most modern states and human rights. What about your reaction unsettles you so? She was really good at formulating leading questions, making Harry think about why he reacted a certain way, why he made some decisions, or was unhappy in certain situations. It was disconcerting. Even now that he noticed, he had no way to resist her attempts to make him understand. Or maybe he just didn't want to resist. She was doing it to help him, after all. Again, Harry took his time, filling his cup with new tea, adding sugar and milk with deliberate movements before he answered. The violence. I behaved like a bully. I don't like bullies. There, that was the truth without saying too much of the things he would rather forget. How do you define bully? She took one of the few small cakes sitting right next to the teapot, giving Harry the time to formulate his answer. Every time the word bully came up, Harry's first thought went to his cousin and uncle. Dudley and Vernon Dursley were the epitome of bullies. Right after that, Luna's situation came to mind, followed by McLaggen and his friends. A bully is someone picking on someone smaller or just weaker, taking things away, hurting with fists and words, and all only because they can and have fun doing so, putting others down to feel strong. Silence fell over the room. Mrs. Goyle had an expectant expression on her face, clearly waiting for Harry to realize something, and Harry had indeed realized something. The moment she had him define what a bully was, he knew that he might have been violent, but it didn't really fit what a bully would do. You say I'm not a bully for reacting the way I did. That is exactly what I'm saying. Your reaction wasn't ideal, but you're human, Harry, and humans make mistakes. But you didn't do it to have fun, did you? Harry shook his head. No. And you didn't do it to make the other feel small and helpless, did you? No. Clutched his cup, the heat seeping through the china into his hands. He hadn't done it with any of that on his mind. His own violence had scared him. We can discuss ways for you to handle such a situation better, should something like this come up again. But you are not a bully just because you defended the rights of others, spoke out against bigotry. That was a brave thing to do. The rest of their time they discussed ways Harry could defend the rights of werewolves against bigots without resorting to violence. Harry felt reminded of his actual defense lessons, but better prepared nonetheless. Now he had an array of arguments ready to confront anyone daring to question the rights of werewolves in front of him again. With his mind eased, and a plan of action regarding the supplies he would need for Marvolo's birthday present, Harry left the infirmary, running into Luna, who was skipping from stone to stone in the corridor, making her slow way towards the stairs down into the entrance hall. "Hello, Luna." Harry greeted his younger friend from Ravenclaw with a smile. She turned, earrings looking somewhat similar to Brussels sprouts swinging with the motion, and gave him a happy smile in return. "Hello, Harry. You look better than during breakfast. All the Noggles are gone now. Want to come down to the greenhouses with me?" After so much time studying with Luna for runes, Harry had no problem following her quirky and abrupt changes in topic. He just smiled more. It was nice to speak with someone who seemed to be able to ignore the opinions of others and be only true to themselves. If they had been in primary school together, she probably never would have let herself be scared away by Dudley, as so many others had. I wanted to ask Hermione something, but when I'm finished with that, I guess taking a walk outside and having a look at the plants in the greenhouse would be a nice thing to do. Her smile was radiant, and she turned to skip alongside Harry on the way to the library. He would ask Hermione about art supplies, and if her parents would be willing to help him get what he needed, then he would have a nice time with Luna walking around outside, enjoying the clear air and the warmth of the greenhouses. Some days were good, even when most of his life still was in turmoil while he searched for a place and a way to deal with his complicated family situation. There were good times. Ooh, near the end of the first term, they always had another staff meeting to speak about their students, those that had problems with their classes, those that caused nothing but trouble, and those that were doing exceptionally well. Severus was sulking in his corner, holding on to a strong cup of coffee sweetened with honey. Pomona and Phileas were talking animatedly over by the window. The others were leafing through their parchments with notes on the students, while Minerva herself sat on her chair waiting for the headmaster to finally grace them with his presence. Since the start of the school year, her old friend had had less and less time for school affairs, leaving more of the work to her, cutting into her already short supply of free time. With a sigh, Minerva waved her wand and let the plate of biscuits float over to her, so she could take a few and place them on the saucer next to her cup of tea. The smell was divine, so Minerva leaned back in her chair, stretching her legs, using the time to relax and contemplate which of her favorite books she would read this evening. It was almost half an hour after the scheduled starting time of their meeting when the headmaster finally arrived. Minerva felt vexed. She could have finished a lot of the paperwork waiting for her on the desk back in her office. The others seemed to share her sentiments. Phileas even had called for one of the house elves and had her bring a stack of essays from his office to grade. Severus had sat quietly in his chair, possibly meditating, and now had his unreadable mask back in place. But she knew him well and was sure that a younger colleague was simmering inside, wishing he could have spent this time with his new wife, or at least with something productive. "You haven't waited for me to begin, surely?" Blue eyes peered at them over the rim of the old man's half-moon glasses. The headmaster stood in the door to the staff room. "Minerva, you could have started the meeting without me." Something bristled inside of Minerva at his chiding tone. She wasn't a little girl. Hadn't been a girl in a long time. Why was Albus insisting on making everyone aware that he was older? "You should have sent a message that you would be late, Albus. You're normally here early and insist on being a part of this meeting. We thought waiting would be best." With calm, even strides, the headmaster walked to his chair, sitting down with a flourish of his robes, which were an intense dark red, waving for them to start. So Minerva did. "Let's start with our new first years. Have any of you noticed one of them struggling?" She looked over at Phileas, who, as was almost traditional by now, started with the new ravens he felt had trouble adjusting to boarding school. The others chimed in with their own observations and ideas, working around the table from one head of house to the next, letting each professor add to the discussion. As usual, the meeting dragged on for several hours. There were many students, and there were many reasons to speak about individual students. From 2 challenging lessons to 2 easy ones. Minerva was a little surprised that Mr. Slytherin, she still had trouble calling the son of James, and Lily that, was doing much better than in past years. His writing was more readable, his work no longer the bare minimum necessary. All of them agreed that he was paying better attention in class and seemed to come to class prepared. In some classes, just better prepared. But Severus always had maintained that the boy didn't do the required reading. He even was doing well in ancient runes, despite his late start in the subject. Minerva had thought being separated from Miss Granger would rather hinder Mr. Slytherin's performance. But maybe the fact he no longer was a regular player on one of the teams, and that he spent less time with Mr. Weasley, the youngest, to be precise, was counterbalancing the loss of Miss Granger's encouragement to study. "Before you all leave again," Poppy spoke up over the rising din, once they had finished with their discussion, "I want to remind you that it's time for the yearly health checks the school provides and demands of its staff. As not one of you has reacted to my politely worded invitation to come by the infirmary to get it done and out of the way, I will now inform you that I have set up a schedule to conduct the exams over the next week." The Mediwitch looked around the room with steel in her eyes, and Minerva felt that a student witnessing this would have laughed so hard they would have been rolling around on the floor. Not one of the professors liked to get prodded, so they all avoided the yearly check-up as long as they could manage. And now, being caught out, they very much looked like a bunch of unruly children. Severus was about to protest, but the resolute woman cut him off. "There will be no excuses, no forged reports from other Mediwizards or witches, nor any healers. I will be the one to administer the exam. Don't be so shy about it. And I'm sure our headmaster will be more than willing to lead by example and be the first right on Monday evening." There was murmured agreement, but it didn't sound all that enthusiastic. "Headmaster, I want to inform you all that I will be away from the school on Monday due to some family matters," Severus said into the starting noise of them all getting ready to leave. "A weekday, my boy. the headmaster asked, bushy brows climbing up his forehead. You can't leave your classes alone the whole day, and isn't this a little short notice? There was it again, the chiding tone and the demeaning address. Minerva was about to interject when Severus spoke up. There is a rule in place that enables a professor to take time off to deal with family matters if she or he provides a replacement for the missed lessons. Sanya agreed to teach the classes on Monday. General ways to judge the freshness of ingredients, how to avoid cross-contamination, and so on. It perfectly supplements the potions curriculum. I don't foresee any problems. Minerva nodded her head in appreciation. That rule was indeed on the books. In fact, back under Headmaster Dippet and many of his predecessors, it had been used to bring in some different speakers for the classes and give the professors some much-needed free time to keep up with new developments in their fields. The use of this rule had declined under Albus' tenure, but Minerva wasn't sure why that was. Thank you, my boy. That sounds like a good idea. I hope the family matters you have to attend to aren't something dire. Because she had much to do and dearly needed a bathroom break, Minerva left in the direction of her own quarters. There was a stack of fifth-year essays waiting for her, and as usual, Miss Granger had easily written double the length required. Maybe she should try once again to get the girl to stick to the requested length. She surely would earn a good bottle of scotch from all of the girl's professors for that feat. With a small smile on her lips, Minerva hurried from the staff room up the stairs to her quarters. Sunday, 10th of December. Bill was a little apprehensive about the meeting he was about to attend. The talk with his father had helped a little to clear things up, but in the end, he had to live with his decision, and he had decided to help Lord Slytherin in his quest to repair his soul, in the hope that it would be better for Harry in the end if the man who had adopted him was more human. But before he could go to the goblins to ask for permission to relay details of the ritual used to move a Horcrux from a container they wanted to keep into something they didn't mind destroying, he needed more information from the man himself, like what he already had tried, how many times he had split his soul, and other things like that. They had arranged their meeting in this restaurant in Muggle London by Owl, and now Bill sat here in his only Muggle suit, waiting for the other to arrive. It was a little surreal to meet with a man who had been called a Dark Lord, and most likely still was one, with a bad attitude towards the non-magical in a non-magical place. And what a strange place it was. It was a small, cozy place that reminded Bill strongly of Madame Puddifoot's. All small doilies, plush couches, flower patterns, and sweet smells. One might expect old ladies or lovesick teenagers in a place like this. But Bill watched with bemusement as young men and women in clothes fit for a fancy bank, or in things that looked as if they had been purchased at random from a second-hand shop, came in, sat down, smoked, and ate. One thing was sure, his presence here wouldn't be memorable. Even if he had dressed in the way some wizards did, those that had lost touch with the Muggle world, or never had any understanding of it in the first place, he wouldn't have stuck out among the people who seemed to be regular patrons of the tea shop. Sipping on his strong coffee, Bill had to concede that the drinks, and probably the food, were good. Just before he had finished his first cup, the small bell on the door sounded another arrival. This time it was a man in an expensive suit with a serious expression, not the giddy anticipation some of the others had shown when they had arrived. Bill instantly noticed that this was the man he had waited for. The way he held himself, the way his eyes searched the room for hidden threats, the way one arm and hand were held, ready to let a wand fall from a holster strapped to one forearm, were all obvious tells. Working for Gringotts in Egypt had schooled his eye for possibly dangerous people. More than once, shady wizards had tried to lay claim to what they had found in the tombs, and a few groups had tried to protect their national heritage against the goblins and the wizards working for them. Bill always had tried to keep away from that tangle of issues. He was there for the adventure, not to discuss if some government of the past had had the right to make a contract with the goblins regarding the historical sites they were now systematically raiding, or if those contracts were even worth the parchment they were written on. Bill debated for a moment whether he should stand to greet the older and more powerful wizard, but before he could come to a decision, Lord Slytherin had already spotted him on his slightly saggy blue settee and had made his way over to him, nodding in greeting and sliding onto a pale probably faded in sunlight, green armchair on the other side of the small table. "Mr. Weasley, I'm grateful for your willingness to meet with me." The man placed a leather portfolio on the table between them. "I brought some notes of what I have been working on. I guess another point of view and a second opinion might help me get it to work properly." Bill reached across the table for the leather-encased parchments, waiting for a protest or something like that. But Lord Slytherin just let Bill take the portfolio and turned to the young woman with blonde hair done up in some elaborate braid to give his own order, sweet hot chocolate and a piece of fruit bread with cream, before turning back. Dark blue eyes intently followed every movement Bill made as he opened the fastenings keeping the portfolio closed and started to peruse the parchments. They were filled with arithmetic calculations, different runes and their meanings as well as nuances, neatly listed in tables, some of them crossed out, others circled. There were snippets of ritual phrases, rough sketches of runic circles, and lists of herbs, stones, and other objects often used in cleansing rituals. Bill's brows rose high on his forehead, vanishing into his hairline. This looked a lot like notes on the creation of a powerful and dangerous ritual, and the creation was further along than he had thought it would be. The redhead swallowed before he let his eyes rise from the parchment now placed in his lap. "These are your notes on the ritual you hinted at, Lord Slytherin." There was a slight tremble in his voice, and Bill silently cursed himself for this show of anxiety. He wanted to appear strong, but he didn't know enough about the man sitting just out of arm's reach to be comfortable with the situation. "Yes, those are my notes. Well, I tossed out everything that wasn't legible and sorted them a little better. I don't think there's anything missing. What do you make of it? Do you see problems, missing parts?" There was a tension in the other man Bill hadn't anticipated seeing. Lords generally had masks able to hide everything, or so he had thought. Maybe if it was important enough, those masks became less impenetrable. Or maybe the so young-looking man was playing him and showing tension on purpose. There never was a way to know for sure. The young waitress interrupted their discussion, so Bill waited until she had placed the plate and cup before Lord Slytherin before he answered the question. "What I gather from the notes, you have two different attempts to create an extraction sequence, and only one to settle the piece into a new container, binding it. I'm not sure I see where the difference between the two extraction sequences is, but on first glance they look like they should work. There are a few runes I don't recognize in the containment circle. Why have you chosen to combine them with the old hieratic symbols? What purpose do they serve?" Working with the goblins didn't normally involve a lot of inventing new rituals. There was a set number of rituals the ministry approved of, which was by no stretch of the imagination a large one, and only a handful more the goblins did use anyway, and most of those were in some way related to matters of inheritance and adoptions, and a few ways to clean objects of dark magic. So this opportunity to see the development of a new ritual was exciting. Even if it was just the reinvention of something that might already exist somewhere in some goblin heads, it was the most captivating thing Bill had encountered since that curse in one of the tombs he had worked on, which duplicated body parts from anything that touched the cursed object. Quickly swallowing a piece of his fruit bread, Marvolo nodded. "Those are Babylonian in origin. I have seen them in another ritual connected to the subject matter. They are connected especially to the soul and to magic. As far as I understand, they are the best suited to have a stabilizing effect." With the parchment notes spread between them, a lively discussion started. Bill asked questions and got answers, so he could better understand what the goal behind this ritual was, as well as the reasoning behind the choices made. It was well over an hour, and several more cups of coffee and tea later, when Bill finally had gathered enough courage to ask the question that had preyed on his mind the whole time since the headmaster had told them about you-know-who's Horcruxes. So these are to move a piece from a living vessel to an object. If this was the case, then maybe this man really was willing to change his ways. Lord Slytherin nodded. "You understand that I want to be sure that the living vessel will take no damage. I plan to test it. That's the reason for the second extraction sequence." A slender finger pointed to the part of the notes containing that information. How did it even happen that a living vessel was created at all? Bill had been a moment from saying living thing, but as he had to remind himself, that thing actually was Harry, and not a thing at all. So vessel was the most vague and still respectful term he could come up with. I certainly didn't plan on it. But I went there prepared to create one that night. When everything went wrong, it must have happened by accident. Not that I had thought something like that at all possible, but the information I worked with and still do was spotty at best, even contradictory in some aspects. It seems logical to assume that without all the information, there were things that I missed, like the severe side effects. He sounded calm and collected, but his eyes were entirely too unmoving, his arms held too rigid to make that believable. Maybe talking about a night he almost died was the reason for that. Bill decided to change the topic quickly, or he tried to. You actually have something to practice with. I know that there were two already rendered ineffective. Then there's the one in the living vessel, and then there's one more. Two already destroyed, one in Harry, one to practice with. That made 4 Horcruxes. 4 murders to rip apart the soul. Suddenly, Bill was glad he had decided not to get anything to eat. I have more than one try to make the ritual work, Lord Slytherin stated with a deathly smirk. Discussing this with you helped a lot already. Now to the other problem I'm working on. It seems I'm not in a position to reintegrate the pieces through the only way that has been documented. Whether it is because there is still so much missing or because of other damage, I still want to stitch them back together. I haven't made much progress on that ritual because, well, will you have a look? Another, smaller, bunch of parchment was placed on the table and slid over towards Bill. With his blue eyes wide in surprise, Bill reached forward, cautiously picking up the small bundle. Was this still part of the official story, the disguise? Or was this actually true? Until now, the discussion had been pleasant and pretty much legal. Even if they had spoken about a ritual related to Horcruxes, the darkest magic Bill had encountered until now, a ministry employee would have classed what they had talked about as grey at most, or would if the context wasn't known. Bill grimaced. Well, maybe the magic had been darker than the general public was comfortable with, but the discussion hadn't strayed from what the Cursebreakers regularly discussed over a good meal. Why ask me for assistance? There must be other Cursebreakers. People you have worked with in the past. And it was a conundrum. Why would Lord Slytherin chose to consult a Cursebreaker who was close to Dumbledore and not one affiliated with the Dark? It didn't look like a well-reasoned decision. A leveled look was aimed at Bill, making him want to squirm in his seat. The old headmaster had already told the lot of you, or so I learned. Those other Cursebreakers you speak about don't know the specifics, and I would rather not increase the number of people in the know. All I've heard about you suggested that you are skilled at your chosen profession, and the rumors have been proven true. Those words sent chills over Bill's back. How did the man know that the headmaster had told them about the Horcruxes? Had one of those disagreeing with the headmaster talked? Was Snape a true spy for Lord Slytherin? There always had been rumors the man was a Legilimens. Maybe he had picked the information from one of their auras or Darge during one of the Wisengamot meetings. I'll have to read these notes carefully. Bill held up the small package. I think you're on track with the ritual to move the pieces. For the other, I can ask around if you want me to. I won't promise anything, but it might be worth a shot. Lord Slytherin nodded, and then started to ask a barrage of questions of his own. From the best time in the moon phases, or even the year, to perform the ritual he was designing, to the requirements of a ritual room to do it in. He had never been to a ritual room at the bank, or so he claimed, and was curious what the goblins deemed the most suitable environment to perform rituals in. When Bill finally was on his way home, he felt even more conflicted. It had been a truly interesting afternoon. He seldom had the opportunity to talk so freely about a topic he was interested in, or had so well-versed a conversation partner. Even the master he was currently working under hadn't that much insight and knowledge. If the man hadn't been a dark wizard bent on murdering everyone opposed to him in a not-so-far-away previous life, he would have made a good, dare he even think it, friend. Well, if what he had seen today was really the truth, there might be hope for the man. And if that came to pass, there might be a possible friendship there. No reason to condemn Lord Slytherin from the start, but enough reason to stay wary around him. Chapter 61. Another Lord. Chapter text Monday, 11th of December. Sonia watched with a barely suppressed smile as Severus paced in their bedroom, already halfway dressed in his new fancy Wisengamot clothes. He made an impressive figure in the tailored trousers, highly polished ankle-high boots, silken shirt with silver cufflinks, and a waistcoat almost entirely covered with embroidery of a deep black. "Calm down, Severus. This isn't like you at all. I never have seen you this ruffled." It was clear she hadn't managed to banish the amusement from her voice when dark eyes leveled a quelling look at her. "Well, I'll have to keep up appearances once I leave our rooms. I had hoped that I could keep my walls down in our rooms at least." Truly chastised, Sonia stood up from their bed, cravat in hand, and took the few steps over to her husband. She gave him a gentle kiss and felt his rigid posture ease a little. "You're right, my love. Please accept my apology." It was so easy to forget that he was just human like everyone else, the way he normally had such an iron grip on his emotions. Sonia guessed that he only had started showing his happy emotions to her while he still kept them hidden when he wasn't around her. She started to bind the cravat at his throat when he smiled down at her. "Will you be all right with my dunderheaded students?" The Slytherin Gryffindor fifth-year class was always an exceptionally volatile one. Sonia raised one eyebrow to his devilish smirk. "There will be no flames and cauldrons, and you know I made sure that the examples I will give them can't react adversely with each other. As long as no one actively tries to cause trouble, there is no danger." She started to giggle the moment he snorted. "I wouldn't bet a nut on that. I'm just glad that the Newt class with the devil twins has no potions today." He took the robe from a hanger and slipped his arms into the sleeves. Sonia hurried to help him do up the lacing at the wrists, which made sure that the sleeves would lay snugly around the underarms. Trailing her fingers back down towards his hands, Sonia smiled up at her husband after she had finished doing up the laces. "Let me braid your hair back, Severus. I think it would look really good out of your face." She had suggested it more than once already, and she hadn't much faith he would go with it now, but she was determined to get him to at least try it once before she would start pestering him about it. So his eye roll didn't come unexpected and only made her smile. "You don't want me to? Oh well, then your everyday handsomeness will have to be enough." That made him laugh, lighting up his whole face in a way Sonia absolutely loved. He looked so much younger when he smiled or laughed. Only a short while later they left their quarters, walking side by side, happily chatting about Sonia's plans for today's classes. A kiss in front of the great hall, ignoring the silent and curious stares of the students walking by, was their goodbye. "Good luck, my love," Severus murmured next to her ear. "Good luck to you too, Severus. I have a feeling you'll need more of it than I today." They parted ways and ignored the not-so-coverate glances thrown their way. It seemed that it would take some time until the newness of Professor Snape's being married lost its fascination for the students. A walk over the grounds, and a short hunt for some mice at the edge of the forest had been exactly what Minerva had needed on this frosty and dark Monday morning. Now she was on her way back to the school for a nice strong cup of tea and some porridge with almonds and honey for breakfast. On the path up to the school or down to the gates, depending on one's perspective, Minerva spotted Severus in a long, billowing cloak over what looked like formal and expensive robes. "Severus," she called to get the younger professor's attention. Only a few moments later they met on the gravel way and stopped walking at the same time. "Good morning, Minerva. Out for an early stroll." Severus was his normal, polite, distant self, making her smile. Despite the fact he had found love and had married, her young colleague hadn't changed all that much. "After a night mostly spent grading homework, I needed a little fresh air to wake up today. You're up early. I hope your family affairs aren't anything dire." There weren't many occasions calling for formal robes that could be called a family affair. Listening to Severus reassuring her that it wasn't anything concerning, Minerva suddenly recalled that today was the date of the normal December Wisengamot session. "You're going to London?" Her exclamation cut Severus short and sounded more like a question than like the statement it should have been. Severus was going to claim the prince seat on the Wisengamot. A bright smile broke the stern face of the Transfiguration mistress. Despite the fact that Severus neither had confirmed nor denied her assumption, Minerva continued to enthusiastically ramble on. "Your mother always was a bright, politically interested young woman. Or at least she was during her time at school. She would be so proud to know that you are about to take up the mantle of Lord Prince. Good luck." Now she had to hurry to get breakfast without wolfing the food down like so many of the teenagers were prone to do. But now she would have a much better day than she would have without meeting the potion's master. Her heart would be lighter, knowing that he'd finally made a place for himself in the world. Seemed finding the young woman had given Severus new motivation to make something out of himself and his life. She wholeheartedly agreed. Uo, a little bemused by the other's behavior, Severus started to walk again after Minerva had resumed her walk up to the castle. It had been some time since he had seen her so outside her normal, controlled and stern exterior. The last time it had been concern for him, after his long stay in the Dark Lord's company, that had broken her normal front. But now he had an appointment to keep and new information to ponder. Once he had been old enough to understand and remember, there hadn't been anything left of the young, spirited, politically interested young woman Minerva seemed to remember. Marrying against her parents' wishes had certainly changed Eileen's life for the worst. If the letters were to be believed, only her pride had caused her not to seek help with her parents when poverty and her drunk of a husband had caused them to live in misery. Aware that dwelling on the past and possible what-if scenarios wouldn't do him any good, Severus steered his thoughts towards the Weisengamot session and what he would have to do to claim the title and seat of Lord Prince. The explanations he had found in the manner he had acquired had helped him prepare, but a small part of him, hidden in the darkest recesses of his mind, waited to be ridiculed by the lords who had been sitting there for years and had been brought up steeped in the traditions of high society. Despite his achievements in potions and his proficiency in dueling and the mind arts, he still doubted others would pay him the respect due a lord. It didn't take long for him to reach the border of the Hogwarts grounds, walking through the gates with his head held high, where he concentrated on his destination and spun on his heel. The next thing he saw was the front of Griffin House, where his lord was waiting for him. With a deep breath, Severus took the last few steps towards the door and raised his hand to knock. Moments later, the door opened, and a high-pitched voice from the height of Severus' knees greeted him. "Welcome, Master Potions Master. Master Slytherin is waiting in the office. Please follow Flim, Master Potions Master." And so Severus did. It still felt surreal that this house, in the possession of the Potter family, one he always had associated with strong feelings about what was dark and should be banned for several generations, was where the Dark Lord lived. Severus guessed that he had to keep up appearances, but the house the meetings were held in just fit his expectations of where a Dark Lord should live much better than this cheerful house. The walk was a short one, ending in a small breakfast room, where Lord Slytherin just seemed to have finished his breakfast, tossing his napkin down on the table, right next to an empty bowl. "Good morning, Severus." Red eyes swept up and down over Severus, taking in his appearance. "The robes are good. You make a striking figure, which is more important than it should be if one wants to make any progress at all." The shake of the head accompanying this proclamation moved the slightly wavy hair, making Severus recall all the effort he had invested into getting the Dark Lord back into a human body. It was certainly something he could be proud of. Sadly, there was little chance for him to ever publish his findings in this particular project. At least it didn't look likely at the moment. Lord Slytherin walked out of the room, Severus following him out into the entrance hall, where an elf was already waiting with a flowing dark green cloak of heavy fabric. "Let's go to the ministry now. It's a little early, but it would be best if we inform Cornelius beforehand. He's easier to handle if you drop him some seemingly important information now and again." A sardonic smirk was turned in Severus' direction. "I think you should have enough experience in pandering influential figures with what they want to hear, don't you think?" Swallowing to get rid of the sudden lump in his throat, Severus nodded. "I guess that being head of Slytherin House has provided me with ample opportunities to practice speaking in meandering lines around the truth." To Severus' secret relief, and more than a little puzzlement, the only response to that was an amused little chuckle. Apparating again, this time with the big atrium of the ministry as his goal, Severus followed Lord Slytherin into a situation he never had faced before. At the moment, teaching a group of Slytherin and Gryffindor first years how to brew a pepper-up potion looked more appealing than facing the bigoted lords and ministry lackeys in the Weisengamot. Why was he doing this again? Uo accepting his wand back from the security wizard in the atrium, Severus turned when he and Lord Slytherin were greeted from behind. Lord Slytherin. Severus, you're early. And so are you, Lucius. Is there something on the agenda for today that I have missed? Lord Slytherin answered, while Severus only gave a nod in greeting. As usual, Lucius was dressed up just to the point of too much, his robes of the finest material available, his hair gleaming in the torchlight of the atrium. Not that I'm aware of. The DMLE probably will update us on their progress in the werewolf hunt, and our friend will add a little bit of excitement. But other than that, I fear it will be a boring meeting, just as usual. It is the festival season, after all. Lucius smiled coldly, gesturing for them all to start moving again, making room for the next group to approach the security desk. Weaving their way through the crowd of wizards and witches going about their business at the ministry, the three of them exchanged idle pleasantries. Out here in the open, there was no knowing who might try to listen in on a conversation. When they reached the lifts and ventured into the first one coming their way, Severus dodging one of the paper planes, darting out of the lift and around a corner, Lucius looked surprised for a moment when Lord Slytherin pressed the button to get them onto the level where the minister's office was located. "We're going to visit Cornelius." His question sounded innocent enough, but Severus couldn't help but remember how the Dark Lord would have reacted in the past at being questioned. A lot had changed since the summer. There is still time, and Cornelius always has a good tea at hand. We might as well spend the time until the meeting with a little small talk with the minister, was Lord Slytherin's answer, a barely noticeable flick of his eyes, now glamoured blue for the public, indicating a ministry employee standing in the far corner of the lift. They walked up to the minister's office in silence, Severus pulling up his occlumency shields higher to keep up the composure he demanded from himself in public. It was a little ridiculous that he was so nervous about this. He had lied to the Dark Lord, a volatile man and one of the best legilimencies alive today. He routinely had relayed information to both sides of the war, keeping a precarious balance between the two. And now he was nervous because some old, rusty people might sneer down at him because his father had been a muggle, the current assistant of the minister, and wasn't that the latest Weasley to graduate? Percy, if memory served, rose and led them to the minister's own door without missing a beat. "Lord Slytherin, Lord Malfoy, Professor Snape, what an honor to have you here. Can I bring you something to drink?" The lanky young man, in respectable but simple robes, opened the door and announced their arrival to the man sitting behind the desk. "Minister, the Lords Slytherin and Malfoy, together with Professor Snape, are here to see you." With a short nod, the minister dismissed his assistant. "Thank you, Weasley. Please bring in some fresh tea and make sure we won't be disturbed." Signing a last piece of parchment with a flourish, then placing the quill on a small tray next to the inkwell, the minister stood and walked towards their little group with a genial smile, his arms held open in a welcoming gesture. "Welcome, Marvolo, Lucius. What brings you to my door that early in the morning when we were to see each other anyway, later at the Wisengamot?" An exaggerated wave of his arm ushered them over to the seating arrangements next to a fireplace with a merrily dancing fire inside. Easily the most comfortable place for a chat. Severus took the opportunity to get a good look at the whole office and found his impression of the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed. The man was an idiot focused on the material things in life. The number of gem-encrusted artifacts, silk cushions, and rare woods used in the furniture left no room for any other interpretation. Reluctantly, Severus took a seat between his lord and Lucius, opposite the armchair the minister was settling down in. It was softer than Severus preferred, and forced him to look at a painting behind the minister, which was much too bright to be placed anywhere where it could be seen. In the next moment, the door opened again, admitting the young Weasley who was levitating a tray with the different objects needed to make a decent cup of tea. It didn't take long until they each had a tea to their liking before them, and the minister leaned back in his seat, his eyes intently focused on Lord Slytherin. "Now tell, Marvolo, what have you planned? More information on the werewolves? I have it on good authority that the Aurors have managed to apprehend a few, following your directions to their hideout spots." The minister was gleeful with anticipation, and Severus felt himself reminded unpleasantly of a few of the more troublesome students he had had to deal with over his tenure. Stirring his tea with far too much sugar, 3 spoonfuls in that tiny cup, The Dark Lord smiled. No, I have no more information on the werewolves. Lucius and I have escorted Severus here today so he can claim his seat on the Wisengamot. Gleaming eyes, much too reminiscent of goblins, sensing the opportunity of a good deal, turned to Severus, who inclined his head towards the minister before he took a sip from his tea. Indeed, my mother was the only daughter of the last Lord Prince. My grandparents left me in the position as heir despite the rift between my mother and them. Now that my wife and I are married, we decided it was time to pick up the mantle that has been left neglected for so long. Sanya and Severus had decided to make sure everyone knew they were making important decisions together. They hoped this way of going about things would help deter all those people likely to pity Severus for picking a squib as his wife, or assume he had been swindled. People were only too willing to assume the worst of women, seemingly marrying over their own station in life. The minister's eyes flicked down to Severus' hand where his wedding band sat, before smiling brightly at Severus. Let me congratulate you on your marriage, Lord Prince. There is still hope we won't die of boredom during the meeting today. They all laughed, Severus forcing himself to follow the others' lead and stopping first. I surely hope normal Wisengamot meetings don't rival teaching the same curriculum year after year. Severus knew that politics could be tedious. He had listened to enough people involved in it complain over the years, but the maneuvering was something he was looking forward to. But the way his lord, Lucius, and now the minister were acting wasn't all that reassuring. Only with long practice did Severus manage not to stare incredulously at the minister when he started chuckling. No, number don't fear. Some aspects are quite thrilling, but there are some aspects of our work that can get tedious with time. I guess alternating between teaching our children and your duties as Lord will keep the boredom at bay. After that, Severus mostly kept listening to the banter and chatter between the other three men. How are your investments working out, Marvolo? I remember you planning to invest in a German broom company. The conversation turned over to estate management, investments, and how Lord Slytherin was working on gathering a fortune independent from the Potter money. For a brief moment, Severus wondered how Potter felt about the fact that the man who had murdered his parents was now living off their money and wealth. Considering all the circumstances, the brat was doing rather well. Severus certainly never would be happy to associate with Potter's son, but since this summer, the boy had ceased to be such a pain in the ass. Protecting him had become easier now that the Dark Lord had the same goal as Severus. They spent the time until the meeting talking about Lord Slytherin's progress in his endeavors to accumulate wealth. It seemed as if Lucius had lent money to the effort as a sort of starting capital. Parts of the earnings were used to pay that initial loan back to Lucius. Most of the talk went over Severus' head, but he listened with some effort to learn and understand. He had an estate to manage, and while he knew how to handle his own earnings, the level of understanding needed to manage a big estate and heaps of money still evaded him. Maybe Lucius would be willing to help in exchange for some help for Draco to get a potions mastery. They continued their discussion on the way down to the Wisengamot chamber. Uo Sirius stood next to Augusta Longbottom, talking about the upcoming events they were both invited to, when a murmur went through the number of already assembled lords and ladies. The minister had just entered the chamber, of course, wearing his plum-colored robes, accompanied by Lord Slytherin, the bastard Lord Malfoy, the smug idiot, and Snivellus. What was Snivellus doing here? What's Snape doing here? With confusion clear in his eyes, Sirius turned back to Augusta as if she had the answer to the question of the day. I don't know, Sirius, but seeing as the minister is now here, let's get over to our seats. The meeting is about to start. Augusta seemed unconcerned, smoothed down her robes with a long-bottom crest, and walked over to her cherry wood bench. For some reason Sirius hadn't bothered to learn. She was sitting on the bench itself, and not a stool, as was customary for a regent. Maybe it had something to do with the fact she was also regent for the noble house of Potter. Pondering the number of rules, customs, and traditions he still hadn't managed to get into his head, Sirius walked over to his own bench among the others of the most noble and ancient houses. Before he sat down, he got out his wand to cast an extra strong cushioning charm on the bench. That thing tended to get uncomfortable pretty quickly once he had to sit there over half an hour. And as he had already learned in the short time he had been Lord Black, when there was a stranger brought to a meeting by one of the members, there would be something unusual happening. And that always ended with long-winded speeches and much longer meetings than he was happy with. Sitting down on the blessedly soft surface, Sirius spread his robes out so as to avoid creating too many wrinkles. The last time he had brought them back with a lot of creases, the look his house elf had thrown him had looked like it should be able to kill. He really preferred to sleep soundly without fearing the revenge of an elf for disrespecting his clothing. Thankfully, the others quickly found their seats, Malfoy on his bench held up by peacocks, a perfect choice in Sirius' opinion, while Slytherin sat down on the bench with the silver snakes. Snape stayed at the front near the dais where the chief warlock and the ministry official were sitting. He took a seat on the petitioner's bench, and again Sirius asked himself what reason the greasy git had to be here on a school day. Maybe he was here as an expert for the wolfsbane potion. It would fit the whole werewolf debacle. The chief warlock stood and signaled for the meeting to start. Welcome to the December meeting of 1995. Our agenda today will be as follows. Sirius tuned him out. Like all the others, he had received a small scroll with the agenda, together with the invitation to the meeting. It was customary to send those invitations, and Sirius suspected that this was the case because some lords and ladies tended to forget to come to attend the meetings. Thank you, Chief Warlock. The moment Fudge started to speak, Sirius returned his attention to the present. This was the most important part of the meeting. Information from the minister on what was happening in the ministry. I'm happy to inform this august body about the success of our Aura Corps in apprehending some of the werewolves involved in the attack on the Bones residence. The small man waved a hand in direction of Lord Slytherin. This was possible because Lord Slytherin provided us with information on past hiding places of the werewolf Fenrir and his associates. Many of those places seemed to be abandoned, but one small cave was in use when two auras checked it. Calls from various places within the hall interrupted the minister, who waited with an air of impatience until everyone had calmed down and taken a seat again. The apprehended suspects are currently being interrogated by the auras. They are confident that the captives will help them find the rest of the attackers. Another excited murmur swept through the hall, a few people calling to just kill the beasts and get it over with. Sirius snarled silently. Every time someone so casually called for killing werewolves, he was reminded of the danger Remus was in from such bigots. If that is all you wanted to inform us of, Minister Fudge. The small wizard nodded and sat down again, prompting the chief warlock to get to the next point in the agenda. Is there anyone among those present who wishes to add a new point of order to our agenda? For a moment Sirius had hoped that no one would stand to add something to their long list of boring topics. But then Snape stood and turned to give the chief warlock a small bow. And you are? There was not a hint of emotion in the voice of the chief warlock as he asked this. Sirius scoffed. These aristocrats were assholes, the lot of them. Everyone knew about Severus Snape, reformed Death Eater, Dumbledore's spy, and youngest potions master in Britain. Asking after his identity in such a way was just a petty move. My name is Severus Tobias Snape, son of Eileen Prince. I'm here to claim my family's seat in this hall, as I have rightfully claimed the title of Lord Prince. If there was one thing that Sirius had to say about Snape that was positive, it had to be the man's iron control and his backbone. Even when they had been teenagers, it had been clear that Snape wasn't that easily cowed. That had been one of the reasons why the four of them had picked him as a target for their pranks. He was fun to rile up, he still was, and hadn't been prone to run to a teacher for help. Doge stood, a scowl on his face. Can you give evidence for your claim? Sirius' eyebrows rose up. Why was Dumbledore's friend sounding so hostile? This wasn't coordinated with the old man to get another of his supporters into the Wisengamot. Steel-grey eyes narrowed while fixing the Hogwarts potion master with a glare. If Snape hadn't told Dumbledore what he was up to, did that mean he wasn't Dumbledore's man any longer? Was he working for Slytherin again? Or had he chosen to stand on his own 2 feet? As far as I know, there are no more slots for ancestry tests at Gringotts open this year. There was a smug look on the old face, but Snape didn't seem fazed by that little fact. It had been a topic of gossip on each get-together Sirius had had to attend, so it wasn't anything new. Snape wasn't stupid. He had no sense of humor and didn't take care of his appearance, but he wasn't stupid. So Snape had known and probably had a solution. Why would I need to get an ancestry test from the goblins? There was so much condescension in this one question. It was a wonder Doge wasn't shrinking into his own bench to get away from the fire. I only need to prove that I was accepted as Lord Prince. Don't you think? You all know that my claim concerning my mother is true. You all know she was the daughter of Lord Prince. So you know I'm the most eligible for the title. We don't need to know the whole tree of my ancestry to know that much. So why do you ask for it? Sirius felt a little odd. He had the urge to cheer his old-school nemesis on. The silence following that loaded question dragged on. Then someone cleared their throat. The minister stood. I guess it would suffice if we could check the birth certificate of Professor Snape to check if his mother is stated as Eileen Prince. But I doubt that is really necessary. Or is there someone insisting on this pointless complication? Sirius waited with bated breath. It was clear that there were many among the lords and ladies who weren't happy with such an obvious half-blood, not even bearing the name of the family he wanted to claim, taking one of the seats among them. That alone was enough to bring Sirius onto Snape's side for this meeting. If he could annoy the old rigid hypocrites, he would do so with glee every single time. While the minister searched the chamber for anyone who might object, Sirius watched as one of Arthur's older sons came into the chamber carrying a leather portfolio, taking the few steps needed to get to where the minister was standing in front of his seat next to the chief warlock. Not one dared to speak up, so Lord Abbot stood and turned to face Snape. The old man spoke in a serious tone. Lord Severus Tobias Prince, why have you come here today? Sirius recognized the traditional words from his own claiming of the seat. It was a farce that neither he nor Slytherin had had to prove the validity of their claim, but they had tried to make Snape prove it. Sirius was sure Lily would have blown her hat if this had happened in her time. Many prejudices were still alive and well. Maybe they could work on breaking some of them, even if working together with someone like Snape or Slytherin wasn't what he really wanted to do. But maybe the goal to make a better world for his godson was worth the hassle. After the oath had been taken, Snape walked over to the family seat of House Prince, and the boring session went its usual course. This evening, the Great Hall got to see an unusual group of students sitting at the Ravenclaw table. Harry and his Gryffindor and Slytherin friends were sitting together there in neutral territory, as Hermione had termed it. I certainly can ask my parents to get you the paints, brushes, and so on that you want to have, Harry. But our post is slow, so maybe it will be too short a time for you to finish the painting if I write them now. Hermione filled her plate with various roasted vegetables and added mashed potatoes, as well as a slice of roast to her meal. What are you even talking about? Pansy, who had followed Draco over to their place at the Ravenclaw table, asked from her place between an amused Theo and an incredulous Draco. Why do you want to have paint, Henry? In fact, almost all the fifth-year Slytherins were sitting at the Ravenclaw table with Harry and 3 Gryffindors. Only Neville, Hermione, and Ron had joined them. Several of the older Ravenclaws eyed them with curiosity and confusion. Luna was sitting next to them, smiling serenely. Because I want to make a painting, of course. Why else? What did she think he would be doing with all paint other than painting? Sometimes the Slytherin girls confused the heck out of him. Only Daphne was easy to talk to. The fact that the Slytherins from his year all tended to follow him around as they did, like ducklings following their mother sometimes, because he was the heir to Lord Slytherin, rankled as well. But many of the Gryffindors had done the same. Only his being the boy who lived had been the reason for that. Most artists make their paint from scratch, Millicent suddenly threw in from her place next to Vincent. They buy or gather the pigments and mix their paints with their own recipes. Her tone was matter-of-fact, and her attention barely wavered from her plate of assorted pastries. How do you know something like that? Draco asked, clearly skeptical. Millicent snorted, obviously not impressed with the blonde's disbelief. I'm interested in art. Not that you have made any attempts to get to know me better. When I was younger, I wanted to be an artist. But sadly, I lacked talent, so father made me concentrate on something more suitable. He can't say anything about my interest in art, so I at least still have that. Bringing the discussion back to topic, Hermione suggested another solution. Maybe I can involve Uncle Xerxes in getting you paints. He could pick up the supplies from my parents and bring them here a lot faster than normal owl post. Nodding thoughtfully, chewing on his piece of roast, Harry thought it over. It would be cutting it pretty close if he went with that option. But there was no way he would get the paints and canvas here any sooner. He would have to prepare as much as he could and maybe work on the painting in his break. After all, the present was intended for Marvelo's birthday and not Christmas. There was a little more time there than if he had wanted to have it finished by Christmas. I think that's a great idea. He smiled, then got his bag out from under the table, searching for a slip of parchment he had prepared. Here's a list of the things I need. As soon as you can tell me how much it will be, I'll give you the money. You can borrow Hedwig to send the list and a letter to your parents. They ate in silence for a while, but the moment the plates were cleared, and then again filled with different sweet dishes for pudding, Hermione started to speak again. The potions class was something extraordinary today. Don't you agree? I loved all those pointers to gauge the freshness and quality of ingredients. There should be something like this right at the start, in first year. Harry smiled fondly, for all that she could be terribly irritating in her quest for knowledge sometimes. Her eagerness, and how happy she could get over a lesson was amusing, and so typically Hermione. It was a nice change of pace. Harry started to formulate his own opinion when Draco rudely interrupted. I don't know when I'll ever have to learn this here at school. I would have rather attempted another potion today than sought through boxes of dried leaves and slippery frog liver. The sneer that Harry got to see less and less these days was prominently displayed on the Slytherin seeker's face right now, but it quickly vanished when Theo asked with false innocence, I thought you wanted to try for a mastery in potions. As far as I know, a master potioneer expects their apprentice to already know such basic things. They finished their dinner with much laughter and friendly teasing, discussing what they had learned in today's potions class taught by Professor Snape's wife. At the head table, the mood wasn't as happy as down at the four house tables. Albus, I know you have much to do, but I won't accept your attempts to evade the yearly health check. I have time after dinner is finished, and I expect you to come with me to the infirmary. Poppy spoke with confidence, not meeting her old friend's eyes. She didn't want to risk his seeing her worry. Since the evening Aberforth had called her via flu, she had been on edge. The headmaster of Hogwarts affected by a decline in mental health. That was business that could get nasty pretty fast. I'm sure one of the others will be free tonight. Poppy, I really have too much to do and can't spare the time. Over the break, I might be able to free an hour up. His blue eyes twinkled as he leaned over the table, turned so he could look in her direction, a goblet of red wine held in his hand. The aura of grandfatherly friendliness was strong. But one needed more than puppy dog eyes to get out of her care. If you have an appointment with someone, just tell them I insisted. I'm sure they will understand. I'm infamous for my unrelenting pursuit of those under my care to do as I say. And if it's only paperwork or the like, it can wait for 30 minutes for sure. She let steel creep into her voice. No errant student, nor any of the professors would get out of something needed for their health. And I'm sure you don't want me to drag you up to my office by your ear. He flushed a little at this reminder of a not-so-well-known incident she had found in his medical files. The matron of Hogwarts had had to drag a first-year Albus to the hospital wing, away from his books, to administer a pepper-up potion. A long-suffering sigh signaled the defeat of the headmaster in this matter. And in fact, once they all had finished their meal, he followed her up through the castle without complaint. Once they were inside the infirmary, Poppy waved Albus over to one of the beds behind a curtain. Sit down. I'll be with you in a moment. She bustled over to her office, and the file cabinets she kept there under tight wards. Tapping the required places to unlock the cabinet containing Albus' file, she opened the drawer and picked up the quite sizable file kept there about the headmaster. He was no young man any longer, and this file contained his whole medical history from his time spent at Hogwarts from the age of 11 through his whole career as a student, to the time he had been a professor here, and now all the years he had been headmaster of the school. When she came back into the main room, Albus was sitting in the bed, swinging his legs, looking quite unconcerned. I will cast the usual general diagnostic charms, and a few that are added to the normal screening once the patient has reached a certain age. Please sit still for that time, until I'm done. She hadn't bothered with some of these charms in the past. Of course, she always checked for cancer, problems with the eyes, and so on. But until now, she never had cast the charm used to determine if someone was suffering from the early stages of dementia. It was just so unlikely in wizards that it mostly only ever set in when the individual was really old and near to dying. It was also a common side effect of some magics, but as Albus always had been such a light-oriented wizard, she never even suspected he could suffer from such problems. But with the curse he had been hit with this summer, that might have changed. The first few charms created small scrolls showing nothing new. Albus tended to eat too many sweets and didn't move enough. But his teeth were well, the heart was in good condition, as was the digestive tract. His eyes hadn't gotten any worse. And then Poppy came to the charm to check the brain functions. The scroll for that wasn't so promising. She wasn't an expert on this type of problem. After all, dementia was a rather rare condition in magical folk. So she decided then and there that she would consult with an expert on this before she discussed it with Albus and informed the board. Because if the headmaster was suffering from dementia, she was bound by her oath to the school to inform the board. See, this didn't take all that long, Albus. We're finished. There are some points I'm not sure about, and we'll discuss with an expert over at St. Mungo's. She was interrupted in her attempt to explain when Albus stood from the bed. That sounds fine to me, Poppy. If that is all, I will be up in my office. There are some things I need to finish tonight. And he was out the door before Poppy had managed to regain her composure. With a shake of her head, she gathered the new little scrolls, the medical file, and made her way back to her office. She would need to write a report and include the findings of today's medical exam, as well as Aberforth's observations. It didn't take long, and then she was kneeling in front of the fireplace calling the hospital. Hopefully her fears would prove to be baseless. Back in his room, Harry set his bag down next to his desk, and then walked over to the bed and the side table with its small drawer he stored the mirrors in. As he tended to sit or even lie on the bed when talking on the mirrors, he had moved the mirrors here. It was so much more convenient. Taking out the mirror Marvolo had given him, Harry sat down, getting rid of his shoes, then scooted back until his back was right up against the headboard, getting comfortable for a call to his guardian. He didn't have to wait long before Marvolo accepted the call. "Hello, Henry. How was your day?" Harry smiled a little. It was nice that someone cared enough to ask him about his day. It was a nice day. Professor Snape's wife taught the potions class. Defense was as boring as ever. But I had time to spend with my friends, so that helped even the dreadful lesson out. And spending time with his friends really did help. And how was your day? Harry felt good when someone asked about his day. He suspected it would be a nice thing to do to ask in return. Long, Marvolo answered, shifting to sit more comfortably in a wingback chair as far as Harry could see. Today was the Wisengamot meeting for December, and it dragged on and on. I'm happy that's finished. And after this call, I want to work more on the ritual to move the pieces between containers. Marvolo rubbed his hand over his red eyes. He really looked tired. Pieces. At first, Harry wasn't sure what the other was talking about, but then it suddenly hit him. Marvolo was talking about the Horcruxes. So you're making progress. That would be good news. If Marvolo managed to create a ritual to move the Horcrux safely from one container into another, he might be able to remove the piece from Harry, taking him out of the line of fire from all those that might know about the Horcruxes and plan to kill Marvolo. Slow progress. But yes, I'm continuously working on it. William Weasley has been so kind as to meet with me to discuss my attempts. He had a few good ideas and pointers, at least for the ritual to move apart. Reintegrating isn't going as well, I fear. Besides headaches, I have gained nothing from my attempts. I guess I might have to find another approach or work some more on myself before that will get me anywhere. Harry was still amazed that Marvolo was willing to discuss such things with him. After all, he wasn't much more than a kid, and all the other adults who had responsibility for him before had either not cared at all or had tried to keep everything that might be troubling or dangerous from him. And the radically different tactic was working. Harry had come to trust that Marvolo would tell him the important things, and that was a first. Not even Sirius had managed to gain that level of trust. He was too easily swayed by Mrs. Weasley, and she certainly was one of those adults convinced that children didn't have any business with grown-up affairs. I hope the ritual will work out. Have you talked about the werewolves and the attack on the Bones party at the meeting today? I wanted to know if the attack will have negative effects. Harry sounded unsure even to his own ears. He didn't like it, but he was worried for Remus. He had come to quite like his father's old friend. Dawlish and Shacklebolt managed to apprehend a few of the werewolves at one of the places I told them about. I think we will be able to direct the anger at Fenrir and his people, keeping all the backlash away from the innocent people affected by lycanthropy. So I don't think that your history tutor will be in any danger. Harry nodded, a little relieved. Have you asked a girl to accompany you to the Malfoy ball, and maybe to a few of the other events? I know that it's a little awkward, but both of us will have to have a woman or a man to escort to the parties. I'm still debating who to ask. Maybe I just will ask Benjamin or Xerxes. Marvolo had looked a little lost, but now he shook himself, focusing back on Harry. So do you know who to ask? Harry blushed. Well, I don't need to ask anyone, because I was asked. Daphne Greengrass, that is, asked me. We had dancing lessons together over the summer. You remember. She wants to get some more attention over this season, so it will be easier for her to find someone to marry. He made a face, getting a short, small chuckle from Marvolo. Harry had real problems with the custom of arranged marriages for political gain. So we'll go as friends. I'll be free from crazy girls trying to catch my attention, and she'll get the attention she needs. Harry made another face. I really appreciate that you won't force me into a marriage. Marvolo hummed. I don't think it works well for most people. Lucius and Narcissa are a nice example that it can work. But most of the time, it's only an arrangement of convenience. Not that those can't work, but if the personality of the two married don't work well together, it's doomed to fail. I think you'll be able to find someone suitable on your own, so there is no need to pick for you. But if you need help, just ask and I will find someone for you. At that, Harry sent his guardian a fiery glare, earning himself another chuckle. After that, they talked about investments. Harry wanted to make for the Potter estate, a part of his lessons on how to manage everything, and Marvolo gave Harry an overview of how the investments for the Slytherin family were working out. It got late before Harry went to bed, doing his occlumency exercises, as Snape insisted he do. With a little luck, everything would stay peaceful until the break. Chapter 62. Interruption. Chapter text interruption Tuesday, 12th of December, checking another time that he had all his books for today's classes packed away in his bag. Harry stepped out of his room into the corridor, narrowly avoiding a collision with a small first-year boy sprinting along. Fondly shaking his head, had he been so small himself. Harry closed the door behind him, feeling the wards going up, before he walked down the corridor to the common room. With a sleepy-sounding, "Good morning." Theo fell into step with Harry, Draco just a few steps in front of them. I really yearn for the break. All this revising, practicing, and writing is getting old. Harry chuckled. So you want to go to a lot of stuffy balls instead, Theo? The answering groan of desperation from Theo, his head thrown back and an arm dramatically flung out, let Harry laugh again. Draco just turned around and rolled his eyes at them both. With a much better mood, Harry stepped into the common room. The windows were still dark. This early in the morning on a December day, there was no light to even try reaching them through the water of the Great Lake. But the large number of students already up and about made quite clear that breakfast was about to be served in the Great Hall. Before Harry and the two walking by his side, he had made peace with the fact that a kind of honor guard of Slytherins was always following him around. Reached the exit. Daphne and her younger sister caught up to them. Good morning, Henry. We need to speak about our clothes for the holiday season. With apprehension churning in his stomach, because he dreaded the need to get even more new fancy clothes, Harry slightly turned to Daphne, returning her greeting. Good morning, Daphne. And why do we need to speak about what we will wear? 2, no 3. Low chuckles told Harry that this probably had been one of those questions he wouldn't have asked if he wasn't so new to all this. Not for the first time, he wondered what his life would have been like if Dumbledore had seen fit to let him learn all he now knew he needed to know. With fond exasperation, Daphne snatched Harry's arm and linked arms with him before she answered. We need to coordinate your robes and my dress, or rather dresses. It would be horrible, after all, if the colors and styles were to clash with each other. Remembering some garish examples of wizards trying to dress as muggles from the Quidditch World Cup, Harry had to agree that a little coordination so as not to make fools of themselves would be a good idea. So he nodded slowly. Where shall we start? With the hardest, or one of the easier ones? I've been thinking about the theme for the ball Draco's mother is organizing, and I'm at a loss. How do you represent hospitality with something to wear? It was a puzzle Harry hadn't been able to unravel, and he had spent more than one history lesson ruminating about it. Daphne laughed. Since the invitations to the Malfoy ball had been sent, the most outrageous ideas about how to dress to match the theme had been tossed about the Slytherin common room. Interestingly enough, Harry had noticed that the teasing and silly jokes stayed inside the common room and dorms. In the public eye, Slytherins behaved mostly like snotty little heirs to a fortune, regardless if that was true or not. As the heir to two families, you will have to wear robes with family colors to most events. I guess we can get away with waiting for ideas from the tailor for those we'll wear to Draco's. So what are the family colors you wear to combine Slytherin and Potter, Henry? The combined robes I have now are a neutral color, a dark gray, combined with the secondary colors of both houses. Harry explained, trying hard to remember the correct terms to explain, because apparently it was an important difference what was the first and what the second color. Why would you combine the secondary colors? I wondered when we saw you in them at Aiden's adoption, but I forgot to ask. Theo now used this opportunity to sate his curiosity, because red and green as the main colors to combine are just too much like Christmas decoration. But maybe that would work for this particular occasion. Laughing over the picture conjured by Harry's deliberately thoughtful expression and words, the group of Slytherins made their way to the Great Hall. It was a good start into the day. Ooh, Harry felt pretty great. Now that he was a Slytherin himself, he got to see a totally different side of his classmates from that house. A much more private side. It wasn't always pretty. Crabbe and Goyle weren't any brighter in the common room than outside of it. But it had shown him that they all were kids just like him. With favorite subjects, those they hated, fears and hopes just like his own. He could see Hermione and Ron over at the Gryffindor table and was about to excuse himself from the others to sit and eat with them at his old house table, when a girl in Gryffindor robes, a few years younger than him, strutted over to where he was walking, a look of determination on her face. Harry, I wanted to ask you to come with me to Hogsmeade on the next weekend we can go. Her voice was strong, her posture rigid, and Harry had trouble keeping his mouth shut. There was no way to react politely to that. Sorry, but who are you? It might not be the nicest thing, but it was a fact. He didn't know her name. The older students almost never bothered to learn all the names of students younger than them. Harry guessed that Hermione knew all names of the younger Gryffindors, but she was a prefect, and in a way had a duty to look out for them, rein them in, and so on. Her face flushed a rather ugly shade of blotchy red. I'm Romuald Vane. We have been fellow Gryffindors for 3 years now. Her tone made clear that she felt insulted over Harry's apparent disregard of her, but Harry didn't feel as if he had any obligation towards her. She was pretty enough with her dark hair and eyes, he guessed, but being pretty wasn't the most important thing by far. Sorry, Miss Vane. The girl stiffened, and a spark of anger entered her eyes. But we barely know each other. And I already have plans to go to the village with my friends, so I have to politely decline your invitation. He gave the girl a short nod before turning to walk over to Hermione and Ron where they sat with Neville and most of the other fifth-year Gryffindors, aware of the few Slytherins still following him. Harry dearly would have liked to add a few adjectives to his refusal of the invitation. But he had learned enough over the summer to know that he would have embarrassed himself as well if he had given in to the urge. What a rude little girl, Draco muttered, as he sat down at the Gryffindor table, looking only a little uncomfortable to be here in what he would have called enemy territory just a few months back. Harry just knew that he had wanted to say something much more rude than that, and gave him a pointed look. Good morning, everybody. What did Romualda want from you, Harry? Hermione asked, filling a small bowl with yogurt and fruits. She asked me out to Hogsmeade. I declined. I already have plans. Luna wanted to go with me, and I guess I just assumed that we all would go together, buy some things as presents, eat and drink at the Three Broomsticks, those sorts of things. Harry shrugged and started to fill his plate with an assortment of his preferred breakfast foods. A small phial materialized next to his goblet filled with milk. It was uncanny how the elves managed to get his potions to his plate wherever he sat. Their mixed group of students tended to choose one of 3 tables at random. Only the Hufflepuff table never saw them sitting down for a meal. "Have you two ever spoken before?" Hermione asked, curious. "Not that I can remember," Harry answered, shaking his head, before he unstoppered the phial and drank down the potion, shaking himself in reaction to the taste. No potion ever seemed to taste good. "That wasn't the most clever way to go about asking you out," Daphne said, shaking her head, snatching up an orange to peel. "She should have tried getting to know you first. But you can't deny that it was brave to just walk up to Harry and ask him," Ron stated from the side before he dug into his breakfast, a book propped up on a pitcher so he could finish the assigned reading for their shared Transfiguration class for that day. Harry had to chuckle at Hermione's glare for endangering a book in this way, and for not doing homework on time. The bushy-haired witch turned her back towards the red head and addressed Harry, who still was amused over the constant squabbling between his 2 friends. "I sent a letter and your list to my parents yesterday evening. I hope it won't take too long for them to get the letter. Thanks for helping me out." Harry smiled over to her before he quickly looked around the table to see if the others were trying to listen in. "I want to make a suggestion. It's been a while since my last dancing lesson in the summer, and I thought it would be a good idea to practice a bit more before we'll be forced to dance in front of an audience. Hermione, Daphne, Theo, Draco, do you think we could practice together?" Harry really was nervous over the prospect of dancing in front of so many people who would gossip over his errors for weeks if he made any. That Daphne had asked him to be her date had helped him out of asking someone to be his date. Remembering the disaster that had been the whole Yule Ball of 4th year, Harry was really glad that he didn't need to ask someone. But the dancing wasn't something he would get out of, so he had better practice more as long as it was still possible. All around them students chatted, ate, finished their homework at the last minute, and generally made a big ruckus, while Harry and his Gryffindor and Slytherin friends planned a set of dancing practices. Watching while Draco and Hermione got into a debate as to what music they would practice, Harry smiled. It felt so good not to fear for his life, not puzzling out some mystery that would put him at risk. Just talking with his friends, going to his lessons, and completing his homework, flying in Quidditch practice. As unsteely as the year had started, now it seemed to become one of the best years at Hogwarts so far. Uwu, without his robes, which he had tossed over the only remaining chair, Marvolo, moved over the stone floor of the former kitchen on all fours, sketching out the latest version of the ritual circle with chalk. Bill Weasley's help had been what he needed to break through some of the blockages in the creation of the ritual. Now he was about to try the ritual to move a piece of his soul from one container to the other, or at least he was preparing to. For the first actual attempt, he would have to decide which of his Horcruxes he would work with, and into which container he would transfer the fragment of his soul. And that was a problem he was currently stuck on. So he had decided to start laying the circle out, a work that needed no demanded concentration and careful execution. It was a distraction from the problem he was currently pondering. Should he use the cup, the locket, or the diadem? He wasn't sure. All his Horcruxes had been placed in precious artifacts, and now with the 2 biggest back in his body, their size wasn't so relevant to his sanity, or so he believed. And right along with his troubles to select one to test the ritual, Marvolo struggled with the decision into what to place the pieces of his soul. He wasn't about to try to place them into his own body. That could go horribly wrong. But he wasn't willing to just use anything random either. It needed to be something that could be destroyed more or less easily. If all else failed, destroying the container or ordering someone else to do it would work to restore the pieces back into Marvolo's body. As experience had shown, he would rather not resort to that method, but he felt that moving all the different pieces back into one was an important step. Sitting back on his heels, kneeling on the ground in the middle of the circle, Marvolo sighed. Why couldn't he just use one of the chipped plates or cups which had been left behind in this house? They were as good as anything else, nothing truly important, clearly okay to be destroyed. But no, all of him despised the idea. His soul had no place inside a common piece of porcelain. Concentrating on his runes once more, Marvolo walked calmly around the circle, checking everything he had done so far. Before he could continue, he should decide on an object to use. Something of significance. Maybe he should get something made especially for this purpose, and not use something that should be discarded. Before he could start on that circle of thoughts that had occupied his mind all day again, the connection he had to his death eaters flared once for one of them. It wasn't something that happened all that often, but it was the predefined way for one of his to contact him and ask for an audience who normally had no reason to interact with him. Turning his back on the kitchen and the runic circle, Marvolo decided it would be best to see what the man asking for an audience wanted. He wouldn't get to testing the ritual today, not until he had a decision for the two cumbersome questions. Marvolo walked the way to his office with quick strides, searching for Barty. It didn't take long to walk the distance and open the door, looking around the room. And there was Barty in the office, probably working on all the paperwork Marvolo had never even once associated with conquering the world in his own youth. Barty, I need your mark. With decisive strides, Marvolo walked over to his secretary, watching as the wizard rolled his sleeve up enough to bare his wrist, kneeling down among pooling robes to offer the arm up to his lord and master. Firmly taking hold of the pale wrist and hand, Marvolo watched as the now much smaller dark mark came into view. This was a much better way to go about marking his followers. It had to have been youthful beliefs of invincibility leading him to mark his followers as obviously as he had done. Concentrating on the one healer he had inside the walls of St. Mungo's, Marvolo pressed his finger into the small mark, sending a small spark of magic into the connection calling for the one he held in his mind. With that done, Marvolo let go of the other's hand, looking around the office. He would have to rearrange a little before he could let the man come in. It wouldn't do to let his follower see what a mess his office got from time to time. His motion to get his wand and cast a charm to sort the mess was interrupted when Barty cleared his throat behind Marvolo's back. My lord. The man sounded nervous. With no little irritation, probably not only based on the interruption, Marvolo turned to look at Barty, only barely restraining a snarl. What? You have chalk on your trousers, my lord. And trailed off, only gesturing to indicate the still disheveled state of dress with rolled-up sleeves, the robe missing, his trousers indeed covered with chalk and dust. Marvolo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Get me a fresh robe. He listened as quick steps moved away from him. The door opened and then closed again, leaving him alone in his office. Another few deep breaths and Marvolo had regained control over his emotions. Concentrating to stay calm, he walked over to his desk and sat down. Then he sent all the parchments, books, and letters to their places, or at least out of sight, with one spell, spelling his clothes free of chalk and dust with a second flick of his wand. Then he rolled down his sleeves again and closed them with a set of silver cufflinks, fashioned in the likeness of snakes, he took out of a drawer of his desk. Restored to a more intimidating and proper appearance, Marvolo sank back in his chair, waiting for Barty to bring him a robe. Maybe he should order himself something to drink and eat. Flim! Not enough to eat and drink could make anyone a little short-tempered. Marvolo remembered only too well nights unable to sleep because it was too cold and his stomach empty, and an endless time just drifting, constantly hungry and cold, decades later, unable to do anything about it. The elf popped into being, startling Marvolo out of his uncomfortable recollections. Hot tea, cake, and biscuits. With a bow and another pop, the elf vanished again, with a small grown Marvolo stretched to make his back pop. Crawling around the floor wasn't something he should do for hours on end. Jeremy Jugson was nervous, very nervous. As a young man just starting his time as a healer at the biggest hospital in Britain, he had gladly accepted the dark mark. Shortly after that, his lord had vanished and Jeremy had buried himself in work. That was why and how he had made his career as the expert on dark magic's side effects on a wizard's or witch's health. Because even with dark magic declared illegal, there were still curse breakers exposed to it regularly. Auras who hunted criminals hexed and cursed. People lived in old houses littered with cursed objects. There were places saturated in dark magic. There were enough people affected that he had enough patience. All in all, he had made his reputation and was now one of the youngest senior healers on staff. But now he was very, very nervous. because he had information his lord needed to know and was unable to talk about it. Regardless, he had felt that he needed to inform his lord and had used the mark to ask for an audience. He had felt it unlikely that he was deemed important enough to be considered anyway. But now what he had thought impossible had happened. He had been summoned. How was he to explain what he had discussed with Madame Pomfrey while his healer's oath prevented him from speaking about a patient's health without his or her consent? While his mind ran in progressively smaller circles with worry, Jeremy had finished gathering his dark robes and the white mask. The summons was still there, a steady burn at his wrist where the now concealed, smaller dark mark was hidden. Taking a few steadying breaths, Jeremy concentrated on the pull on his mark and spun on his heel to disapparate. In the next moment he stood in a cozy study, a fire merrily burning in the fireplace, candles illuminating rows of books neatly stacked in their shelves. Before he could take in the whole room, Jeremy sank down to kneel on the floor, heart beating much too quickly. His mouth was dry as a desert. "Get up from the floor and sit down." The voice of his lord was impatient, so Jeremy stumbled over the folds of his robes in his haste to get up and comply with the order. The moment Jeremy sat in the wingback chair his lord had indicated, cold sweat started to bead under his mask. Not even the night he had been marked had Jeremy been alone with the Dark Lord. Now he felt that it wasn't an experience he would search out again any time soon. The moment a warm hand turned Jeremy's own over and placed the small container of a calming potion. Working as a healer, one learned to identify the most common potions by color alone. In it, the healer realized that he had lost himself in his own thoughts in his attempt to remain calm. Away with the mask, and down with the potion. Neither you nor I have the time to waste with hysterics. With shaking hands, Jeremy did as he was told, and a moment later the calming effect of the potion worked its wonders on his nervousness. "Thank you, my lord." Jeremy took a few calming breaths and then looked up into his lord's face, who now sat down in the other wingback chair, pouring tea into 2 china cups. It was a surreal scene, the Dark Lord offering him refreshments. "You wanted to speak with me, so speak." Watching as the Dark Lord added 3 spoons of sugar into his tea, Jeremy took up his own cup and added only a little squeeze of lemon before he started to speak. "Today at work, there was a case I was consulted for that I feel is of great interest to you, my lord." He needed to be careful in how he worded his report if he wanted to avoid the awful effects a broken or even strained vow would inflict upon him. "You're a healer." The reaction was more murmured than spoken aloud, but the moment Jeremy saw the dawning understanding on his lord's face, a big stone fell from his chest. Jeremy never had been important enough to know the names of all the other Death Eaters, but he had known that at least one other healer was part of the group. Severus Snape was said to have been not only the Dark Lord's potions master, but his spy or Dumbledore's, depending on who you asked. A healer had never been exposed in the aftermath of their lord's vanishing act, but now Jeremy knew that the Dark Lord was aware of the oaths a healer had to take to work at St. Mungo's. "Effects of dark magic is your field of expertise, correct?" The look leveled at him, where he sat with the mask in his lap and a cup of tea held in his hands, was as sharp as the question. "That's correct, my lord. Most of the healer community regards me as an expert in that field. I certainly am the most experienced in this field in Britain." It was bragging, but as Jeremy wasn't sure how informed the Dark Lord was about these things, it was the better plan to voice those facts out loud than risk his life on spotty information. "So consultations are quite common." Before Jeremy could do more than nod in confirmation, his lord proceeded with more questions. "But most consultations probably aren't worth being reported to me." So this consultation must have been something unusual. The consultation wasn't from someone inside St. Mungo's. "That's correct, my lord." Watching his lord think, Jeremy sipped on his tea. If this was how his lord was going to ask questions until he had come to all the important facts without Jeremy actually saying anything, then it would work out. "I assume you normally don't get asked for your insight from that particular source often. In fact, it was a first, my lord. Private healers, healers from abroad, my own colleagues. That's pretty normal. But the letter I got yesterday evening, just as my night shift had started, was a first. I spoke with the sender in the morning and contacted you just as I had finished my shift, my lord." And indeed it had been a shock. Madame Pomfrey had been the Mediwitch of Hogwarts when he had gone to school there. In fact, her work had been part of his inspiration to try for a spot as a healer apprentice. Jeremy watched with fascination as the red eyes of his lord grew wide with surprise, and a kind of surprise he normally only saw on children's faces when their very first pain potion started to work. It was always nice helping small children. Once in a while, he took on a shift in the emergency ward just to help a few children and make them smile. The idiots who experimented, or those who shouldn't be brewing their own potions, and all the others injured each day were bearable if he could make one child smile. A hypothetical question. Carefully setting his cup down on the small table between them, the Dark Lord leaned forward with a twinkle in his eyes. If someone were to suffer from a dark withering curse, designed to kill within minutes, but delayed enough that the progress seems slowed down considerably, to have it removed later, what would be the possible side effects? Now Jeremy's eyes grew wide. Madame Pomfrey hadn't been able to precisely describe the curse she had told him about, to explain why she thought the signs of decline in mental health in the headmaster of Hogwarts was connected to an exposure to dark magic. But this sounded like something that would match. A withering curse. How far would this curse have developed in this hypothetical situation, and which part of the body should I assume was affected? The devilish grin on the Dark Lord's youthful face made a cold shiver run down Jeremy's back. A hand. After a few weeks, the blackening had reached the elbow. Then, I would expect that traces of harmful magic would start to circulate through the whole body after the first week. If this state would keep up for a longer period of time, I think the normal long-time effects of exposure to harmful magic would start to show. Dementia-like symptoms, loss of sense of time, forgetfulness, and things like paranoia and fear wouldn't be surprising. Jeremy carefully put more emphasis on the points Madame Pomfrey had named in their discussion. Thank you, Healer Jugson. Please follow the normal procedures required in such a case. Thank you for your good work, and don't let me keep you longer than necessary. Recognizing the dismissal, Jeremy stood, bowed, and left the room. Just as the door closed behind him, he almost jumped out of his robes because the most boisterous laughter he had heard in quite some time suddenly started in the office he had just left. The healer blinked slowly. It seemed that the Dark Lord was happy with the news Jeremy had brought. It was time to get home, sleep, and shower, so he could be ready for the dinner date he had this evening with the young witch working as a Mediwitch on the ward for magical bugs and diseases. So far, the order to find someone and start a family was the one bringing him the most joy of all those he had ever been given. Uo Marvolo, meanwhile, was laughing and dancing in his office. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was losing his marbles. What delightful news! Madame Pomfrey would be forced to bring her concerns for the headmaster's health in front of the Board of Governors, who would then proceed to search for a new witch or wizard to take over the position. A man not in full control of his mental capabilities wasn't able to lead a school and be responsible for so many children. It was an interesting hypothesis that the curse might have caused a decline in the mental health of the headmaster. Of course, there was the chance that there was another cause. But it was worth testing. Maybe he could use Karkaroff for this purpose. The man had been incarcerated for quite some time now, and torturing him wasn't as stress-relieving as it had been in the beginning. Karkaroff was much too resigned to his fate by now. But before he could start a proper experiment, he needed to know all the facts. As Severus had been involved in the process more than any other of his Death Eaters, it probably was the best to ask the potion's master. He would have to make good notes, and probably should write down the curse he had designed, as well as all the facts he had about the development with the headmaster. But maybe it would be better if he finished up the other things waiting for his attention first. With a sigh, Marvolo walked back to his desk and sat down. The ritual to move the Horcrux out of Henry had the highest priority, even if he currently had trouble deciding which of his Horcruxes to use in the ritual and where to move it to. During lunch break, Harry sat with the other Slytherins at the Slytherin table, quietly discussing some Quidditch tactics when the door to the Great Hall opened. It wasn't such an unusual occurrence. There are always a few people leaving early or arriving late to a meal. But when whispers started to spread through the hall, Harry looked up and around. There was a group of several adult wizards, and maybe a few witches. It was hard to tell from a distance, walking up to the head table between the two middle house tables. Students had started standing up and were craning their necks. "Isn't that your father, Draco?" Theo asked, taking the opportunity to get another portion of green beans onto his plate. "Yes, but I don't know why he's here. The last letter I got this morning was from a few days ago. He never mentioned that he would come to the school." The door opened again, admitting a wizard with grey hair and old-fashioned robes, hurrying towards the head table where at that very moment loud voices started to argue. "That should get interesting," Daphne said between sips from her cup of tea. "Sit down, boys. Don't attract attention." Reluctantly, they all complied and watched with fascination as the professors at the head table got involved in a heated debate. "I wish I could hear good enough to listen in on that conversation," Harry idly mused, selecting a fruit pudding for dessert. "We can probably ask my father," Draco said before he shut up to relish his favorite dessert of chocolate mousse. The headmaster was still arguing with what had turned out to be the Board of Governors. Draco had recognized a few of them when the students slowly started to disperse so they wouldn't be late to their afternoon classes. "Harry." The green-eyed teenager turned as Hermione called for him, seeing her and her uncle Xerxes Lestrange standing side by side, while the wizard was holding a rather big parcel under one arm. Curious, he started to weave his way through the other students to his friend. "Hermione, Lord Lestrange," Harry greeted with the bow required of him, still feeling rather awkward over all the formalities. Slytherin Potter." "My nephew contacted me late yesterday to ask if I would be willing to play the owl and deliver a package of painting supplies to Hogwarts. I was intrigued and happy to have an excuse to visit my dear Hermione." The older wizard extended his arm with the package, and Harry happily accepted it with a big grin on his face. "Thank you very much, Lord Lestrange. Delivering these for me was very kind of you. But if you would excuse me, I will need to place this in the dorm before the next class starts." With another nod, Harry left Hermione in her uncle's company. He had proven to be a decent sort. Hermione was really happy about the discovery of her magical ancestry and that her father got to know his uncle. She also was determined to use the power she would one day wield to improve their society. That train of thought reminded Harry of the Society for Elvish Welfare or something. He snorted and hurried to make it to the dorm. He would be able to start on his painting of Hogwarts here at Hogwarts. His chances of getting the painting done in time had increased significantly. It was late on Tuesday evening when Cassius Yaxley, the younger, searched for something to fashion a mask out of. He had spent the last 5 days following Susan Smith, a mudblood witch who had been in the same year as him. He had started this in response to his father's plans to reintroduce the tradition of kept women. They needed targets, women they could capture and keep, those that wouldn't be missed terribly by anyone if they went missing. After 5 attempts to make one of the intricate masks used by the Death Eaters, his heroes since the time he could read, he changed tactics and created a simple bone-white mask without the designs he knew were on the original masks. In the heat of the moment, a simple white mask would suffice to hide his identity and intimidate his opponents. Now he had to hurry so he wouldn't be late to their meeting place, where 5 of the others would meet up with him to go over to the small village where the mudblood smith lived in a small flat together with 2 other young women. He shrugged into his robes, stained dark to cover up the marks of a spilt potion, and closed them down the front. They weren't as heavy as he would have liked, lacking the movement of heavy fabric, but they would do. He placed the mask over his face, moved the hood to conceal his face further, and applied a sticking charm so it wouldn't slip at an inopportune moment. It didn't take long for them all to apparate into the small clearing Cassius had scouted out over the last few days. It wasn't far from the house with the flat, so it was a good place to start their raid from. "Everyone here." Cassius let his eyes wander over the others. Each of them had managed to get dark robes and masks, so they were quite the imposing group. "Remember the plan. We apparate to the house. There is a door at the back and one in front. 2 will keep watch outside, making sure they can't run. The others will split into teams of 2. One goes in through the front and up the stairs. The other 2 go through the back door. Stun them, then apparate them out to the clearing and from there to the hut in the woods." They had found a little derelict hut they would use, until they had the bitches under control. All around there were agreeing noises and nodding heads. Splitting the group into teams of two was done quickly. After that, Cassius explained the layout of the house and flat to them all in minute detail. It was interesting what one could learn by watching others through their windows for a few hours a day. Any questions? There were none, so they had only to wait a few more minutes, till the time their targets normally went to bed on a weekday. They would have an easier time when the others were bedraggled and not in a position to defend themselves. What followed went by in snatches, apparating to the back door of the house. An alohomora to the door opened it without a problem. They sprinted up the stairs, almost tripping over the shoes standing by the door into the flat. Then they were in the flat, marching over to the rooms, led by the unmistakable sound of snores. Before the bitches could properly wake up, Cassius had shot a stunner at that ungrateful whore Susan, snarling into her unconscious face. Now you'll wish you hadn't declined my invitation, bitch. You should have been grateful to even get a moment of my attention. But no, you felt you deserved better. Pah, he spat in her face. I will show you your place, mudblood. He apparated to the front door, his captive pressed to his side. Then he raised his wand in the direction of the star-covered sky. Morsemorder. A cloud of eerily dark green sparks rose from his wand into the night sky, forming a big skull which opened its mouth to let a big snake slither out, forming the dark mark over the house. Shouts sounding from the surrounding houses signaled that it was time to leave, so Cassius hoisted the unconscious form of Susan over his shoulder and turned again to apparate to the clearing they had come from. The others were already waiting, the other two bitches, one with red hair, freckles, and skin as pale as milk, the other with dark curly hair and a nice tan, bound on the floor. That had gone better than Cassius had hoped for. His father would be proud of him for taking the opportunity and for making it happen without a hitch. Now they only needed to get the captives to the hut and feed them the love potion they had prepared in advance. That would make controlling them easier. With a smug look hidden behind his mask, Cassius apparated. They had thought of everything. This would get them the acknowledgement they deserved, and a nice little bitch to clean for them, cook for them, and tend to their other needs as well. Ooh, with apprehension seated deeply in his stomach, Marvolo walked up to the office rooms of Mrs. Gall's practice. She had said he could come by after her normal office hours, giving him an appointment on short notice. In a way, he was grateful that she had managed to find time for him. But on the other hand, he really wished he wasn't here right now. Talking about what he was feeling, about his problems, and what in his past might be the cause for them wasn't something he really wished to do. But he didn't see many other alternatives. Hilo Greengrass' collection of pictures, texts, and other things had been interesting, but hadn't brought the insight Marvolo had wished for. And now, before one of these days, a determined mother managed to herd him into a marriage. He needed some answers. And who should he ask? One of his Death Eaters. Before he spoke with one of them about his seemingly absent preferences, he would dance a waltz in the middle of Diagon Alley, dyed pink from head to toe. There was no one but Mrs. Gall present, and on the table sat the box he had transfigured on his last and first visit. With a sigh and hands steady, because he had huge amounts of willpower, Marvolo put his wand inside the box, set it on the table, and carefully lowered himself into the seat meant for him. "Good evening, Lord Slytherin. I'm happy you have found the time to come here again." Her tone was pleasant, her posture professional. Marvolo wanted to run, set the place on fire, and just start talking. It was an odd combination, and it made him decidedly uncomfortable. "Is there some particular topic you want to discuss tonight?" With this question, she relieved Marvolo of opening up the conversation himself. Normally, he had no problems talking, getting others to spill their most guarded secrets, but now he felt like words were evading him. Briefly closing his eyes, folding his hands, and placing them in his lap, Marvolo reminded himself that this woman had helped Henry a lot. The young man had relaxed considerably, and Severus reports indicated that his son had adjusted to life in Slytherin House quite easily, and that he needed to talk to someone. Talking with a medical professional bound by oaths not to talk about what he said to her was a good choice, better than his other options. Gathering what courage he had, Marvolo just started to talk. "You're aware that it is expected of a lord to marry, sooner rather than later. I have met a lot of people, many of whom were trying to get my attention. One of his hands came up to rub over his eyes. Not one of them caused a reaction on my side, so I asked someone to gather some study material for me. He brought an impressive collection of what could be called samples of every bit of erotica magical Britain has to offer. Another huff, and Marvolo berated himself. He could torture without batting an eye, but talking about sex was difficult. Sometimes he cursed the fact that he had been brought up in a conservative, religious orphanage. While some of the old families tended to be prudish, the Muggles had seriously screwed with his head in this. I studied the pictures and texts with time and in a comfortable setting. In fact, he had been wearing some of his most comfortable clothes, had sat near a warm fire with a glass of good red wine near at hand. But nothing got the reaction one would expect. I surely can see and appreciate aesthetically pleasing body forms, both male and female. But that's it. Both men and women have hit on me. Not one of them caused even a spark of interest. Marvolo was aware that he hadn't really asked a question as of now. But Mrs. Goyle sat there patiently paying attention to every word he said, listening intently. I know that from a healer's perspective on the body, everything is fine. So I feel that my lack of reaction must have its cause somewhere in my mind. I will need to marry, and I'd rather pick a partner matching with my needs, but without knowing what those are. Marvolo trailed off, the urge to run from the office right after obliviating the woman sitting there calm as a lake's surface on a sunny, windless day. Have you considered that sexuality is much more complicated than just being attracted to either men or women? Her gaze was questioning, and Marvolo just shrugged. He couldn't claim to have thought on this topic for any length of time, really. As a teenager, his worries had been elsewhere. Later, he guessed that his mutilated soul had curbed any sexual desires he might have had. His forays into the minds of others had always had a goal, and their sexual fantasies never had been on the list of interesting topics. There are people who only are attracted to those they can hold a stimulating intellectual conversation with. Others like feet. Some need someone to dominate them, or even pain to get aroused. And of course the other way around. As long as all participants are willing, there isn't anything wrong with that. It is even completely normal for an individual to have no interest in sexual acts at all. Marvolo quietly contemplated that he never had noticed an arousing effect when he had punished a Death Eater or watched them torture others. I would recommend that you not put so much pressure on yourself. There's no need to put a label on yourself yet, or any time at all. Silence fell between them. In a way, Marvolo saw that Mrs. Goyle was right. There was no real need to put a label on his sexuality or his lack of one, at least not until he was forced to select a partner in marriage. But considering everything, he would be pressed to select someone based on political merits anyway. Nodding, Marvolo conceded her point. I guess you're right, madame. I most likely won't be able to select a partner based on sexual compatibility between us anyway. A sad smile and a shake of her head was Mrs. Goyle's answer. The political needs are sometimes stifling. In a way, I'm glad that I was not considered worthy of being married off. It enabled me to choose my own path in life. Before they could speak more about anything, there was a pecking sound from one of the windows. Frowning, Marvolo turned in his seat to look out of the window from where he thought the sound was coming. An owl was sitting on the windowsill, impatiently pecking at the glass. With his frown deepening, Marvolo stood, called the box wandlessly to his hand, and opened the box before he carefully took the last steps to the window. A careless wave of his wand had the window opening, clearing the way for the owl to come in, and the small, sleek-looking bird flew in just to land right in front of Marvolo, holding out its leg with a small scroll bound to it. After he had cast several charms at the scroll, checking for contact poison, curses, and other potential nasty dangers, Marvolo took the scroll from the bird, which launched itself into the air the moment it had delivered its cargo. The scroll was sealed with the coat of arms of the Auror office, and Marvolo's instincts were sending him warnings. Without hesitating another moment, Marvolo broke the seal and quickly read the short missive. Lord Slytherin, in connection with the sighting of the dark mark over the scene of a crime, you are asked to come to the Auror department as soon as possible to aid in the investigation. Sincerely, Head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour. With a sigh, Marvolo turned back to Mrs. Goyle, folding the summons. It was foolish to think it was anything other than an order to stuff it back into his pocket. I fear we will have to cut this meeting short, but if you are agreeable, I would like to try again next week." They quickly arranged another appointment before Marvolo hastened to get to the ministry. A dark mark had been seen at a crime scene. He needed to know who had worked against his orders, or who was bold enough to claim something as theirs to use that wasn't. There was no way he could let that development stand. Chapter 63. Dangerous Nostalgia. Chapter text Wednesday, 13th December. During breakfast, Severus listened attentively to the discussion his colleagues had, sipping from his cup of coffee with honey and eating his toast with scrambled eggs. Sanya was eating next to him, deeply engrossed in the latest issue of Potions Quarterly. It contained a detailed examination of the effects of dried toad livers over fresh and pickled ones on a certain branch of hair care potions. An interesting read. "I can't believe that the board insists on having an expert check the headmaster's health." Minerva shook her head, her lips pinched into a sour expression. "He's as collected and competent as ever." Severus almost snorted at that and quickly hid his face behind his cup again. "But you can't just dismiss the findings of Poppy out of hand." "Minerva," Phileas interjected, arms moving about in his exuberant gestures. "We know that the headmaster has dueled with dark wizards in the past. That way he came into contact with some dangerous curses. The curse that affected his hand and arm this summer could be a cause as well. I, for one, would feel better when a certified healer told us that Poppy's concerns are unfounded." "Poor Albus," Pomona said into the strained silence. "It must be hard to know that your own mind is going to lose its edge." She sounded sad and was almost constantly shaking her head. Severus had to work not to roll his eyes or snort. The fact that the Board of Governors had come by the previous day, during lunch, to demand the headmaster undergo a more extensive health screening than Madame Pomfrey was able to execute, was still occupying the minds of the staff. Severus had listened to quite a few amusing rumors circulating around the school. The best one so far claimed that the headmaster had been seen sunbathing in the nude during the summer, and now the scandalized governors were calling for his dismissal. A strong scent of herbs, myrrh, and sherry preceded the arrival of Sybil, with her dramatic, over-large glasses, her many colorful scarves, and her other usual flourishes. Now Severus had to keep himself in check even more fiercely. He was quite happy with the fact that the divination professor only seldom found her way down into the great hall for meals. But obviously she wouldn't miss the opportunity for one of her dramatic, and obviously faked, predictions. With an overacted sigh, the Professor Severus detested the most out of all the current staff, fixed the headmaster's empty seat with a mournful gaze. "How sad and dark a fate awaits our dear friend. Only loss and despair are in Albus' future. It's hard on us, whose inner eye isn't clouded with the trivialities of the mundane, daily struggles, to know, but to be ignored." A few students sitting near enough to hear what Trelawney was saying either sniggered or looked on in awe. It always tended to surprise Severus that there were so many human beings who would fall for such bad acting. Of course, in the back of his mind, Severus was aware that he held such deep animosity towards this specific colleague, only because she had been the one to speak the prophecy which he had foolishly carried back to the Dark Lord, only to place his one friend squarely into the spotlight. Pushing his thoughts on those past events, which couldn't be changed anyway, into the deep, dark places of his mind, Severus once more concentrated on the present. He needed to get every nuance so he later was able to relay an accurate report to his lord. If they would be able to remove the old man from the castle, Severus' own job of protecting Lily's son would be easier. Severus looked up as the morning post came in with the big flock of owls and the few other birds carrying mail, sprinkling the people sitting in the hall with small water droplets from the feathers and wings of the birds flying in from the cold weather outside. Uo, the fifth-year Slytherins, were still chuckling, and Harry was flushed in embarrassment, because Pansy had pointed out that he still had some dried paint on the tip of his nose as he had arrived in the common room this morning. "Let poor Harry be, Pansy. You've seen how deep he vanishes into what he's doing when he's working on his art," Theo chided gently, while he filled his plate for a second time. He loved the food at Hogwarts, and the ability to choose what he wished without one of the elves sending him disappointed looks if he didn't take at least 2 pieces of fruit with his breakfast. With a curt nod, Pansy made a big show of her effort to stop laughing. They all had seen Harry drawing by now, as he often sat in the common room with his pad of paper and his coal and pencil, drawing plants from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, or one of the pets roaming the room. Thea had once suggested Harry should draw a hippogriff, sending Draco into a fit about savage beasts, and that he really would appreciate it if they wouldn't bring up that blunder at every possible opportunity. They were in the middle of their meal, now much quieter as the reality of an early morning hit them after the fun of teasing Harry had faded, when the post owls came flying into the hall. Thea greeted his father's owl with a piece of crisp bacon which the bird ate with relish, while Thea released 2 scrolls from their ribbons on the eagle owl's leg. A big smile shortly spread over his face as he saw that one of the letters had been written by Aidan. He loved letters from his little brother. The boy always had much to tell from his classes at the school Lord Lestrange had founded. What pranks some of the others had played, games they had learned, excursions they had been on. Theo wished that there had been such a school back when he himself had been young enough to need to learn his letters. This school sounded like much more fun than studying alone with a tutor. Suddenly Harry shot up from the bench, shaking in some suppressed emotion that didn't look pleasant at all, and rushed off without a word, leaving his bag and everything else behind. "What's wrong with him?" Blaise asked of no one in particular, looking after the almost running figure of their housemate. Thea left the others to their quiet speculation and took up the newspaper Harry had been reading before he had decided to run off to places unknown. He didn't have to search for long, and the change in atmosphere in the great hall indicated that more people had looked at their copies of the Daily Prophet by now. They're on the front page, with a ghastly image last seen right after the Quidditch World Cup over a year ago, was the article Harry had most likely read. With quick eyes, Theo scanned the information, what little there was, on the first page, and soon came to a conclusion that explained perfectly why, and to where Harry had run. "Stop guessing," Theo admonished the others, folding and turning the newspaper so the others could see. "I would say Harry is on his way back to the dorms, and to his mirror, to ask his father about this." Quite a few of the others paled considerably, either because they feared for a family member who might be apprehended after a crime with a hovering dark mark above it, or because the thought of calling out the Dark Lord, as Harry was probably preparing to do, left them with horror in their guts. Ignoring the angry and fearful murmurs spreading through the hall, Theo started to read the article carefully. It seemed that the dark mark had been cast over a small house containing 2 flats, one of which had been inhabited by several young witches in an arrangement to share the rent among them. The young witches were missing, presumed abducted, and there were minimal signs of a struggle. The Aurors had been informed after the Muggles living in the neighborhood had called in the Muggle equivalent of the Auror department because of the odd sight of the dark mark. The only statement from a ministry representative was the comment from one Auror that they were working on the case with all due haste and resources at their disposal. Theo snorted and picked up his and Harry's things. "I'll go back to the common room. Check on Harry. Please inform Professor Slinkard that we'll probably be late. Thanks." Not waiting for a confirmation from the others that they had understood what Theo had said, he turned and strode from the hall, following his friend. This was one of the situations where Harry was prone to make hasty decisions and cause himself loads of trouble. And as a good friend, it was his duty to at least try to talk Harry out of whatever harebrained scheme he might come up with. Almost out of the hall, Theo caught the eye of Hermione Granger, heiress Lestrange, sending her the silent reassurance that he would look after Harry. The small, sad and worried smile he got in response sent thrills of warmth through his body. Shaking his head, he had no time for this now. He got rid of the distraction to concentrate on what he needed to do now. Find Harry and make sure he didn't do something stupid. Ooh, with fraying patience, Marvolo held onto his polite mask. He was sitting in one of the small cubicle-like spaces that were placed all around the Aura department. At least, he wasn't in an interrogation room, and watched the chaos around him. He had expected some sort of chaos after the dark mark had been spotted once again. But this wasn't resembling the relative order of an anthill, looking like utter chaos, but serving a clear purpose, each ant knowing what to do. No, the Auras were running around like headless chickens. If he still had been out to claim Wizarding Britain by force, it would have been too easy. No challenge at all. The fact that he was tired beyond measure wasn't helping his temper. They had called for him to be here some hours before midnight, and now it was time for breakfast at Hogwarts. And he neither had gotten any dinner nor had anyone offered him something for breakfast or even to drink. So here he sat, hungry, thirsty, and tired. Marvolo thought it said a lot about his self-control that there wasn't anyone dead yet. The Auror who had asked him the same questions over and over since Marvolo had arrived late the last evening was moving back to the cubicle, and not anything remotely helpful either. Marvolo didn't know who had cast the mark, or where the girls had been taken. He was boiling inside, incensed that someone had dared use his mark for their own purposes. As soon as he could leave, he would summon a select few of his Death Eaters to get to the bottom of this. Lord Slytherin, I hope you will be more amenable to helping find those young witches now than you have been in the last few hours. Marvolo rolled his eyes. This man was full of himself, but that front he tried to project had cracks all over. After all, the Auror hadn't slept at all this night, just as Marvolo hadn't been able to rest. I'm more than willing to help. But you constantly ignore my answers to your questions just because they aren't what you want to hear, and you ignore the advice I have tried to give you. The dark mark over the house can be dispelled, but as I can see, you don't believe me. Marvolo didn't manage to keep the sneer of his face, and the Auror's face wasn't friendly either. If they didn't get rest soon, they were liable to kill each other. Before the Auror could again demand to know where the young witches had been taken, Marvolo felt the mirror in his pocket vibrate. Ignoring the Auror, Marvolo got the mirror out and answered his son's call. Henry, you look upset. And the boy did. He was flushed as if he had been running, his green eyes were blazing with anger and frustration, and his mouth was set in stubborn lines. Because I am, was the harsh answer. Then the boy suddenly looked puzzled. Where are you? Casting a look around himself, taking in the pandemonium, Marvolo shrugged before he answered. I'm in the ministry, the Auror department. You have read the morning paper. Henry nodded jerkily, and after a moment's hesitation switched to Parseltongue. I have. You weren't arrested, were you? Marvolo felt the underlying tension in his son at this question. If Marvolo had been arrested, it would place Henry once more into a situation where he couldn't be really sure what the next day would bring regarding his living arrangements. And that, in a moment, where everything seemed to be working out. Having grown up in an orphanage where kids came and went, each one hoping to find a family, Marvolo felt that he could relate to that dreaded uncertainty. So he tried to manage a reassuring smile, not so sure that he was capable of producing one that would pass muster. No need to worry. I really wasn't involved in whatever happened, but I was asked to come here to help with possible inside knowledge which I might still possess. Not that that has worked out until now. They don't even want to listen when I tell them that the dark mark can be easily removed from the sky. He sighed with an exasperated air, casting the hovering Auror a disapproving. A quiet snicker from the mirror drew his attention back to his son. I will keep you informed, Henry. Most likely I'll have a long and hard day. After I manage to get done here, I will have to see who dared go against my orders. You think one of them went after the witches living there? Henry only hesitated for a moment, and then didn't clearly acknowledge the fact that the Death Eaters very much still existed. Why would they risk something like that? Out of the corner of his eyes, Marvolo was aware that another person had come over to hover nearby, but he ignored the incompetent people in favor of focusing on his son, who actually was asking intelligent questions. I used deep-lie ingrained prejudices to get those who were influential or just convenient onto my side. Several of them still hold those beliefs close, even with, or maybe, because of the new evidence to the contrary we have found. Appearing law-abiding and pleasant might have lessened their fear of what I might do if they take matters into their own hands, and he was already mulling over ways to correct that misconception. Maybe Karkaroff would be of use once more, to remind everyone that those who betrayed the Dark Lord would wish for death long before they would be granted that reprieve. Sadly, it was a possibility that he would have to let the perpetrators be caught by the Aurors, as he needed to be seen as the Lord Slytherin fitting in with society, following the laws, even when he had different opinions on what magic needed to be restricted and what not. You will be late to classes, Henry. You can rely on me. I will keep you informed. The looming presence just at the edges of his awareness wasn't going away, so Marvolo felt he probably would be forced to interact with the person. But first, he needed to be sure his son was calm enough to go through a day of classes. Okay, I will go then. Call later today. There was insecurity in those incredibly green eyes, and Marvolo tried again to don a reassuring face. Maybe he should practice them in front of a mirror. Until now, he mostly had needed other masks, knowing, friendly, polite, and all of them were becoming easier and easier. But reassuring in a way a parent was to a child, and not in the way of a partner in some political or financial endeavor, wasn't something he had much practice with. I will call. Even if it is late, or there's only time for a really short call, keep the mirror on you. A quick nod from Henry, and the boy's relieved expression made Marvolo feel as if he had managed to do what he had planned, set his son's fears at ease. Pocketing the mirror, Marvolo turned around to face the little crowd gathered at the edge of the cubicle spaces. In a glance, he had noted the nervous, but pleased expression of the aura, who had tried to get him to admit some kind of guilt. Marvolo hadn't felt it necessary to remember the man's name. The calculating look on the slightly lionish-looking head aura, it all pointed at several more unpleasant hours. Good morning, head aura Scrimgeour. I feel you must be quite busy this morning. How may I help? Marvolo could watch as contempt and suppressed anger swirled through the wizard's eyes, and held fast to his pleasant, if tired, expression himself. He was here to gather information for himself, but also to make sure the best for their society was done. And leaving the dark mark hovering over a village mostly inhabited by muggles wouldn't do any good. My aura here informed me just now that you claim to be able to dispel the dark mark, Lord Slytherin. I would like to know how that is done. The head aura was an imposing and impressive figure, and the tone of his voice, the barely hidden threat, was authoritative, as someone in his position would need. That's correct. You really think that someone would create a spell with such an impressive effect without creating a way to get it down quickly again? Seeing that the other wizard's patience was rather thin by this hour, Marvolo hurried to launch into an explanation he had never given before. Of course, there was a counter, but he never had given it out to his followers. He wasn't quite sure why, but the roots of the charm might have had something to do with it. Are you familiar with the group of spells usually called the Nightlight Charms? At the look of confusion, Marvolo almost started to chuckle. All who grew up in wizarding Britain had seen or heard of those charms. They were used by parents to set a small light in their children's rooms that couldn't set anything on fire, but wouldn't vanish before the night was out either. Of course I have. What has that to do with this? The head aura was now seriously pissed, but one of the other auras, a young witch Marvolo felt had a family resemblance with the Blacks, probably Nymphadora Tonks, the one Dawlish had told him about, looked as if she had made the connection. A clever one, that. They take on different forms, mostly of pleasant animals and flowers, but are all variations of the same base spell, which is why they all have the same counter. Research I did uncovered the way to create a new variation, unique incantation, and all to link to a design I came up with. Horrified disbelief was the most prominent expression on the faces of all within earshot. You can simply cast the counter for the nightlight and remove it with that. Marvolo remembered quite well how smug he had felt after realizing that the spell used for generations to ease the fears of small children in dark bedrooms would now be used to inspire fear and dread in grown-ups. He still thought it was rather clever, and a fine example that any spell could be bent to do evil with enough imagination and determination. We never. A simple finite doesn't work on a nightlight. It really is that simple. Marvolo just nodded, then rubbed his hand over his eyes. He really was terribly tired. It really is that simple. I remember thinking I would need something simple everyone could cast without trouble. Keeping the incantation in certain circles made sure not everyone could use it. But I guess, as it is rather simple, anyone who has heard of the incantation and seen one of the old photographs, as I have told your aura several times already, Mr. Scrimgeour, I was with my mind healer yesterday evening, and I'm unaware of any plans and plots to abduct the young witches. Several of those pressured into service, and those that only were loosely associated with the organization could have told the incantation to any number of people, who might have told more. I'm sorry that I can't help you with narrowing the field of possible suspects down any that way. but what little I could hear indicates that whoever took them knew their schedule and the layout of their flat. I would start with those that are close to them. It was funny how his oath to do the best for their community was affecting him and his actions. Even funnier was that he was pretty sure someone closely related to his Death Eaters was the culprit, but he hadn't once said an untrue word in that explanation. Thank you, Lord Slytherin. I guess it would be best for you to go home. Take our sincere apology for cutting your appointment with your healer short. Scrimgeour sounded unsure over how not to draw attention to the fact that Lord Marvolo Slytherin, former Dark Lord, probably, had just admitted to having a mind healer. Marvolo snorted. I don't recommend existence as a bodiless spirit for over a decade, and living under a curse causing paranoia, leading to horrible actions. Let's just say taking up a somewhat normal life takes work. Without a further word, Marvolo stood from his seat, cast a wandless charm to straighten his robes, so he didn't look as if he had spent the whole night in his clothes, and walked out of the aura department, his head held high. He wasn't sure it had been the best idea to repeat the information that he had been with a mind healer the evening before. But it was where he had been, and if they decided to question him again, maybe with Veritaserum or another truth-indicating tool, having actually stated the truth the first time would prove valuable. At least, he had managed to work in a more plausible explanation for his need of a mind healer than confusion over his sexuality. Trauma over past events would place him firmly with those not even able to speak the words dark magic in a tone above a horrified whisper. Now he needed to take a short nap and then decide who might be the actual culprit and how he was going to confirm those suspicions. He had to suppress a yawn and spontaneously decided to take a longer nap. He needed a clear head for what was going to do. Uo John walked up to Scrimgeour next to Shacklebolt, who had also been called. The night had been hectic in the Aura department since the moment their Muggle liaison had informed them that the Dark Mark had been reported to the police by some Muggles in a small village. They both were pretty tired by now. Ah, there you are. Come here, Dawlish Shacklebolt. I have a job for you. Another senior Aura walked away after receiving some orders from their boss, and the head Aura's attention was all for them. I want you to go to the crime scene and dispel the Dark Mark. Lord Slytherin was kind enough to pass on information on how to achieve that. I trust at least one of you is familiar with the nightlight charm. Puzzled, John turned to look at his partner. They had been a pair for all their assignments for some time now, so the term was appropriate, and to his relief found the other as confused as he was himself. I know it seems improbable, but Lord Slytherin claims that the Dark Mark is a variant of the Nightlight family. Go and check. Without waiting for their response, the man with the wild hair turned and walked over to another group of Auras to give out more instructions. Without the need to discuss what to do next, John and Shacklebolt fell into step and started to walk over to the room reserved for apparition, warded to only allow Auras in or out. Did you know? Shacklebolt asked, checking his robes, clearly avoiding looking at John at all. Did I know what? That the Dark Mark is supposedly a horrifying nightlight. No, I never would have guessed, John snorted. His mind was still trying to cope with this revelation. The Dark Lord never had told anyone that there was a counter to the Dark Mark hovering in the sky. It always had dissipated after some time, depending on some factor they never had figured out. For a while, there had been a kind of contest among Death Eaters on raids and missions who would manage to cast a Dark Mark to last the longest. The longest time recorded had been a little over 15 hours. But because they didn't always get reliable times for the end of the spell, they soon had abandoned the game. He never would have guessed that such a simple and happy spell as the Nightlight Charm had been the basis for the Dark Mark. Shacklebolt only hummed noncommittally. As long as they now were working together, neither of them had confirmed the other's suspicion regarding their political alliance, until now. John was pretty sure they wouldn't either. It wasn't really necessary, after all. I think that if he ever had told anyone, if he had, it would have been widely known by now, just because it's so hilarious. A Dark Lord using a charm used by mothers all around the world to create small lights for their children at night to spread terror. Chuckling, they slipped into their warm cloaks and into the room to apparate to the crime scene. They had a job to do. Quite a bit away from the hustle and bustle of the ministry, and the excited chatter of Hogwarts, Albus was pacing inside the small kitchen of his hidden safe house. After the governors had all but demanded, he let himself be checked over by an expert in the damage of dark magic. He had hidden behind all the paperwork he had been neglecting until the heaps of parchment on his desk were at risk of toppling over, before he had retreated to this old cottage near the sea he used from time to time to relax away from demands and curious eyes. Now he was here in equal parts to hide from the worrying looks of Poppy, as for an opportunity to clear his thoughts and decide what to do. Was this a design to remove him from the school, diminish his influence further, to clear the road for the dark designs of Tom? Albus dearly wished he could be sure that Poppy never would be involved in such a scheme. But could he be sure? Just before colliding with the worn table in the kitchen, the old wizard turned sharply on his heel to walk back the other way. On the other hand, she insisted on the examination each year, mostly taking to more or less forcing him to come to the hospital wing or even walking up to him in his office, claiming if he wouldn't come to her of his own accord, she would search him out. Sometimes she would demand he sleep more, eat more of this and less of that, giving advice on his health as was her job. But until now, the exam never had turned up anything dire. So if she truly had seen signs of a problem with his mental health, she would have done what now was happening, informing the board, as was required when an illness of a member of staff might endanger the students, and contacting an expert to get better insight as to what might be done. But wouldn't he know if his mind was compromised? His pacing got more frantic, the end of his long white beard moving about in the wind created by the fast movement. He had always been proud of his clear mind and ability to evaluate its state without outside observation. In fact, he had relied on it to make sure his own faults, the fact he wasn't to be trusted with power, didn't cause him to cause trouble or harm. But if he couldn't trust Poppy, who did he have left? Was it possible that she had been coerced or influenced? Maybe some spell or potion? But he was pretty sure he would recognize the effects of the imperious curse on someone's behavior. He had known that most of those claiming to have been forced with the curse to serve Tom had lied, and Poppy always was too careful about what she consumed to be slipped a potion. So had someone managed to slip him something? Albus shook his head, changing directions near the cabinets on the other side from the table. That was as unlikely as Poppy being under some undue influence. He had his own personal silverware, goblet, and plates. All were charmed, so he would see a glow around them if they came into contact with poisons or potions mixed into his food or drink, and he was taking a general antidote to such things regularly. In the past, there had been too many crude attempts on his life, mostly from Gellert's followers after their duel, so he had started to take precautions. But if no one could have given him anything, and Poppy was just as normal as ever, how was this all possible? Maybe he could ask Severus for a cleansing potion, but no. That slithering Slytherin hadn't told Albus that he was going to take up his position as Lord Prince, hadn't even hinted at the possibility. Albus had only learned of this because his good old friend Elphias had come by to tell him. Albus snorted and stopped near a window, peering out to the shoreline and the spray of the waves. Family matters, indeed. Maybe Albus should have paid closer attention to his spy. Now the young man had gone and gotten married, only to claim his seat on the Wisengamot shortly after that. Was Tom the reason for this change? Had he put pressure on his Death Eaters? Or was Severus delusional enough to believe that there wasn't any more danger? Albus wasn't sure, and that frustrated him greatly. Despite all his wishing that Tom somehow was behind this, Albus tried to stay realistic. He had come into contact with a lot of really dark magic during this last summer. He had destroyed a Horcrux, and if that wasn't dark magic, nothing was. And he had been carrying that thrice-damned curse around in his hand for far too long. Alistair had been right to scold him for his attempt to use the situation to his advantage. He clearly had done more damage than he could have gained if his scheme had worked out. Now no longer full of frantic energy, Albus started to prepare himself some tea the good old-fashioned way. Sometimes it was nice to just take the time to make every step of the process the Muggle way. A luxury to have the time needed to prepare a pot of tea without magic. He needed to do research to find a way to determine if his state was as severe as Poppy seemed to believe, and then find a way to appear sound of mind. He couldn't be removed from his post at Hogwarts. If that happened, his only other remaining position would come next, and then who would stand in Tom's way, preventing him from harming their society? By lunchtime Harry had managed to calm down a lot. Oddly enough, he had believed Marvolo the moment the other had claimed to have been ignorant of the attack until the Ministry had asked for his help. Now he was listening to the gossip going through the school. As usual, the story from the prophet had been all through the school by the end of the first lesson. Now, a few hours later, the variations on what was going on stretched from someone new claiming the title of Dark Lord, therefore challenging Lord Slytherin, to the claim that the ghosts of those Death Eaters who had died in Azkaban and the last war had come back to haunt them all. If it weren't for the fact that 3 young women were missing, and maybe even dead, it would have been quite hilarious. Sometimes Harry thought that creative writing assignments, other than divination homework, might make a nice addition to the curriculum. With the strange gossip springing up regularly, there just had to be a writing prodigy somewhere among the students. He just had settled at the Slytherin table, Draco in a heated debate with Theo over the latest Quidditch news from the league, looking over the available dishes, when Hermione came over to sit with him, ruthlessly shoving the other boys a little to the side. "Harry, you were gone so fast this morning. I've been wanting to talk to you since yesterday. Guess what Uncle Xerxes had to tell me?" The girl was so excited that the manners learned this summer had no chance to stand up to her enthusiasm. Harry smirked, ignoring the reason he had run out this morning, and filled his plate with roasted vegetables, chicken breast, and potatoes. "Then do tell. You're almost bursting." With an indignant huff, Hermione gave Harry's shoulder a little punch, not happy he was teasing her, but not caring enough to leave and not tell him anything. "He not only came to bring the supplies for you, but because he wanted to inform me that the family might get 2 more people. He received a letter from 2 wizards, twins, he said, telling him that they think they might be his sons." Harry simply watched her and made the appropriate noises at the right moments. Once Hermione was on a roll, it didn't need much to keep her talking. "Uncle Xerxes thinks it's possible. He was traveling after he finished school, as was tradition in many families who had enough money to make something like this possible. He said it was meant to give the young adults the opportunity to broaden their horizons, see new places, learn new things, before they had to take over their responsibility to their families." Seeing the dangers of a looming tangent ahead, Harry quickly swallowed what he had been chewing and interjected to keep his friend on track. "So he did more than traveling." Hermione blushed, but quickly came back to her train of thought, others around them now attentively listening. "Yes, he met a young witch," he said, "and they got close." Her blush got deeper. "The 2 claim that their mother recently died, and they went through her things. Finding his name in one of her diaries, they want to come here and test if they truly are his sons. I'm so excited. I'll get to meet wizards from another country, get to talk to them. Not in passing like during the World Cup, or only other European wizards and witches from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons." "Where are they from?" Daphne asked from across the table. She had fixed some nice green hair things. Harry had no idea what the contraptions used by girls for their hair were called, in some small braids, glittering in the candlelight, having an oddly distracting effect on Harry. Funny what he was noticing lately. The way someone wore their hair hadn't mattered much last year, besides noticing that it was either short, long, or somewhere in between. But now he looked at girls and found their hair was drawing his eyes, and the styles other boys wore sparked the question if he maybe could manage something similar with magic, and if it would look better than his normally wild hair. "South America. They've been traveling a lot," they wrote. "Uncle Xerxes answered them yesterday to invite them over for Christmas. He wanted to know what I thought and reassure me that I was his heiress." Some grown men not carrying his name, born out of a liaison with a witch he hadn't known all that well. Hermione blushed again, suddenly conscious that some might call the possible additions to her family bastards because their parents hadn't been married, and seemingly not sure how to react. "Don't worry, Hermione," Daphne reassured the other witch. "Having children outside a marriage isn't really all that scandalous, as long as neither parent was married to another at the time." And the way it sounds, that wasn't the case here, was it? Harry listened only half-heartedly to the following discussion about bastard children throughout time, both in wizarding and muggle society, while he ate his delicious meal. It was still a little bit startling whenever his Gryffindor friends, really, any of them, interacted on friendly terms with his newer Slytherin friends. Here he was hoping that this trend would continue. It was so much better than the alternative. Ooh, after his nap. Much too short to really help with the fatigue, but already longer than he really could afford. Marvolo had called a few selected Death Eaters to his office in his headquarters. The Caro twins now were out and about in the seedier pubs to be found in small villages and Nocturne Alley, listening in to drunken ramblings. He hoped that whoever had been dumb enough to risk angering him was also dumb enough to brag about it. John Dawlish had brought a detailed report on what the Aura Department had managed to gather that would qualify as evidence. Sadly, it wasn't much. But knowing what the ministry did and knew was important, so Marvolo had sent John home to get some much-needed sleep. Over lunch, Marvolo had talked with Xerxes and Lucius, sending them out to gather a picture of how his followers were taking the change, and who might be unhappy with the lack of violence. Maybe he should have made such inquiries much earlier. It might be not really that useful to call his people too often, but the opportunity to scan their minds had always been a good one. He would have to rectify his oversight tonight. After a few well-placed spells, the big assembly room was clean and prepared for the Death Eaters. Barty. Stepping forward and going to his knees, Marvolo's assistant held out his arm, bearing the dark mark. With his finger and a small pulse of magic, Marvolo sent out the call, before he stepped back and sorted his robes a last time. It didn't take long until the first figures appeared in the room with different levels of sound. Idly wondering what exactly determined the volume of the popping sound caused by apparition, Marvolo waited for all his people to arrive. He had instructed the Caros to stay out, so when everyone but them was there, Marvolo launched into his little prepared speech. Nagini was slithering around his feet. She finally was finished shedding her old skin and was much happier for it, adding to the menacing effect he was aiming for. Someone has broken one of the few rules we always held dear. Someone is claiming something they aren't entitled to. Someone will suffer greatly for this treacherous action. The burning fury that had been simmering in the back of his mind since he had been called to the ministry finally broke to the surface. It crept into his words, making the S sounds remarkably similar to the sounds of Parseltongue, sending shivers through his followers. You all have seen the news. If the one claiming our symbol for something I didn't authorize is among those standing here before me, Igor will get someone to keep him company. Somewhere in the back, one dark figure fell to their knees, begging to be spared. Marvolo had to restrain an eye roll. Such a pathetic display. That one probably wasn't the culprit. Severus. The potions master stepped forward from his place among the others, confidently walked forward before sinking to his knees in a sea of pooling robes. Dark eyes behind a white and silver mask met with Marvolo's own red ones. It did not take much effort to link their minds so they could communicate via pictures and feelings. Marvolo showed his servant the names of all three missing witches, and after that the image of his own graduation feast, with a feeling of overwhelming curiosity. Slytherins in their last year tended to bind their ties in a subtly different way. All three had graduated not that long ago, so it was reasonable to assume that Severus had taught them and might know something more. Quick images of all three witches, obviously from potions classes, came from Severus' mind, accompanied by the feeling of certainty and thoughtfulness. The order had been given and received. The next hour was grueling. One after the other, Marvolo called the Death Eaters before him and searched through their minds. It was embarrassingly easy to follow their desire to keep things hidden to the memories in question, and he got to see far too many things he would rather not have known. It seemed his people took his order to have bigger families to heart. One thing he was certain of rather quickly was that he certainly was no voyeur. Suppressing more than one shudder, Marvolo made his way through all those he didn't know as well, and incidentally those that hadn't been in his service as long as those he trusted more. The younger ones, those that had been made Death Eaters just months before that night, all weren't guilty. It was when Yaxley tried to run that he knew he had found a lead. A quick stunner and some binding ropes, and the useless wizard was ready to be interrogated. This mind felt almost sticky, like honey or tar. And Marvolo had to work his way through delusions until he found the memory of an evening in the dark and shabby backroom of a pub. He was giving a speech, and trying to recruit his son and the boy's friends for an effort to help the Dark Lord back to the right path. You want to reinstate the custom of kept women. Are you insane? Of course Marvolo knew about that custom. It really wasn't something only the wizards of Britain had ever thought of. In fact, Marvolo was convinced that the Vikings had brought the idea of prisoners of war to be used as slaves to the islands. All in all, using prisoners as slaves, selling, and even making them for that specific purpose had been part of several economies in the past. But it had been some time since such actions had been accepted practice. In fact, it had been wizards and witches who had realized it wasn't right rather earlier than muggles did. Maybe the fact they didn't want to come in contact with non-magicals had made this easier, but they never would manage to change anything the political way if they tried to get that practice reinstated. A long and freeing cruciatus later, Yaxley, of course, was screaming and writhing on the floor. Marvolo lowly growled to the wizard whimpering on the floor. You will either go to the auras and turn your son in, or you will encourage him to do so himself. You have 1 day from now before I'll take action myself. Am I clear? Another whimper was the only answer, but that would do. You others are dismissed. The message was clear enough, and they certainly wouldn't do something as stupid as this. The hall cleared quickly, but it took some time for Yaxley to manage to get to his knees and move to leave himself. Marvolo impatiently tapped his foot. He had promised Henry to call on the mirror to keep the teenager up to date with what was happening. If Yaxley needed any longer, Marvolo would need to do something about it. Hurry up! Spurned into action by the venom in his lord's voice, Yaxley finally managed to get out of the room. Rolling his shoulders to loosen the kinks caused by leaning forward to look into the eyes of kneeling men, Marvolo walked out of the room to the office. He would need a headache relief potion before he could call Henry. This had been a rather long day. A really long day indeed. Ooh, they had woken up in a dingy small room, chained to the floor made from a rough, dirty stone. The three of them had quickly inspected the room, as well as was possible with their arms and legs bound by heavy chains. The room wasn't big or all that sturdy, but they couldn't reach the walls from where they were secured, so there was no way for them to find a weak spot in the wooden wall to break through. Not one of them knew how long they had been unconscious, but judging by the fact they were hungry, thirsty, and needed the loo, it must have been the whole night and probably large parts of the next day. Susan had been screaming for some time, calling for help, but now they had huddled down together, crying silently, trying to conserve warmth. They only had their nightwear and no heating. It was cold. If we had our wands, we could be out of here by now. Jenny murmured with anger, her arms slung around her own torso. But if they had managed to miss such an essential part of keeping someone prisoner, I would be rather more ashamed for having been bested by them. Neela snorted, and they all had a short moment of humor before the despair of their situation chased the good mood away again. Until now, they had managed to keep their body functions under control, but it was getting rather uncomfortable fast. Before they could start to go over their possibilities, for the fourth or fifth time, the door opened, creaking on its hinges, admitting a figure garbed in dark, long robes, face hidden behind a bone-white mask. The three of them shuffled their positions so they could move better and have their eyes on the figure at the same time. Susan was wary. Who was that? There you are, weak, filthy, as dirty as your blood. There was a definitive sneer in that voice. But the way the figure moved, it was clear his voice at least sounded as if he was male, wasn't all that sure of himself. On your knees in the dirt where you belong, I will teach you your place. The laugh that followed was hollow and eerie. A cold shiver run down Susan's back. She hadn't thought that she could feel any colder than before that man had come in here. Jenny's taunt of, you know your robes are tatty, right? And I think the charm you used to get them black is fading. Not much of a wizard, are you? Was rewarded with a harsh backhanded slap into her face and a quick kick to the side for Neela. Silence! Susan will be mine, as she should have been the moment I decided to have her, and you others know that my comrades are at the moment playing a game of cards to see who gets to choose first. His following laugh was dirty and ended in a snicker, and suddenly Susan knew. That was that Yaxley boy, that pathetic little boy who had been obsessed with her in school, the one who couldn't take no for an answer. Cold dread filled her stomach. She was currently getting a degree in forensic psychology. She knew to what length stalkers would go to obtain the object of their fixation. 2 quick hexes from Yaxley's wand had the others stunned, before he grabbed a small vial from a robe pocket and opened it by popping the cork out with one thumb, holding it with the same hand. "Now be an obedient little mudblood and drink this. If you do, your existence as mine, like it should have been for far longer now, will be almost pleasant. But I will have you no matter what you do or think, make no mistake. Now drink." He pressed the phial against her firmly closed mouth. The scent of freshly baked cinnamon rolls, damp earth, and broom polish filled her nostrils. She knew that scent. Her eyes widened in horror. All girls in her year had at least once brewed a mortentia, or at least had scented it once. Interpreting who the one and only might be based on the scent each of them would get was a favored party game at all-girl parties. When Yaxley pinched her nose, so she would have to open her mouth eventually to breath, Susan knew that there was no way for her to escape the potion. Now she finally understood why the potion wasn't in the regular potions curriculum. It wasn't romantic to dose someone with a love potion. The last clear thought she had was that she hoped the auras would find them all fast. It was unlikely they would manage to get out of this by themselves. Chapter 64. Various Troubles. Chapter text Various Troubles. Wednesday, 13th of December. Severus hadn't yet crossed the ward line of Hogwarts when his methodical search brought up results. It was a definite advantage to being an Occlumens that he could recall almost everything he ever had experienced at will. So since the moment the Dark Lord had given him the order to find who might know the 3 witches, and wasn't that mode of communication the most extraordinary, Severus had been combing his memory for hints of the 3 witches, whom he had seen them with, or any other moment that might be of any value. He had been so preoccupied with this that at first he hadn't noticed that their lord had dismissed them, or even that someone had been tortured. In the past, he never would have gone so deep into his own mind while in the presence of the Dark Lord. It was a sign of how much the man and circumstances had changed for Severus to be able to do that now. Now he was standing a few steps away from the ward line, his mask safely stored in transfigured form in one of his pockets. Handkerchiefs and pocket knives were favored as concealment transfigurations, and had found probably important information the auras needed to know. With a flick of his hand, his wand dropped from its sheath, and Severus cast the Patronus charm. It was getting easier and easier with each day he was living with Sonia. "Love, I will have to go to the ministry. The abducted witches were students of mine. I might have information that will help. I probably will be late." With a flick of an ear, the Patronus turned and galloped over towards the castle. Severus turned on the spot, the image of the apparition space in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic fixed in his mind. He was wearing his Dark Death Eater robes, but as he always wore black billowing robes, that wasn't really noticeable without the mask and with the hood down. Despite that, the wizard behind the security desk paled as he saw the infamous Hogwarts potions master striding towards him, the few people around quickly darting out of the way. "Go." "Good evening, Professor Snape. So may I check your wand?" With a sneer on his face, this was such a waste of time. What did this check even accomplish? Severus handed over his wand, waiting impatiently until he got it back, before he strode away without greeting, aiming for the elevators. It was an irate Severus Snape who stood in the elevator, watching the few flying memos circling the light, tapping his foot, while he listened to the artificially kind voice announcing the levels and departments. When he strode into the Aura department, reminding himself that he was Lord Prince and had every right to be here, he saw a scene that made him sneer even more. The few auras present looked like they hadn't slept in days, and the way they moved and talked implied that they had lost any and all hope. With a snort, Severus turned on his spot, searching for an aura he knew or the head of this particular department. When he spotted head Aura Scrimgeour, Severus strode over with confidence in his steps. He had a right to be here. He had information to help 3 young witches, and helping them was in his purview both as their former professor and as Lord Prince. "Excuse me," Severus made his presence known. The fact that he hadn't been called or approached until now wasn't a good sign for the state of the aura force. Maybe what counted as peace had made them lose their edge. Severus remembered only too well how trigger-happy the auras had been at the end of the last war. Turning, the direct boss of the auras noticed the figure standing by his side. instantly reacting by standing taller with his shoulders back. It was an impressive shift. Professor Snar, Lord Prince, what gives us the honor of your visit? I may have information pertaining to the abduction of Miss Smith and her two friends. They all were students of mine, and I recalled that another student was enamored with Miss Smith. The fact that his advances were publicly and repeatedly declined wasn't really well received by him. I always felt he might be one of those people who can't accept no for an answer. Back then, Severus had rolled his eyes and told the boy to not waste his time with someone who obviously wasn't interested in him and whom he couldn't marry anyway as his father wouldn't approve. Suddenly, there was something like life back in the few auras that stood near enough to hear their short conversation. Severus could see fire in the eyes of the man standing before him, determination pushing formality and politeness out of the way. Who was that student? His name is Cassius Yaxley, the oldest child of the current head of the family. He was a Slytherin and graduated together with Miss Smith. I'm not sure what became of him, but I recall that he had planned to study for a cursebreaker position. In fact, Severus only remembered vaguely that this had been the boy's plan from one of the many career meetings he had had with the fifth years back then. It still was one of the more tedious jobs that came his way each year. Crushing dreams during those meetings when students simply had no way of reaching the needed qualifications wasn't his favorite pastime. All in all, the impression of Cassius Yaxley that still remained in Severus' mind to this day wasn't a favorable one. The head aura waved someone over and gave a nod to Severus. Please give all information you have to Aura Tonks. She will make the official report, but we will act on this new information immediately. As that probably was the best, Severus only nodded and followed Miss Tonks over to one of the desks where she waited until he had taken a seat before she sat down herself and got out some parchment and a quill. With an inaudible sigh, Severus moved on the chair until he had found an acceptable position to sit in for a long time. If they hadn't changed their procedures much, he would be here for quite some time. At least now he was here as a witness, and not as a suspect, like the last time after his lord's fall. Only the headmaster's intervention had kept him out of prison then. Moving his attention from his fruitless musings to the young aura across from him, Severus started to answer her questions in the hope that it wouldn't take the rest of his evening. He had hoped to play a game of chess with Sanya. Maybe that would still be possible if he made sure the questions were answered quickly. Ooh, with a loud clatter, the book first impacted against the wall before it landed with a heavy thud on the carpet. Sirius watched this with blazing eyes, lowly growling in frustration. Why was this so bloody hard? Hurried steps came nearer, first down the stairs, and then down the corridor towards the library Sirius was sitting in, trying to work. The moment the door opened, Sirius stood and started to pace, not in the least inclined to see the concerned, or maybe even amused, look on Remus' face. Mooney, this is bloody insane. I swear, mother, that insane bitch removed every hint that there have maybe been any squibs in the Black family ever from all the books within this house. To get rid of some of the frustration that had built again over the last weeks, Sirius slammed his hand against the wall, resulting in a sharp sting and a satisfying noise. And I got the letter from the last experts on enchanted ancestry devices I asked. They say it would be better to create a new one and leave the old tapestry alone. They're afraid of possibly wrecking the thing entirely if they try to repair the damage done. Remus sat down in the chair Sirius had so recently vacated and watched his friend pace. After a few moments of tense silence, Remus started to speak. Maybe you should do something else for a while. You've been glued to these books for weeks now. Remus chuckled. You never looked at any book so long back at school. Maybe with the exception of the one James smuggled into the dorm back in sixth year. Sirius remembered only too well and blushed. It had been a magazine bound in a cover to disguise its contents. Before then, all his knowledge about the anatomy of girls had been guessing and whispered speculation. His mother had been stifling in many ways. A relentless prudishness she imposed on her sons had only been one of them. Maybe his tendency to flirt with anyone whom he found at least a little bit interesting had had its origins in his rebellion against her and his father. And what would you suggest I should do? Sirius heard his own frustration clear as day in his voice, and slumped down in a comfortable armchair near one of the many bookcases filled with old, dusty tomes. Not sure. Go search for a present you can give Harry for Christmas. Blast a few more of those ugly ornaments. Your mother always used to decorate the house with into tiny, teeny smithereens. There was an amused shimmer in his friend's eyes as he suggested all his ideas. Sirius contemplated those possibilities. Well, I'm really not sure what Harry would like to have. He already has a serviceable broom. Maybe he would like some tickets for a professional match. It was really hard to think up good presents for a 15-year-old boy. Maybe some records, and a way to play them in a magical environment. But what music did he like? With a sigh, he ceased to chase around his thoughts. I guess I should work on bringing those back into the family who were turned out by my mother. That is something I can do. And I think Andromeda would be happy, and maybe a child of Dora's can take up the mantle of Lord Black after I'm gone. It was a good plan, because Sirius had serious trouble seeing himself married and a father. He just couldn't imagine living like that. Or you can help me grade Harry's latest S. A laughing Remus threw a scroll of parchment at his head, causing Sirius to duck. Some reflexes just never got lost. Sirius made a face. History never had been something that interested him. Not even when his godson was writing an essay would he overcome that dislike. Or I could write a scathing letter to the editor about the scandalous way they have reported on the abduction of 3 young witches. Really, the prophet gets more sensational by the day, Remus. Remus only nodded. They had already spoken at length about the article and abduction over breakfast. Sirius could see the doubt in Remus' eyes. His friend was again fearing for Harry's safety with his new guardian. I will repeat myself as often as I have to, Remus. Slytherin might be many things, but he isn't stupid. And doing something like this, when it's likely to be linked to his past and the Death Eaters, that wouldn't only be stupid, it would be dumb. I'm sure he isn't directly involved, and therefore is no bigger threat to Harry than he was yesterday. Please stop fretting. I know I'm being silly, but whenever there is happening anything good in my life, there usually comes something along to ruin everything. And now here we are. You've been proven innocent and are free. I have a good job I enjoy. Someone with influence is working for better treatment for people affected by lycanthropy. I feel as if there is something just waiting to happen. Sirius could see the anxiety, the fear of what was to come in his friend's eyes. As always since he was back from Azkaban, guilt coursed through him at what Remus didn't say. That when he had found friends, one of them had done something extraordinarily stupid and endangered the young werewolf's life. That Remus was still his friend after that was a miracle. Before Sirius had a chance to come up with something reassuring to say, not that he was even certain he would have found something, the mirror he was carrying around in his pocket at all times started to make itself known. With an apologetic look to Remus, Sirius got the mirror out of his pocket and answered the call. Harry, Sirius greeted, happy to see his godson, even if they talked nearly daily over those mirrors. The boy was already in his pajamas and seated near the end of his bed. The Slytherin green was still startling to Sirius, but he had come to accept that the current Gryffindors had been extraordinary brats to Harry, even endangered his life. Tripping someone on or near stairs was a no-go for pranks. It's quite late to call. You should be asleep, don't you think? Harry rolled his eyes, not taking Sirius seriously at all. His godson knew him too well. I'm in bed already, am I not? So where's the problem? I wanted to ask you something. The jolt Sirius realized that the same doubts that plagued Remus might be haunting Harry as well. He certainly had seen the newspaper. Nothing stayed secret for any stretch of time at Hogwarts, and logically had to know about the sighting of the Dark Mark and the abduction. Is this about the abducted witches? You know, I don't think that Lord Slytherin, waving his hand impatiently, Harry interrupted Sirius. I know, he didn't have anything to do with it. I called him this morning the moment I saw the article. He was at the ministry, trying to give them all the information he had, and by the look on his face he was annoyed because they were acting stupid. I know that he knew nothing about it. No, I wanted to ask something different. And then Harry blushed. For a moment Sirius was gobsmacked. Harry already knew that Slytherin had had nothing to do with the missing witches. Good. Then what was Harry wanting to ask? Blinking to get a clear head, Sirius asked. What do you want to know? I'll try my best to answer. I know that you didn't like growing up as the Black Heir, but I thought that you must have learned everything you would need. And you knew my dad, so maybe you could help me with. His godson was an adorable, blushing, stuttering mess, and Sirius had a hard time not laughing. but showing his amusement clearly wouldn't do. So Sirius waited for Harry to get his bearings and actually ask something. When Harry closed his eyes, probably mortified, Sirius allowed a grin to briefly spread over his face, watching his godson take some deep breaths to calm down. First, I wanted to know what Dad did to get his hair under control. Everyone always tells me that I look exactly like James, only my eyes being lilies. So I guess Dad had my hair too. It was clear that Harry had asked the easier question first, but that was all right with Sirius. With feelings of nostalgia and a little sadness, he nodded, his hair brushing over his ears and falling into his eyes. He had the same messy hair. When he was your age, he even tried to make the messiness more obvious. Cut it shorter. I remember that he always complained about his mother making him wear it longer than he would have liked. Maybe growing it out a bit will help. I would guess using hair care potions meant to smooth hair out would help too. Why do you ask? Don't like your hair. Moving his hand through his hair, making it stand on end even more, Harry scowled. It's not that exactly. But I will have to go to several events, balls, the like, during the holidays, and dress up and so on. And well, I don't want to embarrass my date. And there it was again, the blush. Sirius remembered the parties he had had to go to back when he still was living with his parents. He had hated the parties when he had to talk with the grown-ups, but when he could go off with the other kids it had been bearable, fun even from time to time. But he planned to concentrate on the important parts. You have a date, he wiggled his eyebrows. Who's the lucky one? Daphne Greengrass asked me to go with her, and I agreed. She's nice, and I had dancing lessons with her this summer, so I know that I won't get in trouble with her when I have to dance. She also said she's searching for someone else to marry, so I don't need to worry about her trying to snare me or something. Sirius couldn't keep a small smile from making it to his face. Rambling teenagers were adorable. And with a date, other girls, or their mothers, more likely, won't bother me, right? So I thought it was a pretty good plan, but now she started to talk about coordinating our clothes, and I realized she probably expects me to do something about my hair. And I simply don't know how to get it to behave. So thanks for the idea with the potions and letting it get longer. Sirius nodded when Harry suddenly fell silent, as if he had realized he was rambling. It's always a good idea to go with someone you know what to expect from if you don't have someone you have an interest in. Greengrass. I remember that parts of that family were thought of as neutral back during the First War. There also were rumors that they, or at least a few of them, had been Death Eaters. But I guess you know her better than I ever knew those Greengrasses that went to school with me. Harry nodded on his end of the mirror, looking a little less pale now that the blush was gone again. Do you have any idea what to do about girls? I don't even know asking me out to Hogsmeade. I guess I was a little rude the other day. You were asked to Hogsmeade by a girl you don't know. Well, I didn't know you were so popular with the girls already. Something like that certainly warranted a little teasing. Nobody had asked him on a date when he had been 15. Harry blushed again. Stop that. A younger Gryffindor girl asked me, and I told her no. I will go with Luna and my friends. Why would I even go with someone I've seen a few times but never spoke to? People are weird sometimes. Harry was growing up so fast. For a moment, regret flooded through Sirius. Regret that his attempt to get Wormtail back for his betrayal had landed him in prison, making it impossible for him to be there for Harry as he should have been. Not for the first time, Sirius wondered if Dumbledore had neglected to do more to ensure Sirius had a fair trial so the headmaster would be the one to place Harry. He shook his head and redirected his attention to a more immediate concern. It seems as if you are becoming a man, Harry, noticing girls. Do you know what you need to know? Don't let anyone pressure you to do anything you're not comfortable with, or your partner. That's really important. Always make sure whatever you do, that your partner is on the same page and happy as well. How to structure a talk like that. He had gotten the talk together with James, and it had been mortifying. But now Sirius knew how important it was to have real information, not just the stories passed down from one generation of schoolboys to the next. Harry's face was as red as a quaffle when he interrupted Sirius. No need, Sirius, really. I already got the talk during this summer. I think once is plenty. I know the contraceptive charm, and also what etiquette there is, really. And if I have questions, I'm sure to come talk with you. Now it was Sirius' turn to frown. He remembered Slytherin asking him if he was prepared to talk with Harry over such matters. He gave you the talk, seriously. Was it any good? Harry was adamant not to retell his experience with Slytherin giving the talk, but the fact that the maybe former Dark Lord had given Harry a copy of the book as full charms for the young bachelor, one he and his friends had coveted when they had been teenagers, was much more interesting anyway. In the end, Remus had to break off their discussion, pointing out that it was quite late, and Harry would have to get up early the next morning. It was a much happier Sirius who got to bed that night. Speaking with Harry about such trivial teenager things had lifted his spirits. Tonks was excited and eager to act. After Professor Snape, or Lord Prince, as she should address him now, who would have thought, had been in the office to give them what information he had, energy had been back in their actions. They all knew that most crimes of a violent nature happened between people who knew each other. Brothers, spouses, close family and friends were more likely to do each other harm than total strangers. Exceptions were terrorist attacks, like those that had happened in the last war, and crimes done when a thief was spotted doing their work, or something along those lines. But abduction. After it was reasonably clear that Lord Slytherin knew nothing about the abduction, she had been sure it probably was a crime belonging to the first group. With a lead-on who might have had an interest in getting Miss Smith under their power by force, it hadn't taken long to find his address in the flu register. They were now readying themselves to go after the young man and maybe rescue some young witches, not that much younger than Tonks, as the young Yaxley was still only considered a suspect. Looking around, Tonks came to the conclusion that the insistence on calling the wizard a suspect was only a technicality. For anything else, the team assembled was just too big. Tonks herself had been assigned to the healers they would take with them to make sure they were safe to do their work. She wasn't quite sure if she should be happy with this job, or complain that she was kept out of the way of the real action. After a pointed glare from one of the senior auras, Tonks rolled her eyes, but changed her hair from bubblegum pink to a dull and muted muddy blue. She stood next to the pair of healers, watching as the first team used one of the portkeys to get to their destination. Then it was finally time to use their portkey to follow the rest. Tonks landed in a slight crouch, her wand out, already scanning the surrounding area for dangers. She blinked in surprise as she took in the scene before her. A graying, older wizard in robes of an old-fashioned cut was standing to the side, behind a few auras, yelling at the top of his lungs. Between the other noises, Tonks just managed to make out a few of his sentences. "No son of mine would ever be this stupid. I can't believe the hat actually put you in Slytherin. You have brought shame upon yourself." Those words seemed to be aimed at a younger wizard, only wearing a nightshirt, his hair sleep-tousled, a witch wearing barely anything standing before him as if she was shielding him. The young wizard hiding behind the young witch was snarling at everyone around them. "What right do you have to invade my dwelling? Leave now." All the while the young witch, wielding a frying pan of all things, tried to stay between the auras and the wizard behind her. Her words didn't seem to make any sense. "You can't have my Cassius. He's mine. I don't share." The lone female aura standing near seemed to draw the most anger. Well, this was more complicated than Tonks had anticipated. Unsure what she should do, she looked on as one aura tried to silence the older wizard without using force, while another tried to talk the witch down. Ridiculous. "That's never going to work," Tonks heard one of the healers murmur, and the two stepped around Tonks, aiming their wands at the couple surrounded by auras. Two quick stunners and the distracted couple fell to the floor. Smirking, Tonks followed the two healers. She could approve of such pragmatic problem-solving. The boss of this operation clearly was of another opinion. "Healer Vane, you can't just stun our suspect. You clearly are overstepping the boundaries of your competence." Healer Vane cut him off. "Aura Proudfoot, you clearly had trouble getting those two under control. I suspect that at least one of them, if not both, are under the influence of a mind-altering potion or substance. I was within my authority to harmlessly incapacitate them to keep them from harming themselves or others. And what substance would that be?" Proudfoot clearly didn't believe the healer's assessment, his voice dripping with disdain. "Some love potion, maybe even a mortentia for the witch." She certainly was in the tight grip of jealousy. Quite contrary in such a situation, don't you think? I'm not yet sure about him, but we'll see. Tonks followed her orders to the letter, not once moving more than a step away from the healers. Not often was there an opportunity to listen in to so much amusing bickering between senior members of the Aura department, or for one of the older Auras who looked down on her, the female newbie only there because of her metamorph magus abilities, to be constantly teased about his lack of control over a situation. With a smile on her lips and her hair back to a brightly shining lemon yellow, Tonks helped to get the two stunned people to the ministry, while a few others brought the father of the wizard to the department to be questioned with his grudging acceptance. Hopefully, they would get the location of the other girls fast, so they could get them out before the others involved in this scheme could decide to do something drastic. Ooh, Thursday, 14th of December. The newspaper on Thursday morning brought the news that the witches had been found during the night after Lord Prince and Lord Slytherin had given important information to find the responsible people, arresting them. Harry noted with interest that no names were mentioned, nor were any places. He remembered too clearly the way Skeeter had reported on the tournament last year, and how all real and imagined facts about him had been paraded out for all to read and gossip about. Funny how that changed when there was someone with power affected. After his call with Sirius, he had received a short one from Marvolo informing him that he had found out who was responsible, and had instructed the father of the young man to make sure the problem was resolved in a way that the witches were returned safely. Yaxley Sr. had connections, the main reason why Marvolo had bothered with recruiting him in the first place, and those now served to shield his family name from the backlash of his son, his oldest son, abducting 3 witches and casting the dark mark over their house. Those same connections probably had helped the man stay out of Azkaban after the war. Harry snorted, his eyes narrowed in anger. "What's the matter, Harry?" Theo asked, filling his goblet with milk. "They've been found. That's good, right?" "It is," Harry agreed, folding the newspaper and placing it in one of the few spots on the table where there was some free space. "But I don't like the way the prophet reported on the story." Harry left it at that. He was aware that he couldn't risk informing the others about what else he knew. He couldn't tell them that the son of Corbin Yaxley, a Death Eater, had used the Dark Mark in an attempt to get the Dark Lord to go back to the old way of doing things, or that the headmaster might be losing his mind and was currently missing, probably to evade an examination by experts. Revealing all the information Marvolo passed on to him would be a risk. Sometimes not knowing something was easier, because back then he hadn't had the responsibility of keeping the information from those that shouldn't know. The way they use the euphemism of kept women to talk about what would essentially be sexual slavery is sickening, Pansy agreed from behind her own prophet. There is a difference. The following discussion between the fifth-year Slytherins was distraction enough that Harry could stay silent, eating his breakfast and taking his potions. He hoped that Yaxley wouldn't manage to get his son out of the punishment he deserved, and that the headmaster would either be removed from the school or that the plan to abduct a student wasn't real, and that the test they would have today in potions wouldn't be too hard. With a sigh, Harry ate the last bite of his toast before he packed his bag to follow after the others. Ooh, Friday, 15th of December, Friday. On his way to lunch with the others, Harry saw the headmaster for the first time after that meal when all the governors had walked up to the head table. But now the old man was walking towards them with a spring in his step, as if there had never been anything wrong enough for him to vanish for a few days. The discussion between Theo and Daphne about whether it was easier to silence a raven or a toad suddenly stopped when the headmaster stepped in their way, his eyes trained on Harry, a smile fixed unmovable on his wrinkled face. The fact that the headmaster was wearing robin's egg blue robes didn't even register. "Harry, my boy, please come with me so we can talk. I promise to not keep you too long so you won't miss out on lunch." The way the headmaster presented his request was pleasant enough, but something about the man seemed off. Even without Marvolo's warning, delivered more than once since the start of the week, Harry wasn't so sure he would have liked to go anywhere with the headmaster alone in that moment. "What do you want to talk about, headmaster? Both my guardian and my healer insist that I'm not allowed to skip meals. So if this isn't super important, I would rather go to the Great Hall for lunch now." Harry knew that this was a change in his behavior from previous years. In the past, he would have waved to his friends, silently promising to tell them everything later, and walked off with the headmaster, happy to be told anything at all. But back then, the friends at his back would have been Ron and Hermione, not Theo, Daphne, Draco, and the rest of the fifth-year Slytherins. Not all of them were truly his friends, but Slytherins always traveled in packs, and for good reasons too. A merry twinkle was in the blue eyes as the headmaster peered over his half-moon glasses down at the students. I just wanted to ask how you feel now, living in Slytherin, Harry. There never were many resortings, and none in the time I have been at Hogwarts. I'm curious if it is working out as you had hoped. Nothing more. Harry felt the hairs on his arms rise. If someone felt the need to add those last two words, there certainly would be more than just asking how he felt in Slytherin. By the way the others shifted behind him, Harry was sure they had heard it too. But the headmaster's supposed question was easy enough to answer. I like it. Living as a Slytherin in the dungeons, sir. The rooms are nice, and it's a nice change not to have to climb all those stairs every time when I need to retrieve something from the dorm. Harry made himself smile up at the headmaster and suddenly felt something brush against his occlumency shields when his green eyes met the blue ones of the headmaster. Startled, Harry took an involuntarily step back, dropping his eyes to his bag slung across his shoulder, as if to check that the roll of parchment, his notes from charms, wasn't about to fall out. Harry's thoughts were racing. Professor Snape had told him that there were master legilimencies out there able to use their ability to dip into the minds of others without the use of their wands or any incantations. He had even told a story about natural legilimencies able to read the thoughts of all around them without even trying, needing to work hard to close their own minds against the onslaught of strangers' thoughts. But Harry never would have guessed that the headmaster would go so far as to illegally invade a student's mind. His trust in the man his parents had followed in the last war had been strained before, a few cracks here and there, not getting Sirius out of prison, the sparsely given information. But now it shattered into 1,000 pieces. On the outside, there was no indication that Harry had just deflected a mind probe from the headmaster. I'm happy to hear that, my boy. It's sad how a few individuals could make your life up in the tower so difficult that leaving your friends behind seemed the better alternative. That a threat? We're still at the same school, headmaster, and if you would excuse us, we're going to be late, and I had promised my friends to eat with them. With a polite nod and a few polite and empty words muttered from the others, their group slipped by the headmaster and walked down the corridor a little bit quicker than before. Harry felt that he was trembling and was so happy right now that Marvolo had insisted he learn occlumency to help them keep their emotions from leaking over to each other. If Harry hadn't learned, would he even have known what the headmaster had just done? When Theo touched his shoulder, urgently asking lowly, Are you all right, Harry? What happened just now? Harry almost jumped in surprise. He let his gaze sweep over the walls in the corridor they were walking through. Paintings hung left and right, decorated with green branches from different conifer trees, charmed icicles, and sparkling baubles. The decorations had gone up earlier in the week, before he shook his head and took a few deep breaths to get the trembling under control. Not here. Later. Without further comment, the Slytherins surrounded him, starting up harmless conversations about homework, the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, the holidays, and whatever they could come up with that wouldn't arouse any suspicions should someone be eavesdropping. The tension thrumming through Harry's body didn't leave him until they set foot into the Great Hall. It was unlikely that the headmaster would do something to him here among all the other students, and therefore so many witnesses. Albus stood in the corridor, looking after the retreating Slytherin students walking in a tight group around Harry. He was perplexed. It seemed someone had taught the boy occlumency. He hadn't thought that the boy was even capable of such a feat. Harry, after all, was quite young and emotional. Certainly, Tom hadn't been able to instruct the boy himself. Regardless of where the boy had learned to shield his mind, even just with the flimsy shields of a beginner of the art, it was unfortunate. The damage was done now. The hasty retreat could only mean one thing. Harry had noticed Albus' probe and recognized it for what it was. It had been a foolish attempt. Why had he even thought that the boy might know something of Tom's plans? It wasn't like anyone sensible would trust a child with important information. Shaking himself, Albus wrenched his thoughts away from this unproductive path. He didn't have that much time to get done what he had planned to do. Before the potions, he had taken to bypass diagnostic charms, indicating his mind was declining, would lose their potency. Of course, there wasn't anything wrong with him, but taking the potions would negate any negative spells or substances slipped to him for as long as it took the healers to give him a clean bill of health. So with a spring in his step, Albus walked the path the group of students had taken only moments before, intent on reaching the great hall before lunch ended. At first, his entrance through the big door didn't garner much attention, giving him the time to search the sea of students for Harry and those that had been with him. They were seated at the Ravenclaw table together, with Miss Granger from Gryffindor and a blonde girl from Ravenclaw who looked supremely surprised. They were talking quickly, Harry and a few of the others looking quite pale. Ignoring that problem for the moment, he always could claim that the sensation Harry might claim to have felt was a mere imagination of someone just starting to learn that complex art. Albus strode confidently up to his place at the head table, smiling genially as his old friends and younger colleagues spotted him. "Albus!" Poppy exclaimed, quickly standing from her place, food on her plate forgot. "Been trying to reach you. Where have you been?" By the time Albus had reached the steps to the dais, Poppy had rounded the table, wand in hand, as if she planned to cast diagnostic charms at him right here in front of the whole student body. "Poppy," Albus aimed for a light, chiding tone. "No need to get quite so worked up. I merely took a few days to sort a personal matter." He had not informed Minerva of his absence, but he was sure she hadn't had any trouble taking up his responsibilities. "Now I'm back. What was it you wanted to speak with me about?" Of course he knew what her fretting was about, but he just kept smiling, walking around her and the table to get to his seat. He was going to eat lunch, or attempt to, before she dragged him off to be poked by a bunch of healers. There was cauliflower today, and he loved cauliflower. With the butter, sauce, and potatoes, they made for a fine meal. "Albus," Poppy called out with a scandalized expression on her face, causing him to chuckle. "You will come with me after we have eaten. Do you hear me? And no skiving off this time." As this matched wonderfully with his own plans, Albus just nodded, sitting down, throwing his beard over his shoulder, reaching for the potatoes with one arm. It seemed as if something was going his way for once. "Ooh, he did what?" Hermione whispered furiously, something like fear in her brown eyes. It felt as if he was trying to get a look at my thoughts. Not my memories, but what I was thinking at that exact moment. Harry felt shaky still, even now, sitting between his friends at the Ravenclaw table, neutral territory between his friend from Gryffindor, Luna, and all the Slytherins almost glued to his side. But how? Before Harry could start on an explanation of what legilimency was, Hermione's mouth fell open into a surprised O, making it clear that she had just remembered something. The things she had read and remembered were scary sometimes. The headmaster is a legilimens, but it's illegal to read somebody's thoughts without their consent. I know that for a fact. Hermione was flustered and looking around as if she were trying to find a reason that she could accept as good enough for why the headmaster would do something like that. Harry noted with a little satisfaction that it seemed to be difficult for his clever friend to come up with an explanation. Harry noticed the headmaster stepping into the great hall when Theo leaned in a little more. "Give it up, Granger. There is no good reason for the headmaster to peek into the mind of a student. I guess it's his blatant prejudice against any and all Slytherins at work here." Hermione hadn't much ground to argue about that one. It was pretty clear that the headmaster had a tendency to shortchange the Slytherins whenever he had a chance. In one of many discussions, Theo had brought up their first year and how the headmaster had waited for literally the last moment before he had pulled the rug from under the Slytherins' feet. It had only taken a moment for Hermione to realize how hard that must have been on the first-year Slytherins to come to the feast knowing they had won, only to have it taken from them the way the headmaster had done back then. Hermione chewed on her own lip, looking conflicted. "The references I've seen only mentioned that it was illegal to use legilimency on someone without their consent. How were you able to sense it? Are you sure that he really did try?" The hard look in Harry's eyes killed whatever Hermione wanted to say right in her mouth. "Just be sure to avoid eye contact. It will prevent him from gaining access," Harry said grimly. He needed to call Marvolo as soon as possible to inform him of what had happened. Hopefully, he wouldn't ban Harry from going to Hogsmeade this weekend. He had been looking forward to it for days now, and he needed to get some small tokens as presents for his friends. How did you learn to protect yourself from legilimency? Now Hermione had abandoned her tries to defend the headmaster, and her thirst for knowledge made itself known. Draco rolled his eyes behind her back. He had stopped the worst of his teasing and bickering since Hermione had been named Heiress Lestrange, but still had trouble accepting her unrelenting quest for ever more knowledge. Luna, stirring her stew absent-mindedly, answered in her usual dreamy voice. It's hard to learn occlumency without the instruction and help of a master. Father tried to help me learn, but we didn't get very far. Harry gave her a calculating look. Judging by what Professor Snape had told him, occlumency was an obscure art because it was almost impossible to learn it without proper instruction and a legilimens to help with practice. There weren't many master legilimenses around most of the time, and fewer people still were willing to let a stranger into their heads as was needed to learn effectively. My instruction started with meditation, Harry explained to the crestfallen Hermione, as always unhappy with knowledge that might be unattainable for her. I'm sure you can start with something like that, and then ask your uncle for more help. Harry was almost certain that Lord Lestrange would be able to either ask Professor Snape for his help or to find another master to instruct his heiress. If there was someone with the self-discipline needed to master this, it would be Hermione. At least Harry was pretty sure she would have an easier time of it than he himself had had. I've had instruction in meditation as well, Daphne added to the conversation. Mother always said it was a good way to pass boring parties and endure the most dreadful of guests. Laughter followed this explanation, given with a roll of blue eyes and a mock shudder. The eerie mood so broken, the rest of lunch passed rather pleasantly. But Harry didn't forget what the headmaster had tried to do, firming his resolve to call Marvolo as soon as he was back in the dorm after classes let out. It was quite early. He just was dressing for dinner when the mirror sitting face down on the dresser started to buzz. With a small frown, why would Henry call now? Marvolo picked the mirror up, buttons on his shirt only half done up, answering the call. Henry, are you well? The boy looked anything but. He was pale, but his cheeks were flushed. His eyes were bright, but looking around nervously, the moving background indicating that Henry wasn't sitting down but pacing, probably in his room. Yes, I'm well. Frightened, a little nervous, confused, but well. Henry paced, the candlelight flickering in the draught his fast pacing created. Waiting for Henry to continue, Marvolo carefully walked backwards until he sat on the edge of his bed, Nagini hissing, annoyed at being jostled. When the boy just kept pacing, Marvolo prompted him. Why do you call before dinner has even begun? Normally you call after you are finished with whatever you had to do for the day. And didn't you have the defense club today? With a huff, Henry let himself fall down into a seat, probably onto the bed, and nodded slowly. Yes, we had. It went well. No, what I need to tell you happened just before lunch. The boy took a deep breath and obviously braced himself. On the way down to lunch, we met the headmaster today. He asked a few pointless questions, wanted me to go with him alone, and then asked me how I was acclimating in Slytherin. And I'm sure the moment I met his eyes, the old man tried to read my mind. I quickly broke eye contact, and then we walked away. But now your warning sounds much closer, more threatening. I wouldn't have thought he would do something like that, despite everything I've learned since the summer. Fisting one hand agitatedly into his unruly hair, Henry huffed again, his eyes seemingly resigned to the troubles he was constantly faced with. It can be hard to let go of past impressions of people. Marvolo always had been dismissive of others, disregarding them. There had been a few instances where he had had to struggle to accept that they were more cunning and capable than he had thought, or that a muggle-born witch could hold her own against him, even if only for a short time. He'd never had to endure the agony of losing someone he had held in high regard to the depths of betrayal by their hands. His expectations had always included that possibility, but he imagined that it would be hard. Realizing that someone you thought was a hero, in fact, had more of a villain than could be ignored. I think you will find that the headmaster was committed to St. Mungo's this evening for a time of treatment against the effects of exposure to dark magic. At the moment, it looks like the effects might be reversible, and the old man allegedly went willingly. For the moment, Professor McGonagall will take over the duties of headmistress. The relief on his son's face was so obvious it only illustrated the distress the boy had been in. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that none of this can reach the ears of others from your mouth before the official announcement is made." Henry huffed again, rolling his eyes with a playful smirk on his face. He seemed to find it amusing that Marvolo had reminded him to keep it secret by telling him that he wouldn't remind him. "So there's no reason for me to stay in the castle tomorrow. It's a Hogsmeade weekend." Marvolo smiled a little evilly at that, only slightly dimming the hopeful smile on Henry's face. "I think you can go if you agree with me tagging along. I would even say that being in the village, and not the almost empty castle, is safer anyway. I will meet you and your friends at the gate to Hogwarts grounds when. We'll go right after breakfast, but I guess we won't get up all that early. So, around 10 in the morning." Henry sounded unsure, but if that was because he wasn't sure when he and his little friends would be ready to leave, or because he didn't know how they would react to find Lord Slytherin accompanying them. "I will aim to be ready then. Give me a call on the mirror when you leave the castle. I will apparate then." That sorted out, they spoke about inconsequential things until someone knocked on Henry's door calling him to come to dinner. Then they quickly ended their call. With a sigh, Marvolo finished dressing. It seemed he would have to change his plans for the following day. But keeping his heir safe was more important than a breakfast meeting with some lords who were likely to agree with him anyway. They all claimed to hold family above all. They should understand, or he would make them understand. Chapter 65. Upcoming Festivities. Chapter text Saturday, 16th of December. It was ridiculous how nervous he was. He just was about to ask his friends and classmates for advice. Nothing to be afraid of or be ashamed over. Maybe Ron would have laughed at his question back when they had been in first year, but now his old friend was as concerned as Harry about impressing girls. Not one of the other Slytherin fifth years would laugh at Harry, or at least Harry was trying to convince himself of that. On his way out of his own room down the corridor and to the door of the dorm of the others, Harry contemplated his past experiences with the need to look good for a special occasion. When his aunt and uncle had visitors, Harry had been banished to the cupboard, or later, to the room upstairs. But Dudley had been forced to dress up. Comments Harry's cousin had made to his friends had made it quite clear he hated dressing fancy, putting up with it because he was cunning enough to know he was getting something out of it. Like the money Vernon's sister gave her nephew whenever she came visiting. With one last breath, fighting against a troll but afraid of this, really ridiculous, Harry knocked, and opened the door the moment he heard a call to enter from within. "Harry, what a surprise. Why are you here this early in the morning?" Theo asked from where he was buttoning his shirt, hair already neatly styled. "We said that we wanted to meet in the common room, didn't we?" "We did," Harry nodded, only dimly aware of the other boys going about their morning routine around him. "I came to ask for advice." Already seeing some unsavory jokes on the tip of his friend's tongue, Harry hurried to clarify what he wanted advice for. "I want to get some hair care potions today in Hogsmeade, get my hair under control for the festivities I will have to attend, because Daphne will talk my ear off if I don't at least try. So I wanted your advice on what might work, so I can get it and test it, while there's still time to try something different if it doesn't work." Shrugging a little self-consciously, Harry sat down on the edge of the nearest closed trunk so he wouldn't stand in the way. "Well, I can't help you there," Theo said, smirking. "My hair is naturally well behaved." Harry had the sudden urge to stick his tongue out, but managed to keep himself from actually doing so. "Not everyone has hair as boring as yours, Theo." "He is right about that, Theo. So step aside and let someone with an inkling of common sense take over," Draco said, with more haughtiness in his voice than he usually exhibited when in relatively private situations. "Come here," the blond boy commanded, waving Harry over to his own bed. "I need to take a closer look at your problem." It felt silly, but Harry complied, walking over to the other boy's bed, sitting down on it at Draco's direction. "You could try Sleekeasy's, but if you want to go for a less drastic change, you could try the newer Pomphouse Pomade potion that is sold in the apothecary at Hogsmeade. With that many cowlicks, it's hardly a wonder your hair resists being styled." Draco had spoken with conviction, and now Harry was contemplating his choices. Normally, he didn't have to cut his hair often, but the short haircut Aunt Petunia had insisted on really wasn't flattering at all. It just didn't work with his hair. At all. "Do you think letting my hair grow some would help?" Harry asked the room in general, looking over the boys in various states of dress, or undress in Goyle's case, who just came out of the bathroom where he obviously had showered. It can't do any worse when it's longer, Blaze claimed, only sending Theo into a fit of chuckles. Now you've jinxed it, Theo laughed, stopping in the middle of tying his tie. The conversation, if one could call it that, dissolved into banter after that, until they all were ready to go up to the great hall for breakfast. Harry now had a plan, and felt better for it. It was a group of bundled-up teenagers that met at the doors to the grounds. It was lightly snowing, the air freezing cold. It was a hard winter day, and all of them, as well as all the others around them, were buzzing with excitement. The moment they stepped out of the castle, Harry got his mirror out of the pocket of his cloak, careful not to drop it, as the mittens he was wearing were hindering his hand movements a little. "What are you doing?" Ron wanted to know, stuffing his hands into woolen mittens, probably knitted by his mother. "Calling." For a moment, Harry hesitated. How should he call Marvolo in this mixed company? With the Slytherins, he always called him father, claiming him and a little bit more security. But when with Gryffindors, he had called him his guardian grudgingly, because they all had so many deep-rooted opinions on him. But now there were Luna, Ron, Hermione and Neville, Draco, Theo, both Crabbe and Goyle, Daphne, her little sister Astoria. A mixed group. In the blink of an eye, Harry made a decision. My adoptive father. He insisted that he come along today if I wanted to go. Arguing wouldn't have done anything, so I'm telling him that we're on our way and he will meet us at the gates. Hopefully, Harry would manage to slowly help his friends accept that he was happy now. It was still tense sometimes, and he wasn't always sure that he really should feel like he did, but Madame Goyle was helping him cope with that, to work on being happy, being himself. "That sucks," was Ron's only reaction. Either he hadn't heard how Harry had called Marvolo, or he had tried, rather successfully, to pretend that he didn't care. So he made the short call before turning back to his red-headed friend. "It's better than being stuck at the castle." Harry laughed, shoving Ron a little off course, starting a short snow fight, bringing color to all of their cheeks, even as some of the Slytherins and Hermione tried to stay out of it. When they stopped a few moments later, they took up their walk down to the gates again. "And it really isn't quite safe for me to be out alone. Fenrir is still at large. Then this thing with the young women being abducted, Death Eater wannabes. And then there are still the just generally crazy, or the criminals out for money." Harry trailed off, shrugging. And before Ron could formulate a response to that, Harry felt his left hand seized and turned to see who was walking at his side. Luna smiled serenely up at him, her blonde hair sticking out from under a light blue hat decorated with what probably were dried pieces of fruit and feathers from different birds. "Thanks for asking me along. It's really nice to have friends." Harry nodded. After all, she was right. Having friends was great. But why had she captured his hand? With a bemused expression and a curious feeling in the pit of his stomach, Harry turned to look forward again. He didn't want to slide in one of the piles of snow last night's storm had created, slowly swinging their linked hands between them, their friends around them making plans on where to go first. It didn't take long to grab the warm cloak, his scarf, a pointed hat. With the way the weather was, one would be required, and gloves from fine leather and fur. A few moments later, he was outside the anti-apparition wards and spun on the spot. And just as Marvolo had thought, it was snowing, the thick layer of snow crunching under his booted feet. It was a fine day just before the winter holidays would begin. In a way, he was happy to get Henry back home, spend a little more time with him. It was funny how much had changed since the summer. Their daily talks over the mirrors really had helped to create a feeling of family between them. At least Marvolo thought it was what family should feel like. He admittedly hadn't much experience in that area of life. Soon, the first students walked past him, throwing him curious glances. Some of them walked faster, as if wary of him, not really an unreasonable reaction to a strange man standing at the gates of a school. Then he saw a mixed group of students, easily recognized by their house-themed scarves, walking down the path. A smile stole onto his face. It seemed so easy for his son. It still felt really good to think that, to bridge the normally existing chasm between Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. And he didn't even try. What Marvolo would have done if he had been able to gather people around himself so easily. Well, he had gathered people easily enough. But they all had shared the same interests, the same background. The people Harry had around himself were different in so many ways. Was this the so-called power that he himself didn't know? In the end, it was inconsequential. Marvolo had no plans to make anything out of the self-fulfilling prophecy. When the teenagers reached the gate, Marvolo took a step forward and greeted them. "Good day. I hope you'll still have a good day with an adult trailing behind you." That got a few shy laughs from the group and broke the ice. When Henry walked past him, Marvolo briefly laid his hand on the boy's shoulder in greeting. He got a smile in return, and from the girl walking next to Henry, holding his son's hand. That was unexpected. He would need to get information on her. He got something that looked like a confused or dreamy smile. Marvolo tried to make his presence as unobtrusive as he could. He was here to make it possible for his son to enjoy the outing with his friends, not to stifle any joy that would come from such a day in the village. Once again, Marvolo couldn't help but compare today's Hogsmeade with the one he had known from his own youth. Most of it was exactly the same. The three broomsticks were still there, no new houses had been built, but the booth just outside of Honeydukes was new. It was decorated in the most garish colors, with moving holiday crackers exploding again and again. The children quickly noticed that new oddity as well, and their course changed, so they were walking in that direction. It was slow going, as the mass of students consisting of those with the same destination and those that were just crossing the path they were walking was so big. "Is that Fred and George?" the youngest Weasley boy asked, standing on tiptoes in an effort to look over the heads of all those walking around. "What are they doing there?" "Looks like they're selling something," Lucius' son drawled, probably rolling his eyes by the sound of it. "Yes, I know that." The redhead sounded annoyed. "But what?" "Really, Ron, just look at the banner they've put up." That was the Muggle-born girl, Granger. She sounded as if she were rolling her eyes as well. A sentiment Marvolo could easily agree with. It wasn't that hard to deduce what the Weasley twins were selling at their probably temporary booth. Finally, they managed to get to the booth, where they could finally see that there were three teenagers manning it. The red-headed twins known beyond Hogwarts as pranksters extraordinaire, and a boy their age with dark skin and dreadlocks. They were calling out the benefits of their merchandise, and demonstrating now and then how the Christmas crackers, because that was what they were selling here, were working. When the unknown boy and one of the twins pulled at the opposing ends of a cracker, first there was a mighty boom to hear, then a pink cloud of smoke smelling of violets came out and drifted over the watching crowd. When the two pulling it became visible again, the crowd started to laugh. They both had been dyed pink and were wearing frilly hats. "Buy the best stealth Christmas cracker you have ever seen here. Slip them in among the regular ones, and watch in amusement as your family and friends get dyed the most hilarious hues. Only a sickle apiece. The color you buy is the color you get." For a moment the picture of Lucius Malfoy dyed a deep-toed green flashed through Marvolo's mind, and he stifled a small laugh. It would certainly be hilarious, and totally juvenile. "Don't dare to bring such things to our festivities." Marvolo hissed to his son, who eyed the offered selection with obvious interest. There was no way that he could allow such indignities to happen during his own party. "I actually thought that Sirius would love them," was the unconcerned reply delivered with a cheeky grin over the boy's shoulder. To that, all Marvolo could do was nod. Sirius Black certainly would find those abominations funny, but the man wasn't really all that mature, at least not when it came to pranks, jokes, and the like. As long as they don't make an appearance during the small event that we'll be hosting. It's your money to spend. So Henry made his way over to the front of the crowd, Marvolo keeping an eye on him and the surroundings. It was hard to keep his eyes practically everywhere and not be too distracted by the people milling about. That there still was a constant stream of snow falling from the sky only made the endeavor more complicated. But Marvolo felt it was worth it. After most of the group had purchased at least a few of the crackers from the Weasley twins, even Lucius' son had bought a few. He'd have to keep an eye on that. The teenagers split up into smaller groups. Miss Granger, Henry and the girl still holding onto his hand, Nat's son, and a few others wanted to go to the bookstore. Weasley, the long-bottom boy, and a few others preferred the joke shop Zonko's, or the sweets shop as their next destination. After agreeing on the three broomsticks as a meeting point for lunch, the several now smaller groups separated. By the end of the day, they had been in each of the shops. Henry had bought some sweets at Honeyduke's, asking the girl at his side, Luna was her name, as Marvolo learned during the day what her favorites were. Not really a subtle attempt at flirting, but it seemed to have worked out rather well. The girl had smiled a little brighter as Henry had handed her a mixed bag of the strangest candy Honeydukes had to offer. The girl really was an odd person. When it was finally time for the children to go back to the castle, Marvolo was more than happy that he had offered this to Henry. The boy had been laughing, interacting with the other teenagers without the hidden fear Marvolo still could remember so well from his own youth. It seemed that Henry didn't feel the need to constantly question the motives of the children around him, and he still was careful with whom he spoke. Maybe he would be able to find a good balance, one that Marvolo himself was still searching for. Monday, 18th of December, it had been a few days since the young witches had been freed. A public trial for all the young wizards who had been involved would be held right after the turn of the year. Most likely they would be sentenced to life in Azkaban if all the rumors of what they had done and planned to do proved to be true. But other than that, Marvolo knew that there was more to be done, because the young wizards hadn't acted on a whim. The idea to kidnap the witches hadn't even crossed their minds until Corbin Yaxley had spoken to them, planted that vicious and useless idea in their heads, leaving them to their own devices for too long. That wizard wasn't a leader. A leader would have known that the young men had been desperate to do something, stupid or lazy enough to not think of something to do on their own, but also desperate enough to take matters into their own hands once there had been even a shadow of a plan. The idea could have been something Marvolo would have had used in the past, but he never would have let them stew in that idea without guidance. But Corbin Yaxley had done so, and now there was trouble. The man clearly had outlived his usefulness. It had taken some time to prepare everything. The fact that the auras now had a spell to test who had touched something made things just a little bit more complicated. But now, he was ready to make sure that this particular dunderhead wouldn't be around to throw bludgers into his plans any longer. The small phial of poison securely held in his pocket, Marvolo apparated to the edge of the wards, around the relatively small manor that had been in the Yaxley family for several generations now. With a strong disillusionment charm on himself, Marvolo didn't hesitate to pass the boundary of the wards. After all, the wards around all of his followers' homes were set to let him pass. More often than not, the fathers of the current owners had incorporated those changes. A quick spell revealed that nobody was home. Well, expect the man he had come to punish and the elves living here. After a quick detour through the kitchen to cast sleeping spells over all the elves, he wouldn't repeat that particular error ever again. Marvolo walked silently through the halls, following the directions of a simple point-me spell. It wouldn't have been hard to guess where he would find the current head of the Yaxley family, but guessing was just that, and Marvolo liked to be sure. When the Dark Lord reached the door to the men's smoking room, next to the big room usually used for dinner parties and the like, he could hear the grumbling complaints of a drunken man from inside, or maybe an angry man just going about getting drunk. Either way, he was at his destination. Time to dole out a just punishment. Marvolo dropped the disillusionment charm, becoming visible again. After a deep breath and setting his face into the stern lines of a disappointed lord, he pushed the door open without touching it directly. He was wearing gloves of the kind Muggle healers used. He had conducted extensive tests with different barriers and the new spell. These were the least restrictive that still worked, so he wouldn't have to be overly careful not to touch anything. This should look a certain way once the auras showed up. His name couldn't be connected to this in any way. My lord. Surprised, Corbin jumped up from his seat, jostling the small end table of dark wood next to him, causing the tumbler of amber liquid to fall to the floor. Before Marvolo could start to speak, the other wizard had taken the few steps separating them and had fallen to his knees, his hands raised beseechingly. Thank you, my lord. I knew you would help me get my son and heir back. When will we start? Who will go with us? Internally, Marvolo felt startled by this unfounded conviction that he was here to lead a raid on Azkaban just to free some spineless idiots. On the surface, not one hint of his confusion showed. Maybe the man had taken some recreational potions to cope with the stress. There wasn't really a good explanation for this display otherwise. Why should I do that? His hard voice obviously managed to shock Corbin out of his happy haze. "My lord, because they were captured doing your work, my lord. They were doing what was right." The disgusting wizard spoke with fervor, but there was a spark of fear in those old eyes. "Is that so?" With a little step back into the side, Marvolo walked around the kneeling man, waving his wand to remove the spill and straighten the table. He really would prefer not to be touched by that man, who now looked positively bewildered, half-turned, still kneeling on the ground. "Did I know of this plan?" Marvolo asked with deathly calm, his red eyes piercing the flushed wizard. "No, my lord. The young people acted a little hasty. I had planned to inform you of my idea, my lord. Get your approval." To this obvious lie, Marvolo raised an eyebrow, causing the wizard to bow lower and trail off. "Was any of the young men one of my Death Eaters, and therefore one of those with the permission to use my mark to claim a crime?" Marvolo was sure he should have thought about the possibility that the incantation had leaked out to people not of his circle. Sadly, there was no way to get the spell under wraps again, now that it was out of the bag, so to speak. "No, my lord." It seemed that the message Marvolo wanted to send was sinking in. Corbin had started to shake and was getting paler. "Then why do you claim that they were doing my work?" With a little dramatic twirl, Marvolo got the phial out of his pocket. The poison should work even better when ingested with alcohol instead of tea, as Marvolo had planned originally. To this question, Marvolo didn't get an answer. Another wave of the yew wand in his hand had the tumbler standing back on the small table and a decanter of some amber alcohol floating over from a cabinet. It really was pointless to speak with the man, who would be dead in a few moments anyway. "I feel that your younger brother will be a better head of the family when you are removed from the picture." Marvolo placed the small phial next to the decanter and the tumbler, both cut from crystal, clearly some of the more expensive pieces in this room, mostly decorated with dark wood. "And I won't hesitate to use force. Maybe casting the Imperius would be best. That way, there wouldn't be any signs of a struggle, as the traces of the spell quickly vanished once a person was dead." But it seemed that Corbin Yaxley knew that there was no way to escape, and if he wanted to go with some dignity still intact, he needed to do as he was told. After all, he had sworn himself to Marvolo as his lord. It was his duty to do as he was told, and to follow the rules his lord laid down, and it was up to Marvolo to punish his vassal for breaking his law. It was curious how those old spells and magics worked. No wonder the ministry had felt it safer to just ban them all. The ministry tended to go the easy way, rather than the best one. With a satisfied smile, Marvolo watched as Corbin sat down in his armchair, placed his wand onto the end table, took the phial from the surface, and removed the cork, just before he emptied the contents into the small tumbler. The phial was placed down, now empty, and the drink that filled the room with the smoky aroma of good fire whiskey was added to the deadly mixture. "No one uses my insignia defying me. No one acts against my explicit wishes without suffering for it. You are acting against me, Corbin Yaxley. You intended to recruit those young men and use them to undermine my goals because they do no longer fit perfectly with what you believe in. But I have evidence that your ridiculous beliefs are false. You did defy your lord. Now you will die by your own hand in recompense." It didn't take long after the tumbler was empty for Corbin Yaxley to fall out of the armchair, shaking with convulsions, foam coming from his mouth. When the rattling breaths finally had ended, Marvolo took a last look at everything before he reapplied the charm to hide his presence, before he then swiftly left the room and house to apparate back home. Now he had to wait. Tuesday, 19th of December. It was the last day before they all would be taking the train back to London. The common room was alive with people searching for stuff that somehow had managed to migrate from their trunks to who knew where, even this early in the morning. Harry sat, still rather sleepy, in his chair in front of the biggest fire, waiting for Theo to finish with whatever was taking him so long. He was sketching, as he was doing quite often since his therapy had introduced him to art. It was different now that Aunt Petunia wouldn't tear up what he made, while praising whatever smear of paint Dudley brought back. Now he had people that actually appreciated what he did. His biggest creation, the painting of Hogwarts by night, was currently drying in his room, and now he tried to get a small sketch finished for all those who were close to him. It was better than sweets, which he would send to most of the people he regularly interacted with, but not as significant as some of the other acceptable things one could gift to a peer. The rules were rather strange sometimes, but he needed to follow them if he wanted to be Lord Potter one day and respected. One couldn't really play the game by flouting the rules. At the moment, he was trying to capture the likeness of Millicent Bulstrode's cat, which was curled up on top of a school bag. He planned to give each of his Slytherin year-mates and all of the Gryffindors of his year a small sketch, or all of them who weren't really his friends. It was a lot of work, but it was fun, too. He only wished that he knew a way to animate his sketches. Suddenly, Professor Snape strode into the common room, and the conversations and general din suddenly stopped, making way for an all-encompassing silence. Within moments, all eyes were trained on their head of house, who was looking around, obviously searching for someone or something. Harry noticed that the man held a letter in his hand and wondered who had sent it and who was about to receive important news. A moment later, the conversation started again, now with the topic changed. When Harry spotted Yaxley, the seventh year, who was the oldest son of the younger brother of the head of the Yaxley family, staggering more than walking next to Snape, the letter clutched in his hand, Harry knew that something had happened there. It was only reasonable to assume that the scandal of the other's cousin abducting and drugging three young witches to keep as sex slaves wasn't going to remain without consequences. Maybe Corbin Yaxley had been taken into custody as well, making his younger brother the next head of the family. No, only if there was issued a lifetime sentence or the kiss administered would the position change to the younger brother. Harry shook his head and went back to sketching the cat. It had ignored all the commotion like nothing mattered as long as it had a comfortable spot to sleep. By lunch, the fact that Corbin Yaxley had killed himself in his home, leaving his younger brother in the position of head of the family, had made the rounds. The reactions were varied. Harry himself wasn't sure if he believed the story of suicide, but most of the other students seemed to be of the opinion that it was a likely reaction for a Slytherin. Harry wasn't so sure. Many Slytherin alumni had managed to talk themselves out of tighter spots. Why should the man take poison over something his son had done? But Harry kept his thoughts to himself, only remarking that the Aurors would get to the bottom of the matter when asked for his opinion persistently. Uo Kingsley was one of the Aurors who had been sent to investigate the apparent suicide of Corbin Yaxley. In fact, the place was crawling with people, and as usual, he and Dawlish were here to help as a team. Let's ask the two elves living here if there was anything unusual yesterday evening. That's the time the healer said the man died, right? Dawlish nodded, carefully moving around the people milling about. They made it to the kitchen all right, where the two elves watched, wringing their hands, as a team of Aurors inspected each and every piece of food, as well as the opened bottles. The interrogation of the elves was quick and brought nothing new. The elves had been dismissed and had gone to bed, until they had gotten up in the morning to prepare breakfast and found their master dead in the gentleman's smoking room. "Do you think the new spell for evidence on who touched something will help?" Dawlish asked, sounding rather skeptical. "No, I've seen the file. It's of a make I've seen often in Nocturne Alley. No idea who the brewer is, but those files go through many, many hands before they're used," Kingsley explained. It had been a mystery for many decades now who was providing those potions. From simple sleeping potions to the worst poisons to the elaborate recreational potions, sometimes taken by the young and stupid. It didn't really feel right. Didn't feel like a suicide, but they probably would have trouble to proving that. Ooh, the light of a grey winter day fell through the windows into the corridors of St. Mungo's. Minerva had brought a package of sherbet lemons for this visit. She was really happy that Poppy had insisted on their yearly examinations and that she had consulted an expert. It looked as if Dumbledore had been exposed to a dangerous amount of dark magic, but they had noticed it early enough to be able to counter it before it really became dangerous. Now, just before the Christmas holiday, she was here to visit with her old friend to tell him what was happening at the school. He always preferred to be kept in the loop. A friendly Mediwitch had described the way, and now Minerva was standing in front of the private room Albus was in. She knocked and waited a moment before she was called in. "Hello, Albus. I brought some of your favorite sweets." She smiled at the old wizard sitting sideways on his bed, looking rather unhappy. "Don't sulk, Albus. You will be back at the castle in the new year." A few more purification treatments, and the traces will be gone. It was quite clear that Albus wasn't happy being here. I simply think that this isn't necessary, Minerva. Albus finally smiled at her, looking rather despondent in his hospital-issued robes. Poppy could have given me the potions, could have performed what is necessary. No reason to force me to stay here. Really, Minerva, this is not necessary. You know as well as I that Poppy doesn't have the ritual circle needed to combat the traces of dark magic, Albus. Why are you so against this? You above anyone else know what can happen if someone is exposed to dark magic for too long. She patted his arm, placed the sweets on the bedside table before sitting down in the visitor's chair. I know that you don't like to be inactive, so I brought you this. She got a magazine out of her expanded inner pocket. It had taken her some time to find it, as she hadn't made it a habit to venture into the Muggle world aside from the yearly Muggle-born visits. A knitting magazine. I remembered that you repeatedly talked about how you liked to read them and look at the pattern schematics. Minerva was sure Albus was going stir-crazy. Being confined wasn't something the old headmaster could bear, but it simply was needed. She was sure he would complain and mope some more, and when he came back after the treatment was finished, she would have her old mentor back. It simply is a dull place to stay, Minerva. He smiled and took one of the candies before he opened the magazine. Oh, that's a new one. I haven't seen this edition before. It seemed as if he was trying to put up a brave front, but she wasn't really fooled. I will visit often over the holidays. There aren't many students staying at the school this year. The others can easily manage without me for a few hours at a time. Before Minerva could start on the school gossip she had planned to tell to Albus, the door opened again. Good evening, Mr. Dumbledore. I'm here to bring you your dinner. Don't levitate the cup again. Do you hear me? You shouldn't use magic during the treatment period. There's a reason why you had to hand over your wand to the hospital staff. In that moment, the Mediwitch turned and noticed that Minerva was sitting in the visitor's chair. Her face instantly morphed into an artificially friendly mask, and while she placed the tray she had brought onto a small table to the side, she started to speak. You will have to go now, madame. Visiting hours are over. Minerva frowned. The people down at the entrance said there were still a few hours' time for visits, and they had. She had asked yesterday to make sure she would have enough time for a proper visit. She was quite rudely interrupted by the unfriendly Mediwitch. The patients on this station need more rest, so the visiting time is shorter here than on the others. So you'll have to leave now. Quite miffed and tempted to find the locker of this awful woman to pay it a visit in her cat form, Minerva said her farewells to Albus, wishing him a good rest, before she was ushered out of the room, and then the ward. With an offended huff, Minerva left the building to apparate back to the castle. She would come back the next day, once the train had left, so she would have more time to visit with Albus. Albus really wasn't happy that his plan hadn't worked the way he had wanted it to. What they had given him to affect him and paint him as unsuitable for his calling of headmaster of Hogwarts must have been stronger than he had anticipated. They still had committed him to the hospital, claiming he had dangerous levels of dark magic taint running around in his bloodstream. That should be removed as quickly as possible. In that moment, he hadn't been able to come up with a way to get out of this confinement. And now he was here, in the hospital, without his wand, without proper clothes, forced to participate in daily rituals they claimed were to help him. Just like he now sat down at the table, picking up the spoon to pretend to eat the soup, Albus had managed to convince the personnel here that he was cooperating, while the whole time he was looking out for a way to get away, reclaim his wand, and rescue them all from the dark wizards out for their health. Minerva had brought him his favorite sweets. But did she really not know anything? Or was she in on the plan, delivering the poison to him in the form of his lemon drops? It was hard to work when you couldn't know who to trust anymore. Maybe he would manage to slip away when the young Medi-wizard in training came in 3 days to bring him to those rituals. He was properly awed by Albus, and most likely didn't know any better. It should be possible to convince him that Albus was held prisoner here. Now, Mr. Dumbledore, it's time for you to go to bed. The Mediwitch was back, not really paying attention to the fact that Albus had managed to vanish the soup wandlessly and not eat a drop of it. He wouldn't make it easy on them all, but all that wandless magic had made him really sleepy. So Albus let himself be manhandled over to the bed, placed there, and tucked in by the witch aimlessly rambling off unimportant gossip. Her wand was poking out of her apron pocket. If Albus just wasn't so tired, he could have snatched that wand and made a break for it. Maybe he should claim not to be hungry tomorrow, so he wouldn't be quite so tired the next time there was an opportunity. But before he really could make any more plans, he slipped into sleep, the staff around him none the wiser that he planned to make an escape as soon as he found a way.